Chapter 1831. The disciple of the Danding school, who had been scared silly, quickly nodded his head. He was afraid that young Chen wouldn't be able to see it clearly. His nod was almost bigger than his bow. The scene that had just taken place in front of him had scared him out of his wits. Even the most ferocious demon he had ever seen wasn't as ferocious as young Chen. Young Chen had mercilessly chopped down with his saber. In his heart, young Chen was comparable to a demon. Ordinary cultivators would usually give some face to the disciples of the Danding school. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have to beg the Danding school for help one day. This had also led to the arrogant style of these guys. Moreover, they had often asked for rewards from the cultivators who came to ask for pills. Their greed seemed to have become a habit. This was also the reason why they wanted to get benefits from young Chen as soon as they recognized young Chen's identity. So much so that they didn't hesitate to kill him and plunder his belongings. To be honest, they had felt quite good in the beginning. Their companions who had different opinions had already been sent back to their sects to report to them. Only their companions who enjoyed this feeling were left behind. However, they had never expected that the situation would turn around in an instant. They had originally been like a fish on the chopping block, but now, they had suddenly turned into a yakshaw demanding their lives. When young Chen arrived in front of the owner of the flying sword with the killing intent of killing several of his companions, he almost couldn't help but kneel down and beg for mercy. Finally, young Chen had given him some face. He had even given him a chance to live. If he didn't seize this chance now, when would he? Even though he had lost his natal flying sword, he had never thought of going to the underworld to accompany his companions who had come out together with him. Let's take a look at this first. Young Chen took out the jade slip he had just obtained. Then, he started to select the person he was looking for according to the characteristics in his memory. Even so, there were still more than a dozen people who were very similar. Without seeing them in person, young Chen couldn't be sure. Therefore, he directly selected the first person in the order of selection and let this guy lead the way. The guy who led the way didn't dare to object. Even though he was seriously injured, he didn't dare to delay. He endured the backlash of having his natal flying sword taken away and the damage to his spiritual sense caused by young Chen's killing intent. After thinking carefully, he immediately pointed in a direction and flew with young Chen. Fortunately, his style of doing things had won young Chen's favor. Young Chen couldn't stand the speed of him staggering in the air. He directly received him into the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle and even gave him a healing pill to treat his injuries. As soon as they entered the mysterious Dark Sea Shuttle, the guy who led the way was shocked to find that there was a celestial immortal level dragon doing something on the other side. He was shocked again. If they had known that young Chen had a celestial immortal level dragon with him, they wouldn't have dared to act rashly even if they had the courage of a leopard. In the end, it was all because of greed. Death was not to be regretted. Young Chen also had such a trump card, but he didn't show it. It was clearly a trap. However, he didn't dare to say this last thought, even if he was beaten to death. Originally, this guy was thinking about whether he could find a chance to escape. Now that he saw Ao lie, he didn't dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. He was as obedient as an old dog. He obediently took the pill and quickly refined its efficacy. He just wanted to help young Chen quickly. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Young Chen's pill was very good, at least in the eyes of this disciple of Danding school. Just one pill was enough to completely suppress the backlash from having his natal flying sword taken away. He only needed to take care of it for a period of time before he could recover. Danding school had the same pill, but it could only be produced by an alchemist at the earthly immortal level. It was not something that a human immortal like them could refine. The speed of the mysterious Sky Nether Sea Shuttle was very fast, and it only took a dozen days to reach the vicinity of the first native fool. After more than a day of observation, young Chen shook his head. This was not the Lin Zhengyuan he was looking for. Next one. Looking at them one by one, it took young Chen 4 or 5 months to see 8 or 9 highly similar objects. Unfortunately, this was not Lin Zhengyuan, until the 10th one appeared. It's probably this one. Young Chen had seen Lin Zhengyuan in the immortal world. Now that he looked at this one, It was obvious that they were 80% similar. However, what Yang Chen couldn't be sure of was that Lin Zhengyuan, who had surpassed a supreme mystic immortal expert, was just an extremely ordinary native at the nascent soul stage. The only difference between him and the surrounding natives was that he was staring blankly at the sky. Yang Chen didn't dare to use his divine sense to explore, for fear of disturbing this Lin Zhengyuan kid. He might look like an ordinary native now, but if he was the real Lin Zhengyuan, Yang Chen would definitely be in trouble if he dared to use his divine sense to explore. "I'll go test him." The guy who led the way was happy when he saw that Yang Chen wasn't sure. This was the only one that Yang Chen wasn't sure of after looking for 10 fools. He was eager to make a contribution and immediately rushed out to face the fool who was staring blankly at the sky. Yang Chen didn't stop him, and the guy who led the way jumped out. He didn't stop him anymore, and just watched quietly from a distance. It was good to try. He believed that a little human immortal cultivator wouldn't be able to make Lin Zhengyuan afraid. The guy who led the way was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't provoke such a fool. He just flew over quietly and quietly appeared in the vision of the fool suspected to be Lin Zhengyuan. He let him stare at him for a while, wanting to see what kind of reaction the guy would have. The focus of the fool's eyes finally went from completely scattered to converging, and then slowly focused on the guy who led the way. The fool's eyes seemed to focus very slowly, and it took him almost half a day to finish such a small thing. Being so slow, it shouldn't be Lin Zhengyuan. Yang Chen looked at it from a distance, and couldn't help but shake his head. The guy who led the way immediately saw Yang Chen shake his head, and his heart immediately relaxed. It seemed that this was also not the fool. The relaxed Pill Cauldron Gate disciple, after letting out a long sigh, he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. For a fool, he wasted half a day in front of him. He really didn't know how to describe it. The depressed him also had a little impulse to vent. He didn't dare to make a move on Yang Chen, but couldn't he vent his dissatisfaction on a fool who was a native of the spiritual world? He immediately looked at the fool, and his gaze changed a little. Just as he released this emotion, a sudden change occurred. A figure flashed like lightning, and then the leading Pill Cauldron Gate disciple felt a pain in his chest, and couldn't help but scream. Chapter 1832. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, the fella who was leading the way lowered his head to take a look. Between his chest and abdomen, there was an unknowingly huge hole. It was as if something had ripped it open with great force. His chest and abdomen were directly torn into two, leaving only the area above his neck connected. The screams only lasted for a moment before they stopped abruptly due to the lack of energy supply. At the same time, the fella's life also stopped. Even until his death, he didn't know what attacked him and how he ended up like this. Yang Chen, who had been watching from afar, saw everything clearly. The scene just now really shocked Yang Chen, but then he felt that it was clear. The one who attacked was the fool that he thought wasn't the real culprit. When the fella from Danding School showed some hostility towards the fool, the nascent soul stage fool's figure suddenly exploded. With lightning speed, his body directly pierced through the body of the Danding School's disciple. The huge wound on the Danding School's disciple was simply the result of the fool's casual tearing. Now, Yang Chen was completely sure that the fool was the Lin Zhengyuan he was looking for. At that moment, the counterattack of a hostile person and the clean and neat action of tearing a human immortal cultivator with his bare hands, apart from Lin Zhengyuan who was sent to the spiritual world, Yang Chen couldn't think of anyone else. Honestly speaking, when he saw Lin Zhengyuan's skills, Yang Chen had a feeling that even if he didn't think of ways to take care of Lin Zhengyuan would probably be safe and sound in the demonic calamity of the spiritual realm. After killing the Danding School's disciple, Lin Zhengyuan returned to his original position and sat down. Once again, he stared blankly at the sky. Yang Chen glanced at the sky. Other than a few clouds that were constantly changing, there was nothing else. However, Lin Zhengyuan seemed to be watching with great interest. He didn't feel bored at all. At this moment, Yang Chen suddenly felt a little envious of Lin Zhengyuan. In other people's eyes, Lin Zhengyuan was very pitiful for losing his mind. However, Yang Chen envied his carefree state of mind. Unfortunately, Yang Chen had too many worries in his heart. Even if he could be like Lin Zhengyuan, he wouldn't be able to do it. Lin Zhengyuan, who was staring blankly at the sky, maintained his original posture for another day. He basically didn't move at all. During the day, he looked at the clouds and the sky. At night, he looked at the stars, as if there was some profound secret waiting for him to study. There were quite a number of natives here. Thus, they did not seem surprised to see the corpse of a cultivator not too far away from Lin Zhengyuan. All of them went forward in a hurry. Some of them did what they had to do, some of them took things, and some of them buried the corpses. Naturally, the cosmos sacks on the corpses were divided among the others. All of this happened not far from Lin Zhengyuan, but he didn't seem to. Yang Chen did not directly go forward to contact Lin Zhengyuan, but followed a few aborigines back to their homes, and then appeared to ask. Even though he was he buy of water, he of said. Of. Buy of the natives, he of it, he of, and it, at. Of. At, and. By this, as, he, and as. As. Exalted immortal. You are asking big idiot. When Yang Chen asked about Lin Zhengyuan, the householder immediately replied, we don't know where he came from. He has been here for many years, and he has always looked the same. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't bother with anyone else. We've gotten used to it after so many years. What does he like? Yang Chen asked again, hoping that this native could give him an answer. I don't know. To Yang Chen's surprise, the head of the household shook his head. We've never talked before. I don't know what he likes. Anyway, he wasn't a hindrance to anyone, so no one paid attention to him. At first, some people wanted to bully him, but in the end, they were killed by him. Later, people became afraid, and no one dared to talk to him. After a series of inquiries, they basically said the same thing. Lin Zhengyuan just stared blankly at the sky and didn't do anything else. No one dared to provoke him, so he maintained this state until now. The method of finding out how to communicate with Lin Zhengyuan from the natives had failed, so Yang Chen could only think of another way. After careful consideration for 2 days, Yang Chen suddenly realized that Lin Zhengyuan seemed to only respond to hostility. In this case, it would not be too difficult to get in touch with him. Yang Chen didn't have any hostility towards Lin Zhengyuan at all, so he didn't have to worry about this at all. Even if Lin Zhengyuan, with his Golden Immortal or Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal cultivation, could judge the hidden hostility, there was no need to worry about safety for people like Yang Chen, who had no hostility at all. Lin Zhengyuan was still staring blankly at the sky, and suddenly, a tempting fragrance floated beside him. Instinctively, Lin Zhengyuan sniffed and then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Do you want to eat? A gentle voice sounded beside him, and then a plate full of tempting food was sent in front of him. Have a few bites and try it. If it was a normal person, he would definitely look at who the other party was and whether he should refuse. If it was an acquaintance, he would also be polite and thank him before eating. But for a simple-minded guy like Lin Zhengyuan, there was no such cumbersome step at all. He had already keenly felt that the person around him had no malice towards him at all. He just wanted him to eat something. He didn't know how many years he hadn't eaten. How could he resist such temptation? He directly reached out and took the largest piece of meat from the plate, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Eat slowly, there's still a lot. Yang Chen persuaded him, but his other hand handed over a cup of mellow jade dragon wine. Drink some wine, let's eat together. During the conversation, there was already a table between the two of them, and then a dozen delicious dishes that were prepared in a hurry were placed on it. Lin Zhengyuan didn't say anything. After taking a big sip, he just reached out and grabbed the things on each plate and stuffed them into his mouth. Gong Sunling appeared and gave Yang Chen a reproachful look. Then, she put a pair of jade ivory chopsticks beside Lin Zhengyuan, and she gently persuaded, slow down, use chopsticks. In Yang Chen's stunned eyes, Lin Zhengyuan put down the dishes in his hands. Like an idiot, he was wiped by Gong Sunling, then he picked up the chopsticks and began to pick up the dishes on the table. This meal was like a whirlwind, almost comparable to when Fatty Jing swept up the food. After eating, Lin Zhengyuan let out a loud burp without caring about his image. Then, he rubbed his belly with a satisfied look on his face. I have a fun little thing here. Do you want to play? Watching Lin Zhengyuan eat and drink, Gong Sunling put away the messy cups and plates, and Yang Chen asked Lin Zhengyuan in a tempting tone. Chapter 1833. Lin Zhengyuan's gaze finally stopped staring at the sky and turned to look at Yang Chen's hand. In Yang Chen's hand, he was holding something that looked very simple, made of metal wire. It was originally connected together, but when Yang Chen casually put it through a few times, the closed long metal wire ring was separated from the other parts. It looked very magical. Of course, magical was only for Lin Zhengyuan. In the eyes of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen was clearly using a toy to coax children to shake Lin Zhengyuan, causing Gong Sunling to roll her eyes at Yang Chen. That's right, what Yang Chen took out was the simplest 9 chain, also known as the skillful chain. Now Yang Chen only had 1 chain in his hand, but it was enough to make a full focus on it. This kind of simple chain that couldn't be simpler made Lin Zhengyuan immediately fascinated. After watching Yang Chen's actions a few times, it didn't take long for him to untie the simple chain in his hand. It didn't even take the time for a stick of incense to burn. Soon, Lin Zhengyuan untied the chain and then put it back in again, playing with it happily. When Yang Chen was having a good time, he did not lose the opportunity to hand over the 2nd chain and 3rd chain. This time, the difficulty doubled. Lin Zhengyuan tried to untie it a few times in a row, but he couldn't untie it. He immediately frowned in annoyance and began to ponder carefully with his head down. With Lin Zhengyuan's cultivation base, he could tear a human immortal stage cultivator apart. This small chain made of metal wire could be torn apart as long as he used a little more force. Not to mention this cultivation base, even if he had the strength of the nascent soul stage, this thin metal wire wouldn't be difficult for him. In front of Gong Suanling's stunned eyes, Lin Zhengyuan, who could easily tear the chain to pieces, didn't use brute force, but began to try to find a more correct solution. After thinking about it for more than 2 hours, Lin Zhengyuan was also familiar with the double chain. Then there was the triple chain. It seemed that Lin Zhengyuan had already found a way to solve it. After studying it for a while, he was clumsy at first, but he slowly became familiar with it. Similarly, in less than 2 hours, he had easily solved the triple chain. Such a change made Gong Sunling unable to believe her eyes. She knew that Lin Zhengyuan was a fool. He had no sanity. How could he solve the chain so easily? He only has a part of his consciousness blocked, but that doesn't mean he's not smart enough. Yang Chen said in a timely manner. He placed the 6 rings from the easiest to the most difficult on the table and explained to Gong Sunling, on the contrary, in some aspects, he has an advantage over any normal person. If you don't believe me, just watch. As Yang Chen expected, Lin Zhengyuan's performance didn't surprise Yang Chen at all. From the 4th chain to the 9th chain, Lin Zhengyuan took 3 days to complete it all by himself without anyone's help. Come with me, I have a lot of things you like to play with here. Yang Chen began to tempt at the right time. He had thousands of variations of the 9 chain in his hands. These were all recorded in a miscellaneous book collected in the mortal world. With Yang Chen's cultivation base, it was easy to make such simple things, and he didn't even need to use his spiritual power. Lin Zhengyuan followed Yang Chen into Gong Suanling's geographical map of mountains and rivers without thinking about it. If Lin Zhengyuan didn't take the initiative, even if Gong Suanling's geographical map of mountains and rivers was powerful, it would be impossible to forcibly collect him. Maybe because of this action, Lin Zhengyuan would mistakenly think that he was hostile, and that would not be worth it. Now that this was handled in such a way, Lin Zhengyuan had a refuge where he didn't need to worry about his safety at all, and Yang Chen also had an opportunity to ask Lin Zhengyuan's father for a favor in the future. Yang Chen wasn't worried at all about what Lin Zhengyuan would do after he got tired of these 9 chain. This kind of variation of the 9 chain, as long as he wanted, could be designed hundreds or thousands of times more. Even without Yang Chen doing it himself, as long as he handed this matter over to some of the natives, they could easily help Yang Chen make different 9 chain continuously. Moreover, in addition to the 9 chain, Yang Chen also had a trump card, which was the Luban lock passed down from ancient times. It was also a kind of spatial toy. Not only could it be dismantled, but it also tested the player's ability to use their hands and brain and spatial imagination. It was definitely suitable for Lin Zhengyuan to play with. After waiting for a few days, the women returned to Yang Chen's side again. This time, the trip to find Lin Zhengyuan had come to an end. However, there was one more thing that Yang Chen needed to arrange for Gong Sunling to complete. Collect all the natives here into the mountain river geographical map. Hearing this request from Yang Chen, Gong Sunling couldn't help but hesitate. Is this appropriate? If we leave them here, we won't be able to survive the great calamity. Yang Chen patiently explained to Gong Sunling, this is a great merit for saving lives. Don't worry and do it. If possible, just arrange for them to live in the same place as before. This request was not difficult for Gong Sunling. The mountain river geographical map could easily simulate all the terrain. In addition, Gong Sunling had refined the Langya well, so it was not a big problem to collect all the natives and the houses and crops they lived in. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, Gong Sunling also figured it out, and without saying anything, she started to do it. In a moment, the area of 100 miles became bare, and even the people and things, including the land, were collected into the mountain river geographical map. If possible, as long as the spiritual power is enough, and then refine a few more space caves, then you can also refine Fatty Jing's heavenly tribulation room into the mountain river geographical map. You can even let these natives of the spiritual world cultivate in your mountain river geographical map. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen suddenly had an idea and suggested to Gong Sunling. It must be known that Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map was divided into 2 layers after arriving in the spiritual world. One layer was the original mountain river geographical map of the mortal world, and the other layer was the current mountain river geographical map of the spiritual world. If there was the power of the heavenly tribulation, then Gong Sunling's magic weapon would be a holy place for the natives living in it. It would be easy to become a real human immortal or earth immortal in the spiritual world. The speaker was unintentional, the listener was interested, but Gong Sunling fell into contemplation at this moment, as if thinking about the possibility of this. The women did not disturb her. When Gong Sunling figured it out, it must be the result of the great progress in cultivation. After staying with her husband for these years, she was already used to it. Husband, this Lin Zhengyuan, is this arrangement appropriate? Gao you considered more. After knowing Lin Zhengyuan's arrangement, she took advantage of this time to ask. Chapter 1834. There's nothing inappropriate, but everyone must remember that you can't have any hostility towards him. Yang Chen warned the girls. In the future, Lin Zhengyuan might get along with Yang Chen's family. In the face of a golden immortal or even an Zenith Heaven golden immortal master, they must not be careless. He is very sensitive. As long as he finds hostility, he will make a move. We are not his enemies, so we must not be hostile. Yang Chen's solemn warning, how could the girls not understand? They all nodded in agreement. Sun Qingxue was more naughty. At this time, she more or less knew the origin of Ju's Yanning. She couldn't help but jump out and ask, wasn't Sister Ju also sent down from above? Why didn't he become like this? If he knew that he was like this in the future, would he be very sad? Although Ju's Yanning had always been very well behaved and called Gao, Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue elder sister, none of the girls dared to be older in front of her. In turn, they also called Ju's Yanning elder sister. According to age, Ju's Yanning was indeed the oldest. This also formed a unique scene in Yang Chen's harem. Among the 5 wives, Ju's Yanning and the other 4 all called each other elder sister, which was very confusing. When Ju's Yanning heard that it was related to herself, she looked thoughtfully at Lin Zhengyuan, who was playing with the 9 chain rings in the distance. Then she thought of herself and suddenly shivered. If I become like this, it would be better to kill me. If you are not a fish, how can you know the happiness of a fish? Yang Chen was open-minded and said with a smile, we think he is very sad now, but isn't Anji enjoying it? It's impossible to be happy when you become like this, right? Sun Qingxue still couldn't figure out the mystery of it. She just shook her head, I've become a fool and been pointed at and ridiculed. If I live like this, I won't be able to live a day. On this point, all the girls had the same idea. Even Ju's Yanning, who had a similar background, was no exception. They all stood on the side of Sun Qingxue. To a certain extent, wisdom and thinking are the source of all troubles. Yang Chen suddenly sighed and couldn't help but say, "You and I are both in the game." Seeing him so sad for him, who knows that he doesn't even have the thought of being sad in his heart? Why would he feel sad? We will use all kinds of methods to improve our state of mind and immerse ourselves in all kinds of environments to train. Just like Hao Ying cultivated under the scornful eyes of others. Every day, she was plagued with depression and pain. Similarly, Yang Chen looked at Lin Zhengyuan, who had just solved a 9-chain ring with a smile on his face, and continued, "But just by solving an insignificant little toy or watching a small change in the clouds in the sky, he can make himself feel happy from the bottom of his heart." When he thought of Zhu Xianing's extremely perverse personality in his previous life and Lin Zhengyuan's performance in the immortal world in his previous life, Yang Chen suddenly understood the deep meaning behind Lin Zhengyuan's father's arrangement. Lin Zhengyuan's strength was enough to ensure that he didn't have to worry about life and death in the spirit realm, so maintaining this state of mind allowed him to be trained to the greatest extent. When he returned to the immortal world, he only had to think about what he had faced in the past, and he could obtain the improvement of his state of mind that others could only obtain after going through hardships. But he didn't have to bear the depression and inner demons when facing those bad things, because when he really faced those things, he didn't have enough wisdom to think. This kind of simple happiness is something that we self-proclaimed smart people have never experienced. From Lin Zhengyuan, Yang Chen saw that Zhu Xianing's father's arrangement was improper, and his heart ached again. He turned to Zhu Xianing and suddenly hugged her in his arms. He said softly, "Ah Ying, these years have been hard on you." Yang Chen's words had already made the girls fall into a daze. They were all amazing geniuses in cultivation. Not only were their cultivation aptitude excellent, but their intelligence was also undeniable. Just now, Yang Chen's slightly enlightened words made the girls think more and have more understanding. Zhu Xianing was suddenly hugged by her husband, and surrounded by her sisters, but she was also a little shy. Just as she was about to break free, she heard Yang Chen's words and suddenly understood everything. Her father must have spent a huge price to send her to the spirit realm to protect her for some reason. Of course, now she already knew what the reason was. It must be because of the change of ownership of the heavenly court at that time, and her father felt that it was very risky, so he sent her away. Whether it was those seals or the ugly face, they were a protection to prevent her from being hurt. If she hadn't met Yang Chen, in her previous life, she would have to suffer in the spirit realm for at least 1,000 years, and then after ascending to the immortal world, she would fall out with her father, completely not understanding her father's painstaking efforts. Now, Yang Chen's words also reminded Zhu Xianing that everything was because Zhu Xianing's father didn't understand, or his realm was not high enough. He made a lot of arrangements, but it made Zhu Xianing fall into a deeper hell. In the end, this was not his original intention of making those arrangements, but it was a result of a freak combination of factors. Yang Chen's words "it's been hard on you" just hit the softest part of Zhu Xianing's heart. Even though she was already in the heaven immortal realm, and her cultivation was much higher than Yang Chen's, at this moment, Zhu Xianing still felt that the pain and reproach she had suffered for so many years might be a test given to her by heaven, just so that one day her husband could appear and give her the warmest care. Her husband, a little man who was inferior to her in all aspects, was unprecedentedly tall in Zhu Xianing's heart at this moment. It was as if she could endure any hardships as long as she was by his side. "I'm not suffering, husband." 2 lines of clear tears flowed down Zhu Xianing's cheeks, but Zhu Xianing still had a happy smile on her face. "As long as I have you, I'm not suffering." Zhu Xianing's true feelings also made the other women feel sad. Everyone had the same husband, so how could Zhu Xianing's happiness not be their happiness? Thinking about how they had helped each other in difficult times for so many years, the phrase "as long as I have you" was what all the women wanted to say to Yang Chen. Just now, Yang Chen said that because everyone had to consider too many things, it was difficult for them to experience the simplest kind of happiness. But at this moment, everyone realized that this kind of simple happiness was more pleasant than that kind of carefree and simple happiness. Because they had suffered, so happiness was even happier, wasn't it? Unknowingly, the women's cultivation seemed to have slowly changed. But at this moment, who would care about this? Being together with her husband was the most important thing to her. Chapter 1835. The silent ambiguity and tacit understanding spread among Yang Chen's family for a long time, and it was not until Lin Jingyuan let out a hearty, cheerful and presumptuous laughter over there that they were awakened. The feeling of affinity with their husband was immediately destroyed, and the eyes of the women suddenly became a little reproachful. But everyone knew that Lin Jingyuan was a fool at the moment, and no one could really argue with him. They could only turn to Lin Jingyuan and see why he was so happy. Just at a glance, everyone was a little stunned. They could not imagine that Lin Jingyuan was just happy because of this. Lin Jingyuan, who had been sitting there immersed in playing with the 9 rings, didn't know what he was thinking when he was playing. Anyway, the 9 rings were no longer in his hands, but floating in front of Lin Jingyuan. Not only that, the 9 rings, which had no contact at all, seemed to have become a living thing at this moment, moving quickly and automatically, as if there was a pair of invisible hands controlling it. It was abnormally flexible. If Lin Jingyuan was a normal cultivator, such a situation would not be surprising, nothing more than a sword controlling technique. However, now Lin Jingyuan was clearly a fool who didn't know anything, but he was able to learn this technique by accident without a teacher. It could be said to be a small miracle. What he learned in this state of concentration would deepen as Lin Jingyuan played. As long as there was a period of time, this feeling would become a kind of instinct for Lin Jingyuan. When Lin Jingyuan regained his sanity, he could become an absolute sword-controlling master almost without paying any price. Everyone was a cultivator, and everyone understood the future of this kind of development, and everyone was a little envious. It had to be said that Lin Jingyuan had a good father, and it was really amazing that he could be willing to let Lin Jingyuan enter this state. When Lin Jingyuan was a little lost in thought, Shi Wushuang suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. It was at this moment that she realized that her cultivation had changed after she had been enlightened by her husband through their mental connection. His spiritual power cultivation did not improve much. This was the result of years of hard work. It was not something that could be changed in a day or two. However, with just such a realization, Shi Wushuang's spiritual awareness cultivation had improved by a small realm, which was unexpected to her. Before Shi Wushuang could fully accept this surprise, the other women all showed the same expression. It was also during this time that they all discovered the changes in their spiritual consciousness cultivation. In just a short period of time, everyone's spirit consciousness cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the heaven immortal realm. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Originally, the purpose of coming out this time was to find Lin Jingyuan. Now, not only did they find the main character, but it also allowed the spiritual awareness cultivation of the women to improve a little. No one had any dissatisfaction with this. Yang Chen's harvest was also not small, even more so than the girls. Before he dispersed his cultivation, his spiritual consciousness cultivation had already reached the peak of the heaven immortal stage, and he was only a step away from surpassing it. This time, because he suddenly understood the arrangements made by Lin Jingyuan's father, he had an epiphany towards such a grand and wise arrangement. His divine sense soared again. Originally, there was an endless stream of pure divine sense gushing out from his sea of consciousness. Coupled with Yang Chen's breakthrough in comprehension, his divine sense cultivation successfully broke through the bottleneck of the peak of heavenly immortal stage and rushed straight to the 2nd stage of profound immortal stage. The leap of a great realm was far more beneficial than the women's advancement of a small realm. Of course, there was still a guy who was dissatisfied. At least, Ao Lai was very dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. Yang Chen found the person he was looking for, and his cultivation actually improved. Even Yang Chen's women were no exception. Only he was the same as before. Not only did he not improve, but he also became a laborer, helping Yang Chen refine the Dragon Clan's magic weapon. He, Uncle Ao Lai, was also a member of the royal family of the Dragon Clan, but now he was so miserable. Although these things were said to be voluntary, but seeing others get a lot of benefits, only he himself got nothing, this mood was also very depressed. Of course, Yang Chen discovered Ao Lai's state, and secretly laughed in his heart. The royal family of the Dragon Clan also had such a narrow-minded time, there were not many opportunities to see it. However, since he wanted to make friends with Ao Lai, He should make him happy when it was time to make him happy, lest the two sides hurt the friendship that was built up with great difficulty because of this unbalanced cooperation. Ao Lai, help me refine the Dragon Palace, I will give this to you. A gourd appeared in Yang Chen's hand, and he shook it in front of Ao Lai as if showing off. This was found in a treasure room in the Dragon Palace when he obtained the Fire Dragon Palace from Ao Lai. It contained the dragon essence and the dragon soul fragrance of the dragon clan. The dragon essence and the dragon soul fragrance had been used up by Yang Chen, and only this gourd was left. Yang Chen had no use for it for the time being, so Ao Lai could use it more or less. To be honest, it was just a gourd, the real good things in it had been used by Yang Chen, and the remaining container was just a comfort, just to make Ao Lai not feel so disappointed. However, no matter what, it was still considered an important thing of the original fire dragon, so it was not considered impossible to take it out. What Yang Chen did not expect was that when Ao Lai saw this gourd, he did not care much at first, and grabbed it with his claws, and then the two huge dragon eyes suddenly enlarged by 3 times. The two sparkling eyes were like 2 bright lanterns. It was obvious that this was definitely something good that could tempt Ao Lai. Are you really giving it to me? The thing was already in his hands, but Ao Lai still did not seem to be sure that it was really for him, so he asked a superfluous question. Then he came to his senses and looked at Yang Chen a little uneasily, for fear that he would take it back. Isn't it already in your hands? Yang Chen smiled slightly, not regretting that he had misjudged the true value of the gourd. This gourd was originally an item of the Fire Dragon Palace, and returning it to Ao Lai was just like offering Buddha a borrowed flower. In terms of the physical body, it could even be said to be returning the item to its original owner. Yang Chen had already taken the most precious thing in it, and returning the container to Ao Lai was not stingy at all. Of course, if you can refine the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle and the Dragon Palace together as soon as possible, I think we will be even happier. The reward for the excited dragon heart had already been given to Ao Lai, and Yang Chen did not mind using a small request to stimulate his actions. No problem. Ao Lai's dragon claws shook, and the gourd disappeared somewhere. He agreed loudly, and his spirit was also lifted. No one could see his movements, but they could clearly feel that Ao Lai's fighting spirit had risen to the highest. Chapter 1836. Yang Chen did not give an exact time, nor did he even give an accurate inference. He just told the representatives of all parties that he felt there must be something wrong with it and let everyone pay attention to it. The rest of the matters would be solved by the major sect themselves. In the past, they just didn't send people to explore the core in order to avoid making sacrifices in vain. Now that this kind of thing has happened, it is necessary to send a few more masters to investigate. Anyway, there are already a large number of dwelling divine jade, and those masters have no worries, presumably they can find some clues of danger. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has quickly established a connection with Xiao Tian and asked with his mind. The result made Yang Chen dumbfounded. After sending away the representatives of all parties, Yang Chen also let out a long sigh of relief. The seed has been planted, only waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit. Now, he can finally cultivate again without interference. The favor has been sold, and the arrangement of the Zhao family has been destroyed. Maybe when the major sect mobilizes all their forces to explore, they can find some clues about the Zhao family. A simple notice, but it has indescribable benefits. Of course, there must be a suitable reason to greet them. This is very easy, that is, the Murong sisters found the same seal formation on the periphery as before, and all the others can be skipped. As for the deeper things, why this seal formation is exactly the same as the ones found in other places by the women, it is the secret that the major sect has to dig deep. In fact, almost all the major sect have permanent masters in the Sunset Rock. As soon as they received the notice, they rushed to Chunyang Palace without stopping, and at this time, the women have not even set off yet. For the original Huolong, he would not put this gourd in his eyes as a fairy immortal. But for Ao Lai, it was a completely different concept. Go home. Yang Chen waved his hand, and the women answered in unison. Under the control of Ao Lai, the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle flew back to Chunyang Palace. In fact, deep in his heart, Yang Chen hoped that Gong Sunling could also refine the demon continent and the monster beast space, but unfortunately, the current Gong Sunling obviously did not have this ability. Even if Yang Chen wanted to give it to her, she wouldn't be able to accept it. She could only wait until her cultivation improved in the future. It could be imagined that the trial grounds would definitely welcome a small peak of exploration from all the major sects. For the super sect, although the core of the training ground was extremely dangerous, it was not to the extent that no one could enter or leave. With the 9 zithers as proof and the supreme mystic immortal experts by the ladies' side as proof, the sealing formation of the trial ground was accepted by the various major sect almost without any hiccups. It was related to the safety of tens of thousands of disciples of the major sect in the trial ground, so the representatives of the major sect did not dare to neglect it. They immediately rushed back to the sect as fast as possible to discuss countermeasures. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that Xiao Tian had no interest in this gourd that could only be refined at the fairy immortal level. The understatement when he answered Yang Chen was unusually clear. This could only mean that at least this gourd was no longer in Xiao Tian's eyes. So far, Chunyang Palace had done their utmost. If there were any changes in the trial ground that led to the casualties of the disciples of the major sect, then Chunyang Palace could not be blamed. On the contrary, once the disciples of the sect survived because of this reminder, it would be a great favor. However, this also made everyone more curious. What was this gourd? How could it make Ao Lai so moved? Soon, in less than a few months, the number of billions of aborigines in this tens of thousands of miles was all collected by Gong Sunling. The huge area, which was originally full of traces of human activities, was scraped off the ground and turned into a bare wasteland. Perhaps in the years to come, it would slowly restore the lush green of the past, but that would be many years later. From leaving Chunyang Palace to returning, it took more than 3 years. There were still a few years before the outbreak of the trial ground. It's almost time. You should go back and say hello to the sect. Chunyang Palace had been preparing for 3 years in advance. If they did not remind the other sect at this time, when the outbreak really came, those sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, the intact Chunyang Palace would definitely become the target of public criticism, and even become a thorn in the eyes of the major sect. There were cultivators here, but it was not a gathering place for cultivators. If the disciples of Danding School did not come out to collect herbs for experience, they would not come to this place. Therefore, after Ao Lai fully released his aura of the peak of Fairy Immortal, almost all the cultivators took the initiative to leave, and the process of Gong Suanling's collection was not disturbed at all. It should be known that Ao Lai's consciousness was still in the mortal world, and at most, it was at the level of the Great Vehicle stage. He suddenly accepted the body of a peak of Fairy Immortal, but whether it was knowledge or wealth, it could not be compared with the real Fairy Immortal level of the Dragon Clan. This gourd could save him hundreds of years of refining time. Of course, Ao Lai had such a reaction. Xiao Tian had also seen this gourd, but it was obvious that he was only interested in the dragon soul fragrance in the gourd, and didn't even care about the dragon essence. Could it be that Xiao Tian also made a mistake? Everyone here had seen this gourd. Seeing that Yang Chen actually used this gourd full of dragon essence to encourage Ao Lai to take the initiative, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. This thing was not a very good thing. Basically, as long as the Dragon Clan reached the level of Fairy Immortal, they could refine it themselves. The only difficulty may be that it was a little troublesome to find materials, and the refining time was relatively long. The function of the gourd was to store some things of the Dragon Clan itself, such as the dragon soul fragrance and so on. In order to win the trust of the major sect, Yang Chen even did not hesitate to let the women take the 9 ancient zithers back separately. Everyone brought their own. The dragon bone string pillar and the dragon beard zither string had been taken, and the parts of Lan Wujiao were still left for the people of the sect to explore by themselves. The 5 Taoist sects were notified, and the demon sects and the demon clan were no exception. However, it was not as simple as letting their wives and concubines go back to the sect to inform. They could only release the news through Elder Wu of the Wanbao Tower at Sunset Rock, and let them send a representative to Chunyang Palace to convey something important. It seemed that so far, it was a happy situation. In the following days, Gong Sunling drove the Mountain River geographical map and brought all the Aborigines in this area into the illusion of the Mountain River geographical map unknowingly. It was said to be an illusion, but it had refined the Langya well inside, and there was a vast real space, so there was no problem in living. Yang Chen even took out a few medicine garden spaces and let Gong Sunling refine them. They only needed to find more space immortal cave magic treasures in the future, and then integrate them. Chapter 1837. The representatives of the sect were received by the head of the palace. On the one hand, it was to show respect for the sect and be more formal. On the other hand, Yang Chen's physical condition at this time was not suitable for showing his face. The change in his cultivation base could definitely not be hidden from everyone, so he casually made a reason for retreat. The heavenly spirit and earthly fiend Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements Merit Secret Art. Yang Chen combined the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements Secret Art, the Yellow Turban Strongman Body Refining Technique, the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earthly Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art as well as the Merit Chapter. The new Golden Body Secret Art after the Burning Heaven Fire was not easy to cultivate at all. Especially at the beginning, Yang Chen had to consume a lot of merit to enter the foundation stage. In the process of Yang Chen leaving Chunyang Palace to find Lin Zhengyuan and coming back, Yang Chen has maintained this realm and has not improved. Outside, Yang Chen has not yet been fully familiar with the cultivation method, so he naturally can't cultivate more. Without interference, the consumption of merit could be minimized. Although Yang Chen was a super rich man in merit, Yang Chen didn't mind saving a little more when he could save. His spiritual awareness actually skyrocketed to the 2nd grade of Shen Immortal during the time he went out, which was of great benefit to his spiritual power cultivation. The stronger the spiritual awareness, the stronger the ability to control spiritual power, and the less merit consumed. Before continuing to cultivate the Golden Body Secret Art, Yang Chen still cautiously cultivated the 3 Purities Secret Art. With just one cultivation, Yang Chen discovered the trend of the 3 Purities Secret Art eager to try. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base has reached the terrifying realm of the 2nd grade of Shen Immortal, but his spiritual power cultivation base was only at the foundation stage. In between, there were 7 realms of Jedan, Yuanying, Daching, Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Fairy Immortal, and Shen Immortal. Under such a huge gap, the 2nd division of the spiritual awareness became inevitable. Li Cheng has already pointed out to Yang Chen in this regard, so when facing the division of the spiritual awareness, Yang Chen was not as anxious as before, he just let nature take its course. As expected, his spiritual awareness began to split. At this moment, Yang Chen was able to face it with a normal heart. Almost with the mentality of a bystander, he calmly watched the divine sense split into 2 independent primordial spirits. Not only did the splitting of the spirit consciousness result in 2 primordial spirits, but Yang Chen's spirit consciousness cultivation also declined along with the splitting of the spirit consciousness. Both primordial spirits were at the 1st stage of the Shen Immortal realm. However, in both of Yang Chen's primordial spirits, there was a kind of freedom that had broken free of the shackles, like a fish leaping in the vast ocean and flying in the sky. Unknowingly, the 3 Purities Secret Art had entered the 5th layer with the successful split of the spiritual awareness. For a moment, Yang Chen couldn't tell if there were any big changes, but the fact that there were no invisible restraints was enough to make Yang Chen happy. The 2 independent primordial spirits were almost exactly the same. The only difference was the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness of the main primordial spirit was still the same size, but the sea of consciousness of the brand new 2nd primordial spirit was relatively weak. Not only was the area smaller by almost 100 times, but there were not so many things in the sea of consciousness, it seemed very pure. In the process of splitting, Yang Chen had already prepared the immortal beheading blade. As soon as the division of the spiritual awareness was completed, the 2nd complete spiritual awareness was actively attached to the immortal beheading blade and began the 1st step of integration into the spirit. Both spiritual awareness were Yang Chen's, but there was a master and a secondary one. The process at this moment was equivalent to working together to refine the immortal beheading blade again. This was his own life source magic weapon, and it was closely related to his 2nd primordial spirit. Yang Chen was not stingy in the consumption of merit points. A lot of merit points were invested. Every time the universe treasure-raising secret art was operated, Yang Chen's second primordial spirit and the immortal beheading blade were merged. The whole process repeated itself over and over again. Yang Chen fell into a wonderful realization. As soon as the spiritual awareness split, Yang Chen noticed that he seemed to have one more twin, but the twin's thoughts were still exactly the same. The two primordial spirits felt the same, and the feelings that this primordial spirit had would also be produced in the other primordial spirit, which was very novel. Then the feelings of the two sides began to diverge. The main primordial spirit in his body was still the original Yang Chen, there was no change, but the second primordial spirit began to transmit a cold metal taste. Yang Chen knew that this was the first feeling when the primordial spirit integrated with the immortal beheading blade. As the integration process deepened, Yang Chen experienced this extraordinary feeling. On the one hand, he was sitting in the same place without moving, on the other hand, it was as if he had a metal body, and there were 9 flying swords of different attributes in his body. On one side was the flesh, on the other side was metal, but it was just right to unify the senses, it was definitely a new experience. When refining the spirit, it was best for the spirit body as the spirit body to take the initiative. This was the case for a Zhu and a Bai before, and later for Ao Lai and the dragon spirit of the fire dragon. As long as it actively cooperated with the owner of the magic weapon, this process would be extraordinarily smooth. But compared to being willing, whether it was a Zhu and a Bai, or Ao Lai or the dragon spirit, how could it be more willing than Yang Chen himself? How could it be compared to Yang Chen's own cooperation? The whole process was simply a mess. After successfully sacrificing the second primordial spirit as the spirit of the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved and the bloody river in the main body's sea of consciousness directly entered the sea of consciousness of the second primordial spirit. At this time, there was no violent killing intent in the sea of consciousness of Yang Chen's main body, and all the killing intent was transferred to the immortal beheading blade. The immortal beheading blade was originally a murderous weapon, and with so much killing intent, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Yang Chen's main body was also less troublesome to be regarded as an evil spirit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As soon as the bloody river was transferred, a bloody red appeared on the immortal beheading blade. It was as if this blade had become a real living thing, and it was still held in Yang Chen's hand. In the next moment, it would become a violent beast and tear all opponents to pieces. In Yang Chen's mind, there was suddenly a feeling of hunger and thirst. That was the hunger and thirst of the immortal beheading blade, which could not be solved by drinking water and eating, but a kind of bloodthirst. Perhaps only the blood of the enemy could satisfy the immortal beheading blade a little. When the whole process was completely over, he had completely and truly controlled the immortal beheading blade. Not only that, even every corner of the immortal beheading blade, every inch of the blade, had a taste of flesh and blood. The immortal beheading blade seemed to have become a part of Yang Chen's body, it had feelings, vitality, and needs, just like a finger. Xiao Tian also seemed to notice the huge change in the immortal beheading blade, and curiously poked his head out and stared at the immortal beheading blade. It seemed to be wondering why the original cold immortal beheading blade gave him such a close feeling. That feeling was as if a part of Yang Chen's body had become a weapon, which made him unable to understand. Chapter 1838. The taste coming from the immortal beheading blade seemed to be more delicious. Xiao Tian's big tongue could no longer be held back, it stretched out and licked directly on the blade. At that moment, Yang Chen suddenly had an illusion that his whole body was being honed, and even the impurities in his spiritual awareness seemed to be licked away by this tongue. Xiao Tian had a closer and closer feeling with his master, and the tongue licking the blade didn't want to stop. Yang Chen's heart moved, and the immortal beheading blade had directly penetrated into the big mouth of Xiao Tian. In Xiao Tian's body, it should be able to nourish the immortal beheading blade and the tool spirit more, right? As Yang Chen expected, as soon as it entered the body of Xiao Tian, the tool spirit, which was closely related to Yang Chen's body, had a feeling as if it had returned to its mother's body. The surrounding space seemed to have turned into primal chaos, and the immortal beheading saber became a life being nurtured in it. It had a trace of the great Tao of the beginning of the world, causing the weapon spirit to enter a state of embryonic breathing, causing the weapon spirit to directly sink into it and be unable to extricate itself. Even without the control of Yang Chen and the tool spirit, the body of the immortal beheading blade would be naturally tempered, and the tool spirit would also be nourished and strengthened. Yazi was really the best choice for maintaining the magic weapon, even better than the sea of consciousness of the master. Not only that, in the belly of Xiao Tian, the trace of hunger and thirst that Yang Chen had felt disappeared without a trace, and Yang Chen himself relaxed for a while. Sure enough, none of the suggestions given by his sworn brother Li Cheng were not just right. Yang Chen sighed in his heart and began to re-examine his own situation. It was normal for the realm of the spiritual awareness to be reduced. After all, it was split into two, but it was still maintained in the Xian Immortal first grade, which made Yang Chen very surprised. In his estimation, the best situation was no more than the peak of the Fairy Immortal. This alone made Yang Chen feel that everything was worth it. The Three Purities secret art had entered a new realm, at least for a long time. Yang Chen no longer had to worry about the problem of splitting his spiritual awareness, and he could fully impact the higher realm of the Three Purities secret art. After recultivating for so many years, Yang Chen has already experienced the power of the Three Purities secret art. No matter what, he had to carry forward the ultimate technique of the Tao ancestor. The direct feeling of the fifth level of the Three Purities secret art was that Yang Chen found that his spiritual awareness threads had the intention of gathering again. Yang Chen didn't know what kind of change this was, whether it was good or bad, but since it was a natural change at a higher level of the Three Purities secret art, Yang Chen would not refuse. Yang Chen wanted to take advantage of the time when his second primordial spirit had just been refined into an artifact spirit to immediately refine the black bracelet into the immortal slaying saber, but he also knew that this was only a beautiful wish. Sacrificially refining a life source magic weapon was not only about having a strong spiritual sense, the cultivation of spiritual power was also equally important. Moreover, in his current state, it was still unknown whether or not he could control the white tinder freely. Yang Chen did not want to take the risk. In cultivation, the most taboo was to be greedy and rash. Steady was the way of the king. The Xian Immortal level spiritual awareness controlled the spiritual power of the golden body secret art and began to flow slowly in the meridians of Yang Chen. Two fire dragons, one black and one white, circulated along Yang Chen's heaven and earth bridge. Yang Chen's body seemed to fall directly into the flame. While practicing, he was being sacrificially refined by the flame. Practicing the golden body secret art once was equivalent to practicing the 10 kinds of spiritual power of the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art at the same time. At the same time, he also had to practice the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and he also had to practice the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art together. If it was only spiritual power, it was okay. But Yang Chen must also take into account the yin-yang heaven burning fire to introduce all the spiritual power, so that the 10 kinds of spiritual power of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art must have a kind of fire nature. The difficulty was unprecedented. Even the creator of the golden body secret art, Yang Chen, must use the merit book to protect himself at the beginning of the cultivation stage. Otherwise, if there is a mistake in any place, the light will be the devil, the heavy will be the jade and the stone will be destroyed, and the whole will be burned into coke. A huge amount of merit was put into the golden body secret art as if it was free, to maintain this balanced state where the body would not be burned by the flame and the spiritual power could be fully mobilized. Every cultivation cycle made Yang Chen have a deeper understanding of the golden body secret art. Under the strong spiritual pressure in the Dragon Palace, the harvest of each cycle was more than a month of cultivation in the mortal world. The brand new golden body secret art spiritual power with fire nature experienced the refining of the yin-yang heaven burning fire, plus the coordination of the mysterious white fire seed, seemed to be purer than the spiritual power. Yang Chen didn't know if this was his own illusion, but with his current cultivation, he couldn't compete with others, so he couldn't judge for a while. Gao Yu Gong Sunling and Zhu Xianying, who had been accompanying Yang Chen in his cultivation, watched Yang Chen's cultivation, and all of them were in a cold sweat. The rest of the women had returned to the sect according to Yang Chen's instructions. Now in Chunyang Palace, only the 3 of them were still accompanying Yang Chen. The scene of Yang Chen's cultivation was simply too scary. His whole body was bathed in the raging flame, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a golden figure. They were all cultivators, and even without getting close, they could feel the horror of that kind of flame. If they didn't know that it was Yang Chen's own life source fire seed, they would not dare to let Yang Chen practice this kind of cultivation method. Not to mention the three women were in a cold sweat, even Ao Lai, who was refining the Dragon Palace and the mysterious Sky Underworld Sea Shuttle, was secretly surprised. Others didn't know, but he knew the situation in the Fire Dragon Palace very well. Every time Yang Chen cultivated, even with every breath, Ao Lai could feel the spiritual power in the Fire Dragon Palace rushing to Yang Chen like a tide. The spiritual power provided by thousands of fire spirit pearls and the spiritual power provided by the Water Dragon Palace and the Earth Dragon Palace could only meet the needs of Yang Chen alone. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He was a master at the peak of Fairy Immortal, but he was caught and thrown around by Yang Chen with one hand, which was not wrong at all. This was Ao Lai's real feeling in his heart. It was a good thing to have a good relationship with such a cultivator, even if he was from the noble dragon clan. Yang Chen was immersed in his cultivation and ignored the outside world, but the major sect had already been in a mess because of Yang Chen's reminder. For the major sect, the trial ground was jointly controlled by the super sect, and the disciples of the other small sect had no chance to enjoy it. Now, suddenly, someone reminded them that there might be a problem in the trial ground. Of course, the major sect would not let this happen. If an ordinary cultivator said this, he would definitely be treated as a joke. If it was light, he would be ignored, and if it was heavy, he would be taught a lesson. But it was Yang Chen who was reminded, so they could not ignore it. In some aspects, Yang Chen's performance seemed to have never been wrong, so everyone had to pay attention to it. Chapter 1839. Since Yang Chen ascended to the spiritual world, whether it was seeking territory for the sect, looking for the spiritual vein, or even taking out the perching divine jade, these things all showed Yang Chen's foresight. In addition, Yang Chen had cultivated a tacit understanding with the major sect since the beginning of the mortal world. At this time, even if it was something that had never happened before, the major sect would treat it cautiously. After all, it was related to the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in their sect. No amount of caution was too much. After receiving the news, the senior leaders of the sect had an urgent discussion. Although Yang Chen's warning was only his suspicion, the sect still attached great importance to it. The junior disciples in the trial ground all received the sect's notice in the shortest time possible and evacuated the trial ground as soon as possible. Those who stayed were at least at the advanced Earth Immortal level or above. They just gathered near the area that the sect was responsible for to monitor the changes in the trial ground. It was impossible for the major sect to respond so passively, so it was reasonable to take the initiative to see what was happening. The major sect sent formation masters to the place where the Murong sisters unlocked the seal to study the concealment effect of the sealing formation at the edge. Of course, the highest way to deal with it was to send their supreme masters to go deep into the core of the trial ground to explore. The core of the trial ground was full of danger. Even a supreme mystic immortal master might not be able to come and go freely. However, the foundation of the major sect was not something that ordinary cultivators could imagine. Magic weapons similar to Yang Chen's sea-pouring jasper cup to shield divine sense were also emerging. The area that these supreme masters entered with such magic weapons was no worse than the core that Yang Chen and Li Cheng went deep into. In the past, everyone had a tacit understanding not to go deeper because the major sect had lost masters because of this. Since the trial ground could maintain all disciples' experience in it, the sect also had a tacit understanding not to get to the bottom of it. They even set an area for the disciples that could not be easily exceeded. With the divine perching jade provided by Yang Chen, the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts no longer had any worries. Actually, as long as they waited a little longer, there would be no need for Yang Chen to remind them of the problems in the trial grounds. There would also be supreme experts who would take the initiative to enter and investigate. The core area meant great danger with a slim chance of survival, but at the same time, it also meant an opportunity to gain experience and great opportunities that others could not imagine. To be honest, the major sect attached great importance to the warning of Chunyang Palace, but it was not a priority that they would ignore everything else. Everyone was waiting for the results of their respective Grand Elders' investigations. They all wanted to know the secrets of the trial ground's core. In the past, when the sect worked together, they were also on guard against each other. Everyone knew that there was even a little discord between the three factions, fearing that one of them would obtain more secrets and restrain each other. This time, with the reminder of Chunyang Palace, the major sect uncharacteristically cooperated in the face of the Zhao family, a formidable enemy hidden in the dark. Dozens of Grand Supreme Elders had a tacit understanding to meet somewhere in the core area of the trial ground, intending to work together to find out the truth. Each sect had sent 2 or 3 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Elders, adding up to dozens of them. The lineup was unprecedentedly strong. It had been a few months since they entered, and there was no news at all. This was not surprising. For so many years, the sect had not been able to fully explore the core area of the trial ground. In just a few months, no matter how diligent the Grand Supreme Elders were, it was impossible for them to complete the work that had not been completed in the past tens of thousands of years. Just as the senior leaders of the sect were waiting to hear the good news from the Grand Supreme Elders, a sudden change occurred. Almost every sect received the news that the divine perching jade left by the Grand Supreme Elders had suddenly activated and condensed a new Grand Supreme Elder's body. In fact, all the divine perching jade of the participating Grand Supreme Elders had been activated. This also meant that the Grand Supreme Elders who had entered the core area of the trial ground had been completely annihilated. Of course, it also proved that the divine perching jade given by Yang Chen was absolutely a good thing. The divine perching jade was reborn, and its memory could only be retained at the moment when it left behind its original spirit. What happened after that was completely unknown. The sect had no way of knowing what the Grand Supreme Elders had encountered in the core area of the trial ground. They only knew that they must have encountered a strong enemy and been completely annihilated. None of the dozens of Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Elders had been able to escape. It could be imagined what kind of strong enemy was hidden in there. The hidden meaning of this was enough to move the senior leaders of the major sect. Those zithers were obtained from the hands of the Zhao family, and they had hidden secret directions. All of them had sealing formations that were almost identical in nature. This point could be verified by the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts around Yang Chen's wives and concubines. There was an explanation for the sudden appearance of so many Grand Supreme Masters in Chunyang Palace. While the sect was relieved, they also began to carefully study the formation of the Zhao family. During these days, they had more or less obtained some results. The specific goal of the Zhao family was still unknown, but it was definitely not a good thing. The most important thing was that the sect could finally confirm that the trial ground was clearly related to the Zhao family. The study of the sealing formation on the periphery of the trial ground had given a clear conclusion. This time, all the sect became nervous. This was not a joke. No sect would make such a joke with the lives of several Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals. In other words, the unknown danger that Chunyang Palace had warned them about might be becoming a reality. What made the major sect's hair stand on end was that they had actually practiced in the formation of the Zhao family for many years and generations of disciples. This was simply putting all kinds of secrets and cultivation methods of their own sect under the nose of the Zhao family for them to study. When they thought of how proud they had been of controlling the trial ground and how much benefit they had gained for the sect, the humiliation became more and more intense. Apart from fear, there was also a hint of anger and humiliation on his face. The Zhao family simply did not take the cultivators of the world seriously and played them in the palm of their hands. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? Almost at the same time, all the disciples of the major sect who were monitoring the trial ground had become fairy immortals, and all the earth immortals had been withdrawn. The scope of monitoring was also limited to the periphery of the trial ground. Each sect was responsible for the area originally occupied by their sect. Outside the trial ground, the major sect had also begun to make various arrangements. Experts and formations. Anyway, it was better to be prepared. Once there was a change in the trial ground, they could immediately form a formation to protect themselves and at the same time, give the enemy inside the trial the biggest blow. The Grand Supreme Masters in charge of the periphery were ordered to kill anyone who was not a disciple of the sect. Chapter 1840. Just when all the major sect were making emergency arrangements as if they were facing a formidable enemy, a group of cultivators in the Danding School was studying another matter. Due to the exceptional standard of alchemy, the Danding School was quite influential among the cultivators. Even though each of the major sect had its own top-notch alchemists, they had no choice but to rely on the Danding School when it came to alchemy. Similar to the appearance pill and the longevity pill in Yang Chen's hands, many of these elixirs were unique to the Danding School. Outsiders didn't know the formula and couldn't figure out the method of alchemy. Therefore, they could only buy them from the Danding School. As a result, the Danding School had a relatively high status in both the mortal world and the spiritual world. Similarly, this somewhat transcendent status also caused many disciples of the Danding School to have an arrogant attitude. The group of people who had encountered Yang Chen was like that. Now, another group of people was also like that. The cause of this matter was because Yang Chen had encountered several disciples of the Danding School when he was looking for Lin Zhengyuan. One of the disciples of the Danding School, who was relatively upright or couldn't integrate into the small circle, was sent back to the sect to report that there had been an unusual change in Yang Chen's cultivation. A trivial human immortal cultivator might have been injured in the training ground and his cultivation had been affected. Actually, there was no need to pay too much attention to such a trivial matter. However, when this person was Yang Chen, it was a different matter. The person who received the news was an ordinary elder of the Danding School. The ordinary elder seemed to feel that the news was important and immediately reported it to the core higher-ups. Most of the core higher-ups didn't think much of it. At most, they felt that Yang Chen's identity was slightly special. However, since Yang Chen wasn't a disciple of the Danding School and the change in Yang Chen's cultivation wasn't due to the Danding School, they didn't need to pay too much attention to it. However, one of the core higher-ups seemed to have seen some inside information. Without batting an eyelid, he sent someone to rescue those disciples of the Danding School who had encountered Yang Chen. The result was predictable. It was impossible for those who had already died to come back to life. A lowly human immortal disciple didn't have the qualifications and wealth to buy a dwelling god jade. The sect wouldn't prepare a dwelling god jade for them. Therefore, the final result was nothing. After knowing this news, the core elder surnamed Zhong began to scheme in his heart. It was common for disciples of the sect to lose a few small fries during their experimental learning. The Danding School had always been wealthy, and it wasn't the first or second time that they had been killed and robbed. At worst, they could just get revenge later. Right now, it was obvious that the disciples on their side were greedy, which led to this calamity. However, who would care about this? Elder Zhong's mind was thinking about whether he could get some benefits from Yang Chen's hands through this matter. The few pill formulas in Yang Chen's hands had always been coveted by Danding Gate. For example, the prolonging life pill. However, Yang Chen didn't seem to guard it strictly. He just told everyone that the prolonging life pill needed the purified devilish bead as the raw material. He was happy to sell the pill formulas at a high price. However, the buyer had to consider many things. It was impossible to spend a lot of money on this kind of pill formula whose raw materials were almost gone. As for the other pills, be it the questioning inner heart pill, the Yunji pill, or even the so-called exclusive appearance pill of Yang Chen, these tests were more about the skill of the alchemist. The pill formulas were not so secret, so Danding Gate didn't consider them. In this way, it seemed that the pill formulas owned by Yang Chen were not so much desired by Danding Gate. Elder Zhong's eyes turned to the other things that Yang Chen had. Needless to say, everyone wanted to get the dwelling god jade. Unfortunately, Danding Gate was not a super big sect, so it couldn't get Yang Chen's gift. It could only spend a lot of money to buy it at the auction. The problem was that even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. After so many years, Danding Gate only had a few pieces, which could be counted with two hands. If they could get some dwelling god jade from Yang Chen, it would be worth it. If they could also get the secret of Yang Chen's rapid improvement of the alchemy level, it would be even more perfect. Elder Zhong's eyes retracted from a pill in his hand. It was a 5 turns Yunji pill refined by Yang Chen. The 5 vivid dragon patterns on it were clearly visible. Yes, with Yang Chen's current cultivation, he could no longer use his alchemy furnace. An alchemy furnace that could refine dragon pattern pills was by no means ordinary, or the main goal should be this. Whether it was for the prescription of the elixir or the dwelling god jade, it was not only for Yang Chen, but also directly against Chunyang Palace. Today's Chunyang Palace was different from 100 years ago, when there were no more than 100 disciples. Now it was a big sect with tens of thousands of disciples, so it must not be underestimated. When he decided on his main goal, Elder Zhong rushed all the way to the Puryang Palace. He believed that since Yang Chen didn't show up when he reminded the major sects before, he must not want others to know that there was something wrong with his cultivation. Why was it like this? If it was just an accident in the trial land that affected his cultivation base, this was not a big deal. As long as he could cure his injury and restore his cultivation base, with Yang Chen's reputation, it would not have any impact. But why did he hide it? It could only be said that in the trial site, Yang Chen must have found more things, or encountered more incredible situations. Judging from the fact that his cultivation was almost completely abolished, maybe he had died once and was resurrected by the dwelling god jade in his hands. When he thought of this possibility, Elder Zhong's confidence was greater. He even suspected that Yang Chen used the dwelling god jade after discovering something, and then let the Xian immortal master around him bring out the dwelling god jade, so he remembered what happened in the trial site. It must be like this. Before Elder Zhong entered Chunyang Palace, he figured out this problem and couldn't help but clench his fists. This time, maybe he could get more things from Yang Chen. The high-level elders of the Pill Cauldron sect came to visit. Of course, the Puryang Palace was a grand reception. The head of the palace personally came forward, accompanied by the 2 great elders, Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang. However, Elder Zhong's request made the palace master very embarrassed. His tone was very tough to see Yang Chen, even though Yang Chen had announced that he was in retreat. Elder Zhong actually directly said that there was something wrong with Yang Chen's cultivation, and he must see him. Yang Chen's cultivation, the palace master knew, but he also believed that Yang Chen could cultivate back in just a few hundred years, so he was not worried at all. Things that should have been confidential were actually known by the high-level elders of Danding sect, which made the palace master have a bad premonition. After some weighing, with the approval of Yang Chen, Elder Zhong finally came to Yang Chen. Chapter 1841. Elder Zhong, why do you insist on seeing me? After the meeting, Yang Chen just put on the attitude of a younger generation, but that was all, nothing more. Without any small talk, Yang Chen immediately asked about Elder Zhong's purpose. I'm here to seek justice for the disciples of my sect. Elder Zhong also knew that he was an unwelcome guest, so he didn't feign civility and took out the bargaining chip in his hand. Seeing that Yang Chen was unhappy and about to speak, Elder Zhong didn't wait for Yang Chen to refute or explain. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "No need to trouble yourself. You killed them, and I have a witness. You shouldn't have let that disciple who returned to the sect go. He is the evidence. They were scum. If they were killed, then so be it. Don't tell me that I don't dare to admit it." To Elder Zhong's surprise, Yang Chen didn't deny it at all. He directly admitted it. Why? Elder Zhong, do you want to stand up for the outstanding disciples of Danding School who were taught well? In short, one side wanted to bully others, but was killed instead. Even if this matter was explained to the heavens, the people of Danding School couldn't be in the right. Let's not talk about other things. Just the fact that Yang Chen was only at the foundation establishment stage was enough to firmly stand on his side. What was the meaning of you, a few human immortal experts, besieged him when something happened to his cultivation? Death is the most important thing. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Elder Zhong sat on the guest seat with his legs crossed. He casually picked up the teacup on the table and took a big gulp. Then, he slowly said, "No matter how you look at it, even if they have violated the rules of the sect and violated the taboo of cultivators, they are still disciples of the Danding School. Our Danding School can punish them according to the sect rules, but outsiders cannot. Basically, in the world of cultivators, as long as something like this happened, all the big sect's reaction would be to protect their own. If our sect's disciples are unfilial, only our sect's law enforcement hall can deal with them. If an outsider dares to meddle in our affairs, he will be our enemy. Between the various sect, there was no lack of wrangling over such matters. From attacking each other to shedding all pretense of cordiality, two sects became enemies of various degrees. Therefore, if both sides had no choice but to fight, it would be best to do it cleanly so that no one would be able to get hold of it. At that time, young Chen did not plan to make a move, which could be considered as leaving a small problem for himself. This old man gave face to the Pure Yang Palace and gave face to Grandmaster Yang. They were wrong first, so they can't blame Grandmaster Yang. Elder Zhong had a magnanimous look on his face. He seemed to be very reasonable. However, Grandmaster Yang, shouldn't you do something as well? The disciples of my Pill Cauldron Gate can't just die silently like that, right? Then how does Senior Zhong want me to express myself? Draw a Dao. He knew that Elder Zhong was up to no good, but he didn't expect that he was just trying to take advantage of Yang Chen. Yang Chen despised this guy very much. However, this guy's identity was not small, and he couldn't make a move in Chunyang Palace, so it was better to listen to what he had to say. Well said, well said. Elder Zhong cupped his hands and made a satisfied look. I am not a greedy person. I just happened to meet you at the right time. I want to ask for a chance from Grandmaster Yang. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. He directly made a please gesture. Yang Chen didn't even want to say more. He just wanted to hear what Elder Zhong wanted to ask for. I have always wanted to buy a piece of dwelling divine jade, but unfortunately, I missed it every time. Elder Zhong knew what it meant to stop and what it meant to do step by step, so he was very polite at the moment. I want to buy a piece of dwelling divine jade with the average price of the dwelling divine jade over the years. I wonder if Grandmaster Yang can help me. The other party just wanted to buy a piece of dwelling divine jade. It was not an excessive request, and he even took the initiative to buy it according to the average price. Since Yang Chen had released the dwelling divine jade, it didn't matter who he sold it to, so why not let Elder Zhong have a piece? If this was his attitude, Yang Chen could reluctantly accept it. Danding School was a big sect in the Three Realms. It was not a good idea to offend them blindly. Now the timing was very delicate, and Yang Chen didn't want to have an enemy like Danding School inexplicably. It seemed that because the dwelling divine jade was too popular, there was no market for it. Many people had a lot of spirit stones but were not qualified to enter the Wanbao Tower's auction. They could only look at it and sigh. Elder Zhong was one of them. He was desperate, so he used the scum disciples of Danding School to talk. This time, Yang Chen didn't even bother to reply. He directly put a piece of dwelling divine jade on the table and pushed it over. As for the spirit stones, he didn't even mention it. It was just a piece of dwelling divine jade. It was not a big deal to Yang Chen. Elder Zhong, on the other hand, was overjoyed and practically snatched the dwelling divine jade into his hands. All these years, the dwelling divine jade had been monopolized by various supreme experts. Even the top management of Danding School sect didn't have a piece. Elder Zhong, who was ranked at the bottom, finally had his wish fulfilled. It seemed that Yang Chen was very easy to talk to, and he didn't seem to want to offend Danding School. Through this small test, Elder Zhong had roughly understood some of Yang Chen's bottom line. If he could take out the dwelling divine jade so easily, he wouldn't care about a small alchemy furnace that he brought up from the mortal world. He thought that he had guessed Yang Chen's bottom line. However, he didn't understand that Yang Chen was just too lazy to care. It was better to avoid trouble. The starting points of both sides were different, which led to different results in dealing with the problem. After putting away the dwelling god jade, Elder Zhong directly took out a Chenkuan bag and imitated Yang Chen's actions. This is a spirit stone. This old man thanks Grandmaster Yang here. For many years, Elder Zhong had the habit of guessing the bottom line of a pill seeker and asking for a price. He was already very familiar with all this. When Yang Chen put away the spirit stone expressionlessly, Elder Zhong knew that his next step could be carried out. This old man knows that Grandmaster Yang has some unique pill recipes. Elder Zhong then began to state his request. Grandmaster, you should also know that Danding School is most interested in all kinds of pill recipes and pills. This old man would like to use some of Danding School's secret pill recipes to exchange for a few of your pill recipes. Is that possible? It was still an exchange, which didn't sound too excessive. After all, Yang Chen had said before that he wanted to sell them, but no one was willing to buy them. Now that Elder Zhong was using pill recipes to exchange for them, Yang Chen felt that the other party just wanted to take the opportunity to build a friendship with him. It wasn't to the extent that he would reject him immediately. Exchange with pill recipes? Yang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This suggestion also made him excited. To be honest, some of Danding School's secret pills were also very famous in his previous life. If he could use the pill recipes in his hands to exchange for them, it would be a win-win situation. Chapter 1842. Speaking of which, the pill recipe in Yang Chen's hand was a peerless treasure in the mortal world, but in the spiritual world, it was very ordinary. Questioning inner heart pill and congealing spirit pill were the medicinal pills of the spiritual world. Every sect had the Yun marrow pill. If it was really exclusive, one was the 100-year pill, one was the longevity pill, and the last was the appearance pill. Among them, the 100-year pill was the simplest. As long as there was a purified devilish bead, with the level of these alchemists in the Danding sect in the spiritual world, they could easily figure it out. There was no need for the pill recipe at all. If the other party wanted to exchange the longevity pill, Yang Chen didn't care, but Yang Chen also knew that no one else had the devilish bead except him, so everything was meaningless. The other party would definitely not exchange it. In other words, the other party had the idea of the appearance pill. Yang Chen laughed in his heart. Elder Zhong had a good eye. This was the pill recipe left by Fairy Chang'e, which had a fatal attraction for female cultivators. In terms of earning spirit stones, the appearance pill was no worse than the perching spirit jade, and it was a steady stream all year round. Whether it was the mortal world or the spiritual world, the appearance pill was a big income for Chunyang Palace. How could it be easily handed over to others? Even if it was exchanged, it was impossible. Except for the appearance pill, everything else is fine. I wonder what pill recipe Elder Zhong is going to exchange for it. Yang Chen gave Elder Zhong a reply with a smile, and then quietly waited for Elder Zhong's response. The smile on Elder Zhong's face was obviously stagnant. If Yang Chen was willing to take out the appearance pill, Elder Zhong did not mind exchanging a high-grade pill recipe that had little meaning for an alchemist of his level. As a 7th-grade alchemist of the Danding sect, how could he not see the rolling source of wealth behind the appearance pill? However, Yang Chen's refusal was also expected by Elder Zhong. No one would hand over their own wealth to others, and Elder Zhong would do the same. Therefore, the change in his smile was specially made for Yang Chen to see. After all, from the beginning to the completion of a cooperation, Elder Zhong has successfully given Yang Chen a clever image of using the death of a few unworthy disciples to make a small article. Especially using spirit stones to buy the dwelling god jade was a stroke of genius. As long as Yang Chen accepted this, then everything else would be logical. Since Yang Chen wasn't willing to exchange the appearance pill, Elder Zhong had to make Yang Chen understand that it was uncooperative for him to refuse. According to Elder Zhong's speculation, Yang Chen would naturally want to compensate Elder Zhong. As long as the conditions weren't too excessive, Yang Chen wouldn't refuse. Elder Zhong had already used this kind of psychological trick countless times on those cultivators who came to ask for pills. It could be said that it worked every time. He reckoned that Yang Chen was no exception. What a pity. Elder Zhong once again expressed his regret. He shook his head with a reluctant look on his face, making it clear to Yang Chen what he wanted to do. Since that's the case, then this Zhong will make a presumptuous request. How about we let bygones be bygones this time? After a moment of regret, Elder Zhong said this in a tone as if he had been greatly wronged, waiting for Yang Chen's reply. Senior Zhong, please speak clearly. Yang Chen's expression didn't change, but his heart was already curious. This guy was so pretentious. What did he really want? If Elder Zhong knew that he was facing an old monster with 10,000 years of memories, he probably wouldn't dare to come to Yang Chen's door like this. Unfortunately, no matter which world, whether it was a cultivator or a mortal, there was a saying, money can't buy knowing. Not everyone had the inhuman experience Yang Chen had. Forgive this old man for being blunt, Grandmaster Yang, there is a problem with your current cultivation. I think you won't be able to concoct high-level pills in a short period of time. Elder Zhong's words were sincere, and it was also the truth. Even Yang Chen had to nod his head in agreement. This old man has recently encountered a bottleneck on the path of alchemy. Immediately after, Elder Zhong told him the actual situation. Since he wanted others to compensate him, he had to make himself look more pitiful. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Grandmaster, this old man has seen your pills. The foundation is solid, the fire is right, it is definitely of high quality. Grandmaster, your alchemy level, this old man admires very much. Next was the praise. As a senior, for Elder Zhong to say such words, no matter who it was, as a junior, they would be happy. Yang Chen seemed to be no exception. His face showed a proud smile and he waved his hand, saying that he didn't deserve it. Looking at Yang Chen's performance, Elder Zhong guessed that Yang Chen's heart was blooming with joy. He himself was even happier. This old man saw that the pill veins on Grandmaster's pills are very unique. I tried everything I could but couldn't do it. Elder Zhong finally said what he wanted. Grandmaster, you see, during these years when you can't concoct pills, this old man can borrow Grandmaster's pill furnace. I only want to break through my bottleneck. I don't have any other request. I hope Grandmaster can help me. This old man is willing to use 100 grade 7 pills to repay you. In Elder Zhong's heart, his own words had praised Yang Chen to the heavens. Whether it was for the sake of respecting the elders, or for the compensation for the failure to reach a deal, or for the sake of maintaining a good relationship with the Danding Gate, Yang Chen had to give him some face in any case. Elder Zhong promised some benefits. In any case, when he obtained the pill furnace, it would be like Liu Bei borrowing it from Jingju. If he didn't return it, would Yang Chen dare to chase after him and fall out with Danding School? The calculation was exquisite. If it was replaced by any younger generation who had just ascended for more than 200 years, it was estimated that they would take the initiative to nod and agree. Unfortunately, even if Elder Zhong wanted to break his head, he couldn't think of what kind of monstrous genius he had encountered. His meticulous calculation was useless against Yang Chen. Not to mention that Yang Chen still had the memory of his previous life. He knew the preciousness of the profound spirit furnace. Even if he didn't know, he had worked hard to collect so many fire seeds and found the dragon spirit of the fire dragon as a tool spirit. How could he let go? Elder Zhong wanted to play with the profound spirit furnace, but he miscalculated. I'm sorry, this younger generation junior's pill furnace is used. There is only this younger generation junior's aura on it. It's not convenient to lend it to the senior. Yang Chen smiled and said the words of refusal. He didn't feel embarrassed because of his refusal. In the end, he got up directly and said if there is nothing else for the senior, then this younger generation junior will go back to recuperate. Senior, please go. Elder Zhong didn't think that Yang Chen would directly refuse and immediately send the guest off. Suddenly, his complexion changed. He no longer had the kindness he had just shown. He quickly stood up and heavily patted the table. So, Grandmaster Yang doesn't intend to give my Danding School an explanation? Just after hitting the table, Elder Zhong felt that the back of his neck was grabbed, his neck was tight, and the whole person was lifted into the air. Chapter 1843. Elder Zhong's idea of the profound spirit furnace, the most angry one was not Yang Chen, but another guy. Ao Lai, the royal family of the Dragon Clan, once had his body destroyed in the mortal world, leaving only his spirit body. He had no choice but to reach an agreement with Yang Chen to temporarily become the spirit of the profound spirit furnace to help Yang Chen alchemy. Later, after obtaining the body of the fire dragon, the dragon spirit of the fire dragon, which had no consciousness, was handed over to Yang Chen and became the spirit of the successor. In any case, the relationship between Ao Lai and Yang Chen was still a win-win cooperation. Each took what they needed, and they also got a good result. Although he was a spirit, Yang Chen had never treated Ao Lai poorly, so Ao Lai could accept Yang Chen. From the perspective of emotion, this profound spirit furnace could be said to be the second body of Ao Lai. It was okay for Yang Chen to use it, but someone else actually wanted to intervene, especially in front of Ao Lai, that was not giving Aeoli face. Moreover, even if the profound spirit furnace was no longer useful to Aeoli, there was still the dragon spirit of the original owner of his body. Although there was no consciousness, it was one thing for Yang Chen to take care of it, but it was another thing for others to want to occupy it. Elder Zhong dared to threaten Yang Chen with this. Aeoli could not help it for a long time. Now that he was going to tear his face, he immediately started. If it wasn't for Yang Chen giving a slight stop gesture, Elder Zhong might not have been grabbed by the neck, but directly crushed by the skull. He was actually treated like this in the Chunyang Palace. This could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? Elder Zhong was furious. He knew that Yang Chen would never dare to understand himself in the case of his own visit to the mountain. As soon as his body was out of control, he immediately shouted, "Yang Chen, you dare? If your Chunyang Palace dares to touch this old man's hair, my Danding sect will never let you go." Elder Zhong was not sure whether Yang Chen would chop him directly in a fit of anger, so after reprimanding Yang Chen, he immediately mentioned Chunyang Palace. At least before Yang Chen took action, he had to consider the interests of Chunyang Palace. Elder Zhong had hidden his arrival from the sect. If something were to happen, Elder Zhong wasn't sure if the sect would stand on his side. Even so, something must have happened to him. Elder Zhong had a high position and didn't feel that he should sacrifice himself for the greater good of the sect. Yang Chen just stared at Elder Zhong calmly. Of course, he could hear the hidden fear in this guy's words. Although he did not know the inside story, it was not reasonable for a high-level elder of the Pill Cauldron sect to come out for a small profound spirit furnace. Should he be killed or let go? If they let him go, this kind of person would be a little disgusting. If they killed him, they had to consider the difficulties of the sect. As previously considered, many sects' way of doing things was like this. If my sect's disciple made a mistake, my sect could deal with it, but outsiders could not. In particular, this guy was not an ordinary disciple, but also an elder who was neither high nor low. Just when Yang Chen hesitated, Elder Zhong seemed to see a turning point from Yang Chen's performance. He immediately had confidence and shouted arrogantly at Yang Chen, "Why don't you let go of this old man? Do you really want to be an enemy of my Danding sect?" If Elder Zhong gave in, Yang Chen might let him go. But this guy was so arrogant. Yang Chen's face sank for a while. "I'm sorry, it's not my Chunyang Palace's disciple. If something happens to you, it has nothing to do with my Chunyang Palace." As soon as Yang Chen's words were finished, he immediately took a few steps back, held his arms, and looked at Elder Zhong, who was humiliated by Aeoli, who was grabbing his neck. Elder Zhong finally realized that something was wrong. The master behind him made a move, but he did not completely lose his ability. Now he could still use his spiritual awareness to explore. However, no matter how he explored, there was always a fog behind him, and he did not know who made the move. Then, the big hand that was holding his neck didn't seem to like this way and directly grabbed his neck. As long as the master was willing, he could twist his neck into a fried dough twist. The most terrifying thing was that after the master changed his posture, Elder Zhong saw the claws that grabbed him. That was not the claws of a human at all. Even among the monster cultivators he had seen, there was no such claws. When a huge dragon head appeared in front of him, and then stared at him with bright eyes, Elder Zhong finally understood what Yang Chen meant. A living master of the dragon clan, it was obvious that this was not a disciple of Chunyang Palace at all. Not to mention Chunyang Palace, in the entire spiritual realm, including dozens of supersect, there was not a single sect that had a dragon clan. The dragon clan never joined the sects of human cultivators, nor would they join the monster clan. This was the pride of the dragon clan. Even if it was said, no one would believe that there was a dragon clan disciple in Chunyang Palace. Looking at the living dragon clan in front of him and thinking of the dragon-shaped elixir pattern on the elixir refined by Yang Chen, Elder Zhong suddenly realized that he might know something. However, when he pondered over this conjecture, he broke out in a cold sweat. Why was there a dragon-shaped elixir pattern on Yang Chen's elixir? There could only be one explanation, that is, Yang Chen and the dragon clan were close friends. If it was not the magic pill furnace provided by the dragon clan, then the dragon clan gave the inheritance of the dragon clan's elixir refining to Yang Chen, so Yang Chen could become a fifth-grade alchemist at a young age. He even threatened Yang Chen in front of a master of the Dragon Clan, asking for the alchemy furnace. It was simply eating arsenic, thinking that he had lived too long. I was the one who killed those brats. Does your pill cauldron school have any complaints? Aolai's big head moved forward a little, and the breath from his mouth sprayed directly on Elder Zhong's face. Or, is there any dissatisfaction in you? As soon as he heard Aolai say this, Elder Zhong's body softened a little. His life was still in the hands of others. If he made the other party unhappy with a word, it was estimated that his neck would be broken into several sections. How could he dare to say anything tough? He hurriedly shook his head and said, I dare not. Unfortunately, his neck was in Aolai's hands. Elder Zhong's shaking action became a funny twisting body, which made people look abnormally funny. So you intend to explore the secrets of my dragon clan? Aolai's rude voice immediately became sullen. Want to covet my dragon clan's magic weapon from the hands of Yang Chen? Elder Zhong almost cried out. If he admitted this accusation, not to mention Elder Zhong, the entire Danding Gate would have to consider how to bear the anger of the dragon clan. He should have thought of this from Yang Chen's dragon-shaped elixir pattern. Unfortunately, at that time he did not know why he was bewitched and actually had ideas about Yang Chen, Master Yang. At this moment, Elder Zhong had already regretted to the extreme. Chapter 1844. If I knew this would happen, why did I do it? This was the only thought in Elder Zhong's mind. His mind was blank, and he didn't even know how to explain it to Aolai. He looked pleadingly at Yang Chen, but Yang Chen just crossed his arms and acted as if he didn't see it. Elder Zhong's last bit of hope was gone, and his eyes were filled with defeat. Then, he felt his body tighten, and he started flying at high speed involuntarily. A few days later, Aolai's figure suddenly appeared in the core meeting hall of Danding School's mountain gate, alarming all the higher-ups of Danding School. At least hundreds of Danding School experts looked at the huge dragon body that suddenly appeared as if they were facing a great enemy. How was this possible? How dare you attack my dragon clan's head? This elder of yours is really bold. Aolai's loud voice was transmitted into the ears of all the Danding School's disciples within a radius of 10 miles. Everyone heard it clearly. No one dares to offend the dignity of my dragon clan. You must pay the price. Only then did everyone realize that Elder Zhong was in Aolai's hand. From the sect master to the sect master, everyone's expression changed drastically. An elder of their own sect was actually captured by a Dragon Clan expert because he wanted to attack the Dragon Clan. This was probably not going to end well. Bang! Under the gaze of hundreds of Danding School experts, Elder Zhong, who was grabbed by the dragon claw, exploded into a cloud of blood rain. Not even a slightly larger fragment was left. From the beginning to the end, Elder Zhong couldn't say a single word. If it was another sect that dealt with their elder like this, the people of Danding School would definitely go crazy. But now, hundreds of Danding School experts, including Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, and even Supreme Mystic Immortals, faced Aolai, who was only a peak Heaven Immortal, but no one dared to ask anything. The mysterious and powerful reputation of the Dragon Clan was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Even when their elder was killed in front of them, no one dared to ask for the reason. Everyone had the same thought, whether Aolai would continue to pursue the matter. Danding School. This unfilial disciple has offended Senior. Please forgive me. As the sect master, he had no choice but to step forward at this moment. Thus, the sect master of Pill Cauldron School braced himself and said those words. Before he could continue, Aolai interrupted him. 3007 Revolution Innate Earth Cleansing Pills. Let's forget about this matter. Otherwise. Aolai's gaze was like a torch as it swept over everyone from the Pill Cauldron Gate. His natural long way caused everyone who was looked at to lower their heads in guilt. However, the experts from the Pill Cauldron Gate felt relieved when they heard Aolai's threatening words. The sin of offending the dragon race could be erased with just 3007th Revolution pills. This was simply a pie that fell from the sky. I will naturally obey Senior's orders. The head of the Danding Gate heaved a long sigh. He immediately took out several jade bottles from his cosmos bag. Then, he ordered, Who has cleansing earth pills? Take them out. None of the core higher-ups and elders dared to be negligent. They all took out jade bottles and gourds from their pockets and handed them over to the sect master. After that, the sect master placed the gourd and jade bottles containing the pills into a cosmos sack and respectfully sent it in Aoli's direction. Aoli's huge claw grabbed the cosmos bag without any trace of politeness. His cold gaze swept across everyone from the pill cauldron gate again. Then, with a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. None of the hundreds of experts from the pill cauldron gate noticed how Aoli appeared and how he disappeared. The unique conditions of the dragon race allowed Aoli to come and go as he pleased in the heavily guarded sand gate of the pill cauldron gate. After Aoli's silhouette disappeared for a long time, everyone from the pill cauldron gate woke up from their daze. The sect master did not say anything and immediately issued an order: nobody is allowed to tell anyone about what you saw just now. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter. No one dared to disobey the order of the sect master. All of them agreed loudly and then quickly returned to their own courtyards. Only the sect master signaled all the core higher-ups to stay. A big sect like the Pill Cauldron Gate might not take a dragon expert at the peak of the fairy immortal realm seriously. However, no super sect dared to ignore or provoke the power behind a living dragon. This was also the reason why everyone kept quiet out of fear when they saw Aoli's real body. The core higher-ups began to discuss the consequences of this matter, how to deal with the aftermath and how to keep the secret. But no one talked about whether Elder Zhong deserved to die. He almost brought a disaster to the sect. Such a person deserved to die. What everyone wanted to know was what Elder Zhong had done to cause the dragon to show up directly. They directly asked the disciples of Elder Zhong's faction and learned that Elder Zhong went to Chunyang Palace this time. However, none of those disciples knew the specific purpose of Elder Zhong's visit. They only knew that Elder Zhong got up after knowing that there was a problem with Yang Chen's cultivation. Everyone began to speculate in their hearts. Was there any relationship between Yang Chen and the Dragon Clan? Thinking of the dragon patterned elixir refined by Yang Chen, everyone seemed to understand something. Don't mention anything about Master Yang in the future. The sect master also understood the matter and reiterated again: send someone to Chunyang Palace to apologize. In the future, you must not treat Chunyang Palace the same way you treated them in the past. The people of Pill Cauldron Gate were in a flurry for a whole day. On the other side, Yang Chen, Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Zhu Xianying had been in the mysterious Netherworld Sea Shuttle. They followed Aoli and saw everything. Half of it. When Aoli's figure appeared in the mysterious Netherworld Sea Shuttle again, Yang Chen unceremoniously stretched out his hand and asked for compensation. Didn't you see how such a big sect treated my dragon clan? Aoli said angrily. Do you also want to cause trouble for Chunyang Palace? Humph. Yang Chen said disdainfully. We are so familiar with each other. I'll give you some face and split it in half. Otherwise, Aoli, an expert at the peak of the fairy immortal realm of the Dragon Clan, who scared the higher-ups of Pill Cauldron Gate into not daring to make any moves, was really helpless in the face of Yang Chen, who did not take him seriously at all. If he really wanted to fight, Aoli alone wanted to confront the three masters around Yang Chen, Gaou and Gong Sunling. He was obviously not an opponent. Even if Yang Chen was alone, don't look at the lowest cultivation base. Even if it was low to the extreme, Aoli had no confidence. In the end, Aoli could only bitterly take out a pile of jade bottles and throw them to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took them with a smile and was about to put them away. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in everyone's ears: the dignified Dragon Clan is being bullied like this. What a scandal. Chapter 1845. The voice appeared very abruptly and illusory. Even Aoli couldn't tell where the voice came from. He couldn't help but yell, "Who is it? Who are you?" The voice didn't answer, but directly asked, "Where did you get this body?" Boom, Aoli and Yang Chen were both shocked. The owner of this voice knew the body of the fire dragon. This was troublesome. Seizing the body of others was a big taboo in the world of cultivators, let alone in the Dragon Clan. Although Aoli's situation was a bit special, It was a fact that Aolai had seized the body of the fire dragon. If the other party wanted to pursue it, it would be big trouble. Senior, please show yourself. To Aolai's surprise, he didn't know where the other party was, but Yang Chen got up and bowed slightly in a certain direction, as if he knew the other party was in that direction. Where did you get this mysterious sky nether sea shuttle? With Yang Chen's action, a blue silk thread appeared in the direction of the shuttle, and then it grew rapidly. A blue dragon with a length of several meters appeared there, unceremoniously stretched out its claws, grabbed the wine jar on the table, and gulped it down. This taste, I haven't tasted it for many years. After drinking a large jar of jade dragon wine, the blue dragon made a satisfied sound, and turned his head to Yang Chen, and his eyes suddenly became cold. This wine, these dragon palaces, and the things on you and the girls, where did they come from? The tone sounded calm, but the cold light in his eyes made Yang Chen, Aolai, and the three women understand that as long as Yang Chen's answer was not to his liking, then everyone would definitely not have a good end. Even Yang Chen couldn't see the cultivation of the blue dragon in front of him at once. But the feeling of danger was like a shadow. Even if Yang Chen had the golden body secret art, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive under his attack. Ao Guang gave it to me. At this time, any hesitation would lead to a fatal blow, so Yang Chen did not hesitate to tell the truth. Why? Hearing Ao Guang's name, not only the blue dragon, but even Aolai's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The giant blue dragon asked sternly, "Rather than being buried after death, why don't you give it to me before you die? It can still be passed down," Yang Chen said honestly. As he spoke, he did not forget to reveal his merit ring. When Yang Chen answered, the three women stared at the blue dragon nervously. Their bodies were ready. If the blue dragon made any moves, they would immediately attack. Not only that, Gong Sunling was even ready to release Lin Jingyuan at any time to deal with this mysterious dragon expert. "What about you?" To everyone's surprise, the giant blue dragon did not pursue the content of Yang Chen's reply. Instead, it turned its head towards Aolai. "You're also a member of my dragon clan. Why did you steal the body of a fellow clansman?" "Senior." Aolai opened his mouth and sincerely called the other senior. The other party's qualification was definitely much older than himself, and the tone of his speech was also much more respectful. When this younger generation junior found this body, his own spiritual wisdom had been lost. This younger generation junior happened to have no physical body, so I overstepped my authority to seize it. "That is to say, you killed him?" The voice of the blue dragon tightened a little, and everyone felt the pressure like a mountain. "No." Aolai hurriedly defended himself, and there was no majesty of the Pill Cauldron sect not long ago. This younger generation junior found a place for him to keep his soul. As he said this, he kept winking at Yang Chen, asking Yang Chen to take out the profound spirit furnace. Yang Chen did not let Aolai panic for too long. He calmly took out the profound spirit furnace and placed it on the table. As soon as his spiritual awareness moved, the tool spirit was stimulated, and a translucent white dragon shadow appeared out of thin air in the profound spirit furnace. Looking at this scene, the blue dragon's eyes softened a little. He looked at the nervous people and Aolai, and very casually said to Yang Chen, "Refine a furnace of pills." "What pill?" Yang Chen asked calmly. "With your current cultivation base, what kind of pill can you refine?" The words that came out of the blue dragon's mouth carried an indescribable sense of contempt. "Just refine a furnace of Peiyuan pill." Yang Chen didn't say anything and directly asked a Zhu and a Bai to collect a pile of raw medicinal materials for himself. He didn't look at them and let the two women throw them into the profound spirit furnace. He didn't even touch them. However, the blue dragon saw the appearance of a Zhu and a Bai, and then saw the pure bottle medicine garden, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. To be honest, with Yang Chen's current Xian Immortal first-grade spiritual awareness cultivation base plus the strength of the foundation stage, refining the Peiyuan pill was simply a piece of cake. However, the blue dragon's contemptuous tone made Yang Chen very uncomfortable. He had the intention to let the blue dragon look at the alchemy, so he didn't even touch the profound spirit furnace, and directly controlled the profound spirit furnace through his spiritual awareness to start alchemy. The profound spirit furnace was placed on the table and began to emit countless flames. The white translucent dragon shadow began to fly up and down, and it was as flexible as a living thing. The Peiyuan pill was very simple, and it only took a short time to complete the refining. However, Yang Chen obviously would not take the first-grade refining medicinal pill to show the blue dragon, and he directly carried out the second-grade refining without thinking about it. In front of everyone's eyes, the translucent dragon shadow was flying. Yang Chen sat far away and did not touch the profound spirit furnace at all. This furnace of Peiyuan pill was refined all the way up. That is, the Peiyuan pill was a simple medicinal pill, and the refining time was not long. Under the control of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness and the level of the profound spirit furnace at the moment, the effect could be seen in a short time. The second grade, the third grade, the fourth grade, the fifth grade, at this moment, Yang Chen has not stopped, and the dragon shadow in the profound spirit furnace was still flying. The huge dragon eyes of the blue dragon have been staring at the profound spirit furnace, and no one knew what it was thinking in its heart. Even so, everyone did not dare to have the slightest relaxation. This terrifying dragon clan master, several masters plus Ao Lai, may not be the opponent. After a few hours, the Peiyuan pill in the profound spirit furnace had completed the sixth grade refining, but Yang Chen still did not stop and still continued. However, at this time, Yang Chen no longer relied on his own ability, but used the merit chapter. Since he wanted to give the other party a deep impression, it was natural that the deeper the better. Jiaoyu Gong Sunling has seen Yang Chen alchemy many times, but Zhu Xianying seems to be the first time. While guarding against the blue dragon, a pair of beautiful eyes would also look at Yang Chen and the profound spirit furnace from time to time. Under the eyes of everyone, Yang Chen used the merit chapter to forcibly complete the 7th grade refining and began to collect the pills. Chapter 1846. From the beginning to the end, including the dropping of medicinal materials to the present collection of pills, Yang Chen's hand did not touch the profound spirit furnace. Even Yang Chen's hands have been holding each other and did not move. The refining of the 7th grade took more than a day, but all the cultivators present, including Ao Lai and the blue dragon, did not show impatience. They could see that the profound spirit furnace was working, but they did not know which grade of refining was being carried out. Seeing that the dragon shadow on the profound spirit furnace finally stopped flying, Ao Lai did not know why, but he breathed a sigh of relief. The blue dragon on the opposite side was still staring at the profound spirit furnace until the medicinal pills came out of the furnace. There were only 2 formed medicinal pills. As soon as they came out of the furnace, they were wrapped by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, and then slowly floated to the front of the blue dragon. The dragon's body, which was several feet long, was shortened again and became similar to the size of the crowd, and then a dragon claw grabbed the 2 medicinal pills that were floating over. In the originally round dragon eyes, 2 shining rays of light suddenly shot out. The shocked look on the face of the blue dragon flashed away, but how could it escape the eyes of everyone? In the heart of the blue dragon, these 2 Peiyuan pills, under the current cultivation base of Yang Chen, could reach the 5th grade refining was already the limit, but what he never thought was that on the medicinal pills he saw, there were 8 clear dragon-shaped pill marks. How was it possible for an 8th grade alchemist master? Even if there were many masters in the dragon clan, the blue dragon did not think that there would be an 8th grade alchemist master in the dragon clan in the spiritual world. However, the young man in front of him, relying on the strength of the foundation establishment stage, coupled with an alchemy furnace with a dragon spirit as the tool spirit, forcibly staged a scene of alchemy in front of him, but his hands did not even touch the alchemy furnace. Although it was only the simplest Peiyuan pill, the 8th grade medicinal pill was the 8th grade medicinal pill, which was absolutely impossible to falsify. This young man turned out to be such an amazing alchemist master. Everyone saw the blue dragon's surprise. Of course, at such a close distance, in the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, with everyone's eyesight, how could they not see the 2 foundation-enhancing elixirs? 8 pill veins, not to mention Zhu Xianying who saw Yang Chen's complete alchemy process for the first time. Even Jiaoyu and Gong Sunling who were used to seeing it were dumbfounded, not to mention Ao Lai. Except for the giant blue dragon, the few of them knew the true strength of Yang Chen. They thought that he was just a 6th grade alchemist and had not been announced yet. They did not expect that young Chen could actually refine an 8th revolution Dan when all the ordinary cultivators thought that he was a 5th-grade alchemist. No one would know that there was a large part of the merit chapter in it, and the remaining part of the profound spirit furnace. The truth in front of them was so shocking that even the blue dragon was stunned. These 2 medicinal pills just happen to be of some use to the senior. It can make the senior's body, which has just woken up, slightly replenish the vitality that has been lost over the years. Yang Chen's words were still as calm as before the alchemy, but they were directed at the blue dragon. The big dragon eyes of the blue dragon swept over Yang Chen's body again, and the almost condensed long wei directly descended on Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen didn't seem to feel it and watched quietly. To the surprise of the women, the blue dragon did not further target Yang Chen, but raised his claws and threw the 2-8 revolution Peiyuan pills directly into his mouth. He was not afraid that Yang Chen had mixed other things in it. "What is your name? Tell me in detail how you took over." After taking the medicinal pill, the blue dragon no longer looked at Yang Chen and turned to Ao Lai. "This junior is Ao Lai." After Ao Lai first introduced himself, he began to talk about his experience. Ao Lai's experience was clear to Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling. Only Zhu Xianying and the blue dragon still didn't know. At this moment, the 2 of them were like listening to a story. Ao Lai lost his body in the Battle of the Langya Well in the mortal world to meet Yang Chen and then lived in the profound spirit furnace, and finally met the twists and turns of the fire dragon's body. In the process of listening to the story, Zhu Xianying couldn't help but have some insights. She thought that her life was already very rough, but compared with Ao Lai, it seemed that it was not a little bit smooth. At least Zhu Xianying herself has not been miserable enough to destroy her body and leave only a miserable situation of a spirit body. The blue dragon has been listening quietly, without interjecting a word, and without interrupting. It wasn't until she heard that Yang Chen recently sent him a message to investigate the Zhao family's refining of the dragon puppet. "You said that someone refined my dragon clan predecessor into a puppet?" The calm words of the blue dragon hid the anger like a storm. Without his performance, Yang Chen and others could feel it clearly. This is still thanks to Brother Yang's blessing. Ao Lai and Yang Chen were now in the same boat. No one could run away from the matter of possession. It was rare for him to speak well of Yang Chen. He even paid the price of his cultivation base for this and had to disperse his cultivation base. The facts were a little different from what Ao Lai said, but it was undeniable that Yang Chen's cultivation base was indeed lost at the scene of unlocking the dragon puppet's seal. Ao Lai's words were not a complete lie. "Your refining of medicinal pills is good." The blue dragon finally turned to Yang Chen and blurted out a compliment. "I already feel much better. Thank you for your praise, senior." Yang Chen did not miss the opportunity to bow and thank him. Now that things had come to this, the blue dragon probably wouldn't kill them directly. He has no consciousness, and it is not necessarily a blessing for him to be here with you. The blue dragon looked at the profound spirit furnace on the table with some complexity and said, "Don't let him fall into the hands of anyone else." "Yes, senior." Yang Chen formally agreed. "What's the matter with that sect just now? What do they want to do?" The blue dragon asked again, but this time it was directed at Ao Lai. One of their elders wanted to take the idea of the alchemy furnace and was killed by this junior. Ao Lai directly took out the Chenkuan bag. This is their compensation for the 7 revolving innate earth cleansing pill, in exchange for this junior not pursuing it. If the senior feels uncomfortable, this junior will go back and destroy their sect. My dragon clan's words have always been golden. Since you have already said that you will not pursue it, then there is no need to pursue it anymore. The blue dragon didn't say much about the Pill Cauldron sect, but just stared at Ao Lai's eyes. After looking at it silently for a while, he said, "Since you have already occupied his body, then don't disgrace this body, otherwise I would rather he be frozen under the ice sheet and never see the sun." "Senior, rest assured." Ao Lai suddenly raised his voice. "This junior's surname is Ao." Chapter 1847. Ao Lai was very proud of his dragon race royal surname. When the huge blue dragon heard it, she seemed very satisfied. However, the huge blue dragon immediately reprimanded Ao Lai, "Don't be so arrogant. You are not the only one with the surname Ao. Yes, Senior. At this moment, Aolai already treated the huge blue dragon as a true senior. He respectfully agreed before asking, I have not asked for senior's great name yet. My surname is also Ao. The huge blue dragon's hoarse and aged voice instantly turned melodious. Aolan. Previously, the huge blue dragon had thought that Aolan was a man. Now that they heard her real voice, they realized that she was actually a woman. I was the one who laid that ice ceiling formation. After Aolan reported her name, she quickly told Aolai about her relationship with him. Yang Chen and Aolai immediately understood. Why did Aolan nearly fall out with Aolai the moment she saw this physical body? It turned out that she knew the owner of this physical body long ago. Furthermore, their relationship was extraordinarily close. Fortunately, Aolan did not attack the moment she appeared. Yang Chen and Aolai broke out in a cold sweat. Otherwise, they would have died unjustly. This dragon palace is yours, and this dragon palace was given by Ao Guang. What about this one? At this moment, Aolan no longer seemed to pursue the matter of Yang Chen and Aolai's possession. Instead, she started asking about other things. It had to be said that as long as it came from the dragon race naturally had a unique ability to easily recognize and quickly control it. Aolai's ability to help Yang Chen quickly merge the Dragon Palace and the profound heavenly dark sea shuttle was proof of this. Aolan's ability to easily enter and exit the profound heavenly dark sea shuttle, which was under Aolai's control, was proof of this. Now, there was one more. Aolan easily recognized the origins of two of Yang Chen's 3 dragon palaces. Now, she asked about the Earth-attributed Dragon Palace. I found it near that puppet. Yang Chen did not hide anything, telling the truth. Taking an ownerless item did not cross Aolan's bottom line. Aolan turned to Aolai, who had been maintaining the refinement process, and asked, You helped him refine the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle and the Dragon Palace because he told you about the puppet? Yes. Yes, Senior. Aolai answered quickly, not daring to be slow. Tell me everything about this puppet and the family involved in it in detail. Aolan was not polite at all, directly ordering. Then, he scolded Yang Chen, still not taking out my dragon race's royal wine? The atmosphere had eased to the point where everyone could sit down and drink together. Naturally, there was not a lot of tension. Although the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle was still in the hands of Aolai, after all, the owner was still Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately began to show his hospitality as the owner. Even though the profound heavenly dark sea shuttle was still in Aolai's hands, the master was still Yang Chen. Then, Yang Chen started to show his hospitality as the master. Aolan was not the slightest bit polite. After a series of jars, he slowed down the speed of drinking and turned it into a light drink. Then, as expected, he praised Gong Sun Ling's craftsmanship. Since Aolan was talking about the dragon puppet, she had to mention the Zhao clan. Hence, Yang Chen started from the mortal world. He told Aolan how he discovered the Zhao clan, how he targeted them, how the Zhao clan hid themselves after he ascended, how he discovered the secret of the 9 zithers, how he undid the seal, and how he deduced that formation. When he was almost done, Yang Chen stopped his narration and waited for Aolan to slowly digest the many things that happened when she was asleep. Speaking of which, Aolan had been startled by Aolai's aura, which was why she woke up. Back then, after the fire dragon was severely injured, Aolan, who was also injured, laid down an ice seal. Then, she found a suitable place to rest and recuperate. Coincidentally, the place where Aolan slept was near the Pill Cauldron Gate. There was a spirit spring underground there, which was very suitable for Aolan to recuperate. Because Aolan had absorbed the spirit spring, the people of the Pill Cauldron Gate did not discover that Aolan was slowly recovering in her sleep. Only recently did she nearly recover completely. However, she was still lacking a little bit. However, Aolai's intense dragon race aura startled her awake. When Aolan woke up, she saw the familiar figure of the fire dragon. However, the spiritual body in the fire dragon's physical body was no longer the fire dragon. If Aolan had not discovered that Aolai was of the dragon race, she might have immediately killed Aolai, Yang Chen, and the others. It could be said that young Chen, Ao Lai, and the three women had taken a trip to the gates of hell. At that time, Ao Lan could decide whether they lived or died. Wait. Just as Ao Lai was about to say something, Ao Lan suddenly said, "You said that you ascended only 200-odd years ago, then crippled your cultivation and started all over again?" "Yes, Senior." Young Chen was stunned. Then, he immediately replied, "Senior Ao Lai can testify to this." Ao Lai, who was at the side, nodded cooperatively, indicating that what Young Chen said was true. A human immortal junior who ascended only 200-odd years ago, and his cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, can actually refine the 8-revolution essence nurturing pill without touching the cauldron? Ao Lan could not hide the shock in her tone. That was right. She could no longer use shock to describe it, she was horrified. "What kind of demonic genius are you?" "This junior is Young Chen, a disciple of the Chunyang Palace." Young Chen finally had the chance to announce his name. It was truly not easy. When he saw Young Chen refine the 8-revolution essence nurturing pill with his own eyes, Ao Lan thought that Young Chen was an alchemy expert who had ascended thousands of years ago and was about to ascend again. So, even though he was shocked, he could barely accept it. There were no rank 8 alchemists in the spiritual realm, but there might be 1 or 2 geniuses. However, when Ao Lan found out that Young Chen had ascended only 200-odd years ago, even though he had seen countless strange things, he could not help but be startled. He could refine an 8-revolution pill at this time. What would happen when he became an Earth Immortal or Heaven Immortal? Would he become a rank 9 alchemist directly? Ao Lan's exaggerated expression made Young Chen smile bitterly. Young Chen could not say about the effects of the merit and virtue chapter and the profound spirit furnace. So, he could only create such a beautiful misunderstanding. However, this was good. At least after knowing this, even Ao Lai became more polite. He no longer had the attitude of giving out orders casually. Xiao Chen felt that there was more equality in their communication. After Young Chen spoke, Ao Lai also told him what he knew and guessed. Then, he waited for Ao Lan's specific instructions. With Ao Lan around, aside from being an obedient little brother, Ao Lai did not have any other thoughts. "I want to see that puppet." Ao Lan did not stand on ceremony, directly stating his request. "No problem. However, it will take some time. My wife is not here, she is still in the 5-element sect," Young Chen immediately agreed. Chapter 1848. Ao Lai controlled the mysterious Sky Underworld Sea Shuttle to change its route. Instead of returning to Chunyang Palace, he went straight to the 5-element sect from Danding School. Something bad was happening in the 5-element sect. The cause of the matter was Young Chen. After Young Chen returned from searching for Lin Zhengyuan, he informed all the major sects that there was a change in the trial ground. In order to win the trust of the major sects, he also asked the girls to show their unsealed supreme masters, including the dragon puppets controlled by the Murong sisters. The others were all at the supreme mystic immortal level, but the Murong sisters controlled terrifying masters at the middle stage of golden immortal. The senior management of the 5-element sect was very happy about this. The Murong sisters were from the 5-element sect, which was equivalent to having 1 more master at the middle stage of golden immortal in the 5-element sect. This was a great thing. Many senior management of the 5-element sect were extremely envious of the Murong sisters. Unfortunately, such an opportunity belonged to the Murong sisters. It was really inappropriate for others to be envious of them. If things ended here, it would be natural. Everyone would wait for the arrangement of the defense of the sect, and then explore the secret of the trial ground. However, things still inevitably deviated from the original plan. Everything was normal before, but when the people of Danding School learned that there was a problem with Young Chen's cultivation, some people began to have ideas that they shouldn't have. The core and high-level members of the Danding School were very concerned about Young Chen's cultivation base. The main principle was to deal with all kinds of changes by remaining unchanged. Apart from Elder Zhong, who had his own selfish motives, everyone else was just looking on with cold eyes. There might even be some people who were secretly delighted. At least, before Young Chen's cultivation base was restored, it would be impossible for him to make any progress in alchemy. He was not their disciple. No matter how excellent he was, it made the people of Danding School very uncomfortable. The disciples of Danding School who knew the news did not have the obligation to keep it secret for Yang Chen, so the news spread quickly. The sect attached great importance to Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen, so this matter was almost spread to the major sect at the fastest speed. Among the 5 major Dao sects, whether it was the Profound Heaven sect, the Chenkuan sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, or the Blue Cloud sect, the wives and concubines of Yang Chen in their sect all had a supreme mystic immortal expert. Moreover, this sect had studied arrays. Those few supreme mystic immortals, because of the unsealing of their spiritual sense, would only recognize the person who had unsealed the seal and not the others. Under such circumstances, the 4 great sect attached great importance to Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue, Dao Junqi, and Shi Wushuang. It was the same for the 5 Elements sect in the beginning. However, after Yang Chen's cultivation had an accident and he had to recultivate, some people began to ponder over things that they normally shouldn't ponder over. Unlike the other women, the other experts were living supreme mystic immortals, only the Murong sisters had a lifeless puppet. What was even more tempting was that this was not only an expert whose cultivation was enough to reach the intermediate stage of Golden Immortal, but the puppet was also refined from the Dragon Clan. It was different from other mystic immortal experts. Mystic immortal experts could recognize people, but puppets couldn't. Whoever mastered the control method would be able to control it, even if it wasn't the Murong sisters themselves. Everyone knew how powerful the Dragon Clan was. Needless to say, a puppet refined from the body of the Dragon Clan was definitely a master who could sweep everything in the spiritual realm. Such a dragon puppet was actually in the hands of 5 human immortals, which sounded like a bit of a waste. If it wasn't them, but 1 or a few fairy immortal experts, their strength might be several times higher. For the sect at this time, it was of great significance. If Yang Chen's cultivation was still the same, he could still maintain the advantage of being a grade 5 pill master, and he still had enough precious divine perching jade in his hands, then no one in the 5 Elements sect would have any extra thoughts. The problem was that there was a problem with Yang Chen's cultivation, and he was cultivating again, which gave some people who coveted the dragon puppet a chance. According to the news that came and many people speculated, the most serious guess about Yang Chen was that Yang Chen had already died once, and relied on the divine perching jade to escape. This conclusion could easily explain why Yang Chen's current cultivation was so low. Since Yang Chen was no longer the genius pill master of the past, then his status would inevitably decline. One of the core disciples of the 5 Elements sect began to have ideas about the Murong sisters. The guy who had such ideas was the son of a core elder of the 5 Elements sect. He was the legitimate son of the core elder and his Dao partner when his cultivation had reached the peak of fairy immortal. His father, who was a core elder, took care of this guy meticulously since he was a child, and it also fostered his arrogant and playboy character. The Murong sisters were originally 1 in a million beauties, and they were 5 female siblings, which made it even more difficult for people to not look at them. The guy who had such ideas began to think about getting both the women and the wealth. As long as he took the Murong sisters as his concubines, then the dragon puppet would naturally become his. The guy who relied on his father's power to act like a tyrant in some secret places, and no one dared to stop him, began to act against the Murong sisters. After the deliberate attempt to curry favor with the Murong sisters failed, the playboy began to use another method, which was to put pressure on the Murong sisters from top to bottom. The playboy's first instigation was his own father. The reason for instigation was nothing more than the Murong sisters, who were just 5 human immortals, could not fully exert the strength of the dragon puppet. Instead of wasting it in vain, it was better to deprive the Murong sisters of the control of the dragon puppet and let the experts control it, which would be more powerful. If Yang Chen's guess was right, the sect would soon face an unprecedented pressure. At that time, if the 5 Elements sect could really control an intermediate golden immortal expert, how much help would that be? The Murong sisters began to bear the pressure. Senior disciples and some elders kept beating around the bush, suggesting that they take the initiative to hand over the dragon puppet to show their loyalty to the sect. Some of them even shamelessly introduced the peerless experts of the sect to them, even though they knew that they were already married. At first, The Murong sisters refused them directly, but when the status of the people who persuaded them became higher and higher, even the Murong sisters could not bear the pressure. Those people claimed to be responsible for the good of the sect, but they could not be beaten or scolded. Instead, they had to be persuaded by them endlessly. Sometimes, they would even reveal the reason to some of the surrounding disciples, causing almost all of the sect's disciples to be quite critical of them. It was as if they didn't take the initiative to hand over the dragon puppet, they would become traitorous disciples who betrayed their masters. You are also the disciples that the sect has spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Why don't you think about the sect? While Yang Chen and the others were on their way, an elder was trying to persuade the stubborn Murong sisters, if you continue to be so stubborn, are you going to betray the sect? Chapter 1849. I don't understand. Is it considered a betrayal if we don't hand over our treasures? As the eldest sister, Murong Han asked calmly in the face of the sect's elders' reproach. As a disciple of the sect has raised you to this level. Don't tell me you can't even repay the sect with mere worldly possessions. The elder who was trying to persuade him was very patient. It could even be said that he was trying his best to persuade him. They had no choice but to do so. One must know that the dragon puppet that the Murong sisters controlled was at the intermediate stage of Golden Immortal. The entire sect's supreme elders combined would probably not be a match for this dragon puppet. This was also the reason why some of the higher-ups were tempted. If it was any other Xian immortal puppet, the higher-ups of the sect would probably not have any greed for it. It made the Murong sisters anxious. If they controlled the dragon puppet and left the sect, it would be ugly. Therefore, no matter who came to speak, they knew that this was a bottom line that no one dared to cross. I am willing to repay the sect. Murong Han's words made the elder who was in charge of persuading them happy. But then, Murong Han immediately stated her conditions. As long as the sect master personally gives the order, the 5 of us will definitely not say anything. Logically speaking, this request was not excessive at all. It was reasonable for the sect's sect master to make an appearance to ask the sect's disciples to hand over such a powerful treasure. At least, no matter what, he had to verbally express that the sect was grateful and remember the disciples' contributions. Unfortunately, it would be easy if things were that simple. These covetous fellows were in a difficult position. The sect master never had such thoughts. This matter was caused by one of the core higher-ups, Elder Yang Haoshuan. He did not even dare to let the other core higher-ups know about it. For the sake of his son, Elder Yang even blocked the news so that others would not know about it. He would only inform them after it was a fait accompli. Anyway, the matter had already happened. At most, the core higher-ups of the sect would compensate the Murong sisters more generously. What was done could not be undone. Even if the other core higher-ups had objections, who would dare to fall out with him when he had the dragon puppet at the intermediate stage of Golden Immortal? As for the relationship with Chunyang Palace, it was another matter. Anyway, the 5 Elements sect was a big business. Chunyang Palace would not have a flattering attitude toward a small upstart. It was already a preferential treatment for them to be willing to give them some benefits. If Chunyang Palace dared to be rude, the 5 Elements sect did not mind letting them know what the old 5 Taoist sect was. Yang Chen? If he could become a 6th-grade alchemist in a short period of time, coupled with the resources he had on him, he would barely be able to make everyone look at him in a higher light. Sadly, Yang Chen had lost all his cultivation. Rumor had it that he had fallen below the foundational level. It took him years to return to the foundational level. Was it possible for a piece of trash like him to regain his former glory? In fact, the most important reason was the last one. When the news that Yang Chen had lost all his cultivation came from Danding sect, Yang Jisheng, the son of Elder Yang, had an idea. Yang Haoshuan named his son Yang Jisheng because he had great ambitions to become a supreme saint. For his son, he had spent a lot of effort. Not to mention the tight supply of all kinds of resources, he was also spoiling him in other aspects. As long as Yang Jisheng was willing and able to do it, Yang Haoshuan would try his best to fulfill it. This time, Yang Jisheng was interested in the dragon puppet at the intermediate stage of Golden Immortal. This point, not to mention Yang Jisheng, even Yang Haoshuan himself was drooling. Even the entire high level of the Five Elements sect, including the Supreme Elders, who was not drooling over it. However, the high-level elders were always embarrassed to put down their pride to plot the magic weapons of the younger generation of the sect. Right now, there was an opportunity. Because of the trouble at the training ground, the high level of the Five Elements sect attached great importance to it. The sect master and the other three elders had personally brought people to the training ground to make arrangements. Within the sect, Elder Yang and another elder were temporarily in charge. There were many things that Elder Yang had the final say in. Hence, some of the normal elders took turns to persuade the Murong sisters. To the Murong sisters, this dragon puppet was clearly exchanged from Big Brother Li Cheng at the price of their husband losing all his cultivation. How could he give it up so easily? Even when Murong Han said that he wanted the sect master to step in, it was just an excuse. How could the sect master do such a thing? It would disappoint all the disciples. However, Yang Chen was already prepared for such a situation. He had also prepared some ideas for the Murong sisters in advance. Asking the sect master to step in was one of them. Since the Murong sisters did not want to betray the sect and did not want to bear the reputation of betraying the sect, they naturally had to tolerate and make concessions in certain matters. The words of the newly ascended disciples carried little weight. This was something that could not be helped. Not to mention the Murong sisters, even the sect master of the Five Elements sect in the mortal world, Xiao Wenshuan, had a slightly higher status after ascending. However, he was still a newbie who had just ascended. He did not have much say in the sect. The sect master could not step in, but Elder Yang could. After all, he still had the responsibility of overseeing the sect. Even if something like this happened, others could not say anything. Everyone in the high level knew that he doted on his son. Compared to a core member of the higher-ups, the 5 newly ascended disciples were on a completely different level. Moreover, the key point was that the dragon puppet was not outside of the Five Elements sect, was it not? With the Murong sisters' status, it was naturally impossible for them to know who the mastermind was. However, after the core elder who oversaw the sect had stepped in and explained that the sect master was not in the sect, it was no longer appropriate to use the excuse of asking the sect master to step in. At this point, the Murong sisters knew that the situation was hopeless. Within the sect, they did not have the capital to resist at all. Therefore, they could only follow the method that Yang Chen taught them and push the boat with the current. We can give up the dragon puppet, but for this, the disciples. If they had to give up something, they could not give it away for nothing. No matter what, there had to be some compensation. Before they could finish their sentence, Elder Yang had already laughed and replied directly, "Of course, the sect will not forget your hard work. I will allow you to pick 2 items from the treasures in the secret pavilion." Compared to a dragon puppet at the intermediate stage of the Golden Immortal stage, what were the treasures in the secret pavilion? So what if they were given some compensation? Moreover, that son of his was not only interested in the dragon puppet, but also the Murong sisters' identical quintuplets. These 5 female disciples had the looks, the aptitude, and the future. Apart from the fact that they had married before, there was really no flaw to pick out. They were definitely the best cauldron for his son's cultivation. Chapter 1850. The Dao sect's dual cultivation method was extremely beneficial as a cultivation cauldron. Elder Yang was secretly satisfied as he looked at the Murong sisters' beauty and nodded at his son's taste. However, he had to take things one step at a time. He couldn't do it in one go. The dragon puppet was of utmost importance. Elder Yang's words in the sect would only be more powerful if he controlled the dragon puppet. He would be less hindered if he wanted to do anything in the future. As for the Murong sisters, the disciples of the sect would stay away from them after a period of time. They would no longer be able to enjoy the benefits of the sect and they would naturally lower their heads. Elder Yang had seen countless talented disciples who only knew how to cultivate. He had plenty of ways to deal with them. Since that's the case, I can hand over the dragon puppet anytime. No matter how angry or wronged the Murong sisters were, Murong Han was the only one who spoke. However, there are some taboos that Elder Yang should understand. Otherwise, you'll blame me if anything happens. Elder Yang wasn't the only one present. Other than some ordinary elders who sided with Elder Yang, there was another core elder who was also in charge of the sect. The Murong sisters were not afraid that others wouldn't know what they said. They continued, "The dragon puppet's level is very high. It takes a lot of spirit consciousness to control it. It took us tens of years to complete it." Needless to say, everyone present was an expert. They all knew how difficult it was to control a mid-stage golden immortal puppet. However, since the Murong sisters said so, Elder Yang had to listen carefully. After all, only the Murong sisters had successfully controlled the dragon puppet. However, even though Elder Yang listened, he did not think much of it in his heart. If 5th stage human immortals could control it, why couldn't his son, who was a peak Earth immortal, do the same? At the beginning, the dragon puppet would absorb spirit consciousness crazily. Murong Han did not care what Elder Yang was thinking. She had to make things clear so that she would not cause trouble for her sisters in the future. The 5 of us had barely made it through that stage with hubby's help. Otherwise, hubby wouldn't have lost his cultivation. If something happens, we won't be able to refine it again. Murong Han's words seemed to have vaguely pointed out the reason why Yang Chen had lost his cultivation. It didn't sound like much trouble since it only required divine sense, but the risks involved couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, the Murong sisters had already taken the opportunity to make it clear that if anything went wrong, they would not be able to help. Elder Yang couldn't help but seriously consider whether it was worth it for his son to take this risk. But soon, Sect Elder Yang understood what was going on. This was just the Murong sisters' final excuse of not wanting to hand over the dragon puppets. They wanted him to be afraid of the risks and back off. Did they really think that the core elders of 5 Elements sect were fools? 5 human immortal juniors and Yang Chen, who was also a human immortal junior, paid the price of losing all of Yang Chen's cultivation in exchange for controlling a mid-stage golden immortal dragon puppet. No matter how one looked at it, this deal was worth it. Needless to say, Yang Chen must have used some kind of secret technique. But it was obviously impossible to get it from the Murong sisters. It was already good enough that they were willing to give such a warning. There was no need to even think about getting the complete refining method. However, Elder Yang didn't care about this at all. A human immortal junior could control the dragon puppet by paying the price of all his cultivation. Elder Yang had many experts on his side. At most, a few heaven immortal experts would help. How could they not take down this lifeless dragon puppet? It's fine. It's already a great merit for you guys to hand over the dragon puppet to the sect. You don't have to worry about the small matters after that. A kind smile appeared on Elder Yang's face, but it made Murong Han swallow all of his words without batting an eyelid. Since that's the case, disciples will go pick out the treasures in the secret chamber. Elder Yang was very straightforward. Murong Han was also very straightforward. As he spoke, a 3 feet long dragon-shaped object appeared in his hand, and he gently placed it on the table. Elder Yang was very satisfied with this kind of tactful disciple. He waved his hand, and a white jade token was thrown out. This is the proof to go to the secret chamber to pick out the treasures. Go now. The other core elder, Elder Wu, had been watching all this. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh in his heart, but he did not say anything. Of course, Elder Wu was very clear about what Elder Yang was planning. However, just like the Murong sisters' judgment, offending a core elder or offending 5 new disciples who had ascended for less than 300 years was the right choice. Moreover, Elder Yang did not just give the Murong sisters the treasures in the secret chamber for this dragon puppet. Just getting Elder Wu to agree to it was a huge price. To get a core elder to agree to this kind of thing, to be willing to stand up for him at this time without refuting, it was not just a favor that he paid. The Murong sisters moved very quickly. Murong Han reached out to grab the plate and bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Then, she brought the other sisters and left without looking back. They went straight to the elder in charge of the secret chamber to receive their reward. As for the dragon puppet, it was just left on the table, and did not look at it again. Come in. Elder Yang called out, and someone immediately responded. Elder Yang stared at the dragon puppet on the table and ordered, let them stay in the secret chamber for a while longer. block their divine sense, and do not let them affect the dragon puppet's actions. The person received the order and left. Elder Wu did not say anything. Yang Haoxuan's arrangement seemed to be very safe. The Murong sisters were the current owners of the dragon puppet. If they wanted to cause trouble during the refinement, it would be troublesome. Now that the secret chamber was isolated from the human immortals, they could not spread their divine sense, and naturally could not control the dragon puppet. This period of time was enough for Yang Zhisheng to refine the dragon puppet. Things were going very smoothly, so Yang Haoxuan did not want to drag things out until the sect leader returned. Holding the dragon puppet, he immediately arranged for Yang Zhisheng to refine it. There was no time to waste. After all, it was said that the Murong sisters spent tens of years refining this dragon puppet. At this moment, Yang Zhisheng had to race against time. To be safe, Yang Haoxuan even arranged for 5 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Elders and 10 Heaven Immortal Experts to be by Yang Zhisheng's side. If there was any trouble during the refining process, they would help. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yang Zhisheng reached out his hand to the dragon puppet and began to send his divine sense into it. Chapter 1851. Normally, refining a puppet would not be a difficult thing to do. But there was an exception this time, because the puppet itself was very strong. It was at the intermediate golden immortal stage, far stronger than any expert in the spiritual realm, so it would definitely be difficult. Yang Zhisheng was mentally prepared for all of this. He didn't know how many times he had been warned before the start. Especially this time, the Murong sisters were actually forced to hand it over, so they must be unwilling. If they did something to the dragon puppet, Yang Zhisheng would definitely be in danger when the golden immortal stage puppet showed its power. As a precaution, Elder Yang had personally inspected the dragon puppet before his son began. He had even let the 5 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals and 10 Heavenly Immortals take turns to inspect it. After confirming that there weren't any traps, he allowed Yang Zhisheng to begin. Yang Zhisheng grabbed the dragon's head and began to slowly use his divine sense. The first step was the easiest. He just needed to leave his divine sense imprint. However, it was easier said than done. Putting aside the fact that the original Murong sisters' divine senses would resist, the dragon puppet's natural strength of a golden immortal was a huge obstacle. Others might not know, but Yang Haoxuan knew very well that although his son's spiritual power cultivation was only at the peak of the earth immortal stage, his divine sense cultivation was far beyond that. Yang Zhisheng's divine sense cultivation had reached the 4th stage of the Heaven Immortal stage after cultivating the sect's best divine sense cultivation, and was about to catch up with Yang Haoxuan himself. The divine sense cultivation of the Heaven Immortal stage could easily crush the Murong sisters' 5 Human Immortal stage disciples. This was also the main reason why Yang Haoxuan did not care about the Murong sisters' warning. Who would believe that it would be dangerous for a Heaven Immortal expert to handle something that 5 Human Immortals could handle? Wasn't it just an excuse because he didn't want to hand it over? Although he did not believe it, it did not mean that Yang Haoxuan would let his guard down. The experts around Yang Zhisheng would always keep an eye on his situation, ready to rescue him at any time. Fortunately, Yang Zhisheng's performance so far was very normal. Leaving a divine sense imprint seemed very difficult, but everything was expected. There was a difference of 3 realms in cultivation. If it was easy to control it, then there must be a problem. Yang Zhisheng had already given it his all. Fortunately, he had already sensed that his divine sense was breaking through the oppression of the golden immortal level, leaving his mark little by little. Not far from the divine sense imprint, there were 5 imprints with almost exactly the same aura. Yang Zhisheng understood that they must have been left behind by the Murong sisters. Now that he had reached this step, Yang Zhisheng already had an idea in his heart. As long as he left an imprint, and then slowly dispelled the Murong sisters' divine sense imprints, half of this dragon puppet would already belong to him. At that time, the entire 5 Elements sect would have to act according to his and his father's wishes. This process lasted for half a month. Just as Yang Haoxuan was nervously watching Yang Zhisheng's forehead dripping with sweat and hesitating whether or not he should help, Yang Zhisheng's expression suddenly calmed down and he opened his eyes. Who? Yang Zhisheng let out a long sigh and stood up. However, when he stood up, His body could not help but sway. The excessive consumption of his divine sense made him almost unable to stand. Facing his father's concerned gaze, Yang Zhisheng squeezed out a smile on his face. I successfully placed the spiritual sense imprint. Yang Haoshuan, who was worried, immediately felt relieved when he heard this. Looking at Yang Zhisheng's exhausted but still happy face, Yang Haoshuan also felt happy. The Murong sisters said how troublesome it would be to refine it, but it would only exhaust Yang Zhisheng's divine sense and make him feel a little exhausted. They thought that it would be more dangerous. Thinking about it, it was normal. If the divine sense of Yang Zhisheng, a grade 4 heaven immortal, was exhausted like this, weren't they, a few human immortal juniors, on the verge of death? From the Murong sisters' point of view, they were not lying. It was not too much to give each of the 5 tactful little guys 2 treasures from the secret pavilion. This kind of great killing weapon related to the rise and fall of the sect should not be in the hands of people at their level. Placing the divine sense imprint was only the first step. There were still many things to do next. Removing the Murong sisters' divine sense imprint, and then completely refining the dragon puppet, all these required a process. The most important thing now was to completely remove the Murong sisters' divine sense imprints so that they would no longer have any thoughts of controlling the dragon puppet. That way, even if the sect master and the others returned, the situation would be hopeless and they would not be able to turn the situation around. After resting for a day, Yang Zhisheng once again returned to the side of the dragon puppet in high spirits, and then began the next step. At this time, Yang Zhisheng felt that it was extremely difficult. Placing the divine sense imprint and removing the divine sense imprint were 2 different things. One was to squeeze in himself, the other was to not only squeeze in, but also to squeeze everyone else out. The difficulty was not the same. Just the first divine sense imprint alone made Yang Zhisheng use all his strength. The sweat on his forehead could not be stopped, and it kept oozing out. In just a short 2 days, it was as hard as the previous half a month. Yang Haoshuan had been watching his son's movements. Seeing this situation, he no longer hesitated, and directly waved his hand. A huge array on the ground began to flicker, and 2 experts with antennas quickly walked to 2 positions, and began to take the initiative to output their divine sense. The function of this array was to collect the output of the divine sense and concentrate it on Yang Zhisheng. During the conversion process, it even forced everyone's divine sense to be stable, just like the white ball of light in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, but the effect was far inferior. Yang Zhisheng could at most use 70% of it to assimilate into his own divine sense. With the addition of 2 heaven immortal experts, Yang Zhisheng no longer had to worry about the lack of divine sense. The sweat slowly evaporated, and no longer appeared. Calmly, he mobilized his powerful divine sense to attack the divine sense imprints left by the Murong sisters. The process immediately became smooth. As the divine sense imprints left by the Murong sisters were dispersed, only Yang Zhisheng's divine sense imprint was left in that area. In a certain sense, this dragon puppet completely belonged to Yang Zhisheng. Yang Haoshuan finally put his heart at ease. At this point, even if the Murong sisters were unwilling, they could not go back on their words, and even the trap they left behind was useless. Striking the iron while it was hot. At this point, Yang Zhisheng did not even think about it and began the next step. A large amount of divine sense began to enter the body of the dragon puppet, trying to refine the entire dragon puppet. At first, it was normal, the dragon claws and dragon tail did not consume too much divine sense, but when Yang Zhisheng's divine sense rushed into the belly of the dragon puppet, an unexpected situation suddenly appeared. Chapter 1852. The dragon puppet's body suddenly produced a huge suction force. Yang Zhisheng was caught off guard and half of the divine sense in his sea of consciousness disappeared in the blink of an eye. The strange situation even affected the other 2 celestial immortal experts, and at least half of their divine sense was uncontrollably sucked in. Get a few more helpers. Yang Zhisheng was surprised, but he did not panic. After all, the Murong sisters had said that refining required a large amount of divine sense, and they were mentally prepared, so it was not surprising that such a situation suddenly occurred. Immediately, 3 more celestial immortal experts entered the formation and began to sit cross-legged and input their divine sense. But just at the beginning, The three celestial immortal experts had a bad feeling. As soon as they input their divine sense into the formation, a strong suction force came from the formation. They did not even need to deliberately do anything, and their divine sense was continuously sucked away. The five celestial immortal experts and Yang Jisheng finally stabilized the speed of the absorption of divine sense, but it also scared the others into a cold sweat. No wonder the Murong sisters and Yang Chen could cause Yang Chen to lose all his cultivation. It was said that Yang Chen's divine sense was also very talented and powerful. Compared to the current situation, it was not surprising that Yang Chen lost all his cultivation. If 6 celestial immortal experts with divine sense were like this, not to mention the 6 human immortals. Yang Haoshuan, who was watching from the outside, was also scared out of his wits. Finally, when he saw that the situation was stabilized, he felt a little relieved. But for some reason, there was a sudden ominous feeling in his heart. As a core elder of the Five Elements sect, Yang Haoshuan was also a ruthless character who traveled far and wide in the past. Many times, he relied on his ability to vaguely sense danger to rise to the top. Now that he had such a feeling of danger, he immediately knew that it was not good. Yang Jisheng had already started refining, so it was impossible for him to stop halfway. Yang Haoshuan could only make more preparations. 5 Xian immortal experts and 5 celestial immortal experts did not seem to be enough. Yang Haoshuan immediately used his authority as a core elder to transfer more than a dozen supreme Xian immortal elders and more than 20 celestial immortal experts to the sect, just to make sure nothing went wrong. Just the fact that he had used his authority to invite these people might have given him a lot of benefits. Even before the dragon puppet was successfully refined, he had already paid a huge price. Even after making all the preparations, Elder Yang still did not have much confidence in his heart. After thinking about it, he ordered the elder in charge of the secret chamber of the sect to prepare to release the Murong sisters at any time. If something were to happen, he could ask them about it. Yang Jisheng and the 5 heavenly immortals had stabilized themselves for a period of time. This period of time was not long, only around 5 to 6 days. Then, something unexpected happened. A suction force suddenly erupted from the dragon puppet's body, nearly sucking the 6 of them dry in an instant. Fortunately, Yang Jisheng reacted in time and Yang Haoshuan was well prepared. Immediately, another 5 heavenly immortal experts went up. However, this time, the 5 heaven immortal experts did not quickly improve the situation. Not only that, the 5 newly joined heaven immortal experts could no longer control the surging divine sense. Left with no choice, they could only ask for help again. Next, 5 supreme mystic immortal experts and 5 heavenly immortal experts entered the array. The 5 mystic immortal experts, who were a whole realm stronger than the heavenly immortal experts, finally stabilized the situation. The refining process once again entered a stable period. Just as Yang Haoshuan heaved a sigh of relief, the other side had to face an awkward reality. After the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect and the other core elders arranged the defense of the trial ground, they returned to the sect. As soon as they returned to the sect leader Kui Tongguang was informed that Elder Yang had schemed to seize the Murong sisters' dragon puppet for his son, Yang Jisheng. At the same time, Elder Wu Hongyun, who was in charge of the sect, did not object. The two of them came forward together to seize the Murong sisters' dragon puppet. Hearing this, sect leader Kui was instantly furious. How could this be? If the sect sent people to seize the sect's disciples as soon as they obtained something good, how could they maintain the morale of the people in the sect? Elder Yang and Elder Wu were really too much. Sect leader Kui did not care about his fatigue and went straight to Elder Yang. Seeing the scene in front of him, sect leader Kui had no choice but to suppress his anger. There were actually close to 20 supreme mystic immortal elders and more than 30 heavenly immortal elders present. If so many people agreed to this matter, sect leader Kui would have to consider how he should handle it. Greetings, sect leader. Seeing sect leader Kui appear, everyone bowed. Sect leader Kui could only return the greetings to everyone patiently. Then, he turned to Elder Yang and said while suppressing his anger, Elder Yang, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Elder Yang knew that since this matter had already happened, He would have to face sect leader Kui and the other elders one day. He had already prepared an excuse. Now that sect leader Kui asked, Elder Yang seemed to be in no hurry. There were many people present, so Elder Yang gestured to a few core elders to talk in private. Sect leader Kui also knew the importance of this matter, so he agreed to Elder Yang's request. Elder of the sect plotted to steal the magical treasure of the sect's disciple. Elder Yang, you really can do it. Now that there were no outsiders, only a few core elders present, sect leader Kui finally could not hold back and directly spoke sarcastically. Sect leader, this dragon puppet is related to the sect's great plan. It can't be in the hands of outsiders. Elder Yang replied calmly as if he could not hear sect leader Kui's sarcasm. Could it be that the Murong sisters have already betrayed the sect and are no longer disciples of our sect? Sect leader Kui was so angry that he laughed. But they are already married. Yang Haoshuan retorted fearlessly. They are not married to disciples of our sect. Girls are extroverted, and not only women in the mortal world are like this. I'm doing this for the sect. In any case, no matter how dirty the matter was, as long as the last sentence was added, Yang Haoshuan seemed to be able to straighten his back a lot more. Even when facing sect leader Kui, he did not back down. No matter what, you can't use this reason to plot to steal the sect's disciples' belongings. Sect leader Kui did not care about his words and went straight to the heart of the matter. Even if they are married, they are still disciples of the Five Elements sect. They have never done anything wrong to the sect. At this point, sect leader Kui was about to announce Elder Yang's punishment when suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. It was sect leader Kui's trusted disciple who had been at the scene. The disciple who came in took a look at the fearless Yang Haoshuan, then walked to sect leader Kui's side and whispered a few words. Sect leader Kui's expression changed instantly. Chapter 1853. Glaring fiercely at Elder Yang, sect head Kui stood up and quickly walked out. That disciple's voice was very low, but how could the people present not hear it? All of them understood a lot in an instant, and they all got up and followed him out. Before sect head Kui and the rest went in to discuss, there were only 5 Grand Supreme Shen Immortal experts and a dozen Heaven Immortal experts in the auxiliary array that Yang Jisheng was using to refine the dragon puppet. However, after just a few words, the situation had changed drastically. There were already 20 Shen Immortal experts and 30 Heaven Immortal experts in the array, and they were all pouring their spiritual sense into the array. Needless to say, this was definitely an arrangement to allow Yang Jisheng to quickly refine the dragon puppet. Sect Master Kui was very clear about the array formation. With so many people's spiritual senses and spiritual energy supporting Yang Jisheng's body, he believed that with this group of people working together, the speed of refining the dragon puppet would greatly increase. Yang Haoshuan was simply trying to create a fait accompli. But with so many Grand Supreme Shen Immortal Elders, sect head Kui couldn't punish them all at once. He knew that many of them were deceived by Yang Haoshuan, and were tricked into coming here in the name of helping the sect. Even if he could subdue Yang Haoshuan now, Yang Jisheng couldn't stop him. Once the array on the ground was activated, it wouldn't stop unless Yang Jisheng, who was in the center of the array, could control it. The father and son were going to carry on their dirty plot regardless of the cost. As long as the refinement was successful, the intermediate golden immortal stage dragon puppet would definitely increase the strength of the father and son, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could control the sect. Unless sect head Kui could make up his mind to sacrifice this group of 20 Shen Immortal experts and 30 Heaven Immortal elders. The problem was that even a big Dao sect like the Five Elements sect wouldn't sacrifice so many experts so easily. The trial ground had just been arranged, and there were still many Shen Immortal experts left to oversee it. The Shen Immortal experts that appeared here were almost all the Shen Immortal elders of the Five Elements sect. Sacrificing so many experts for a mere Yang Haoshuan and shaking the foundation of the sect wasn't worth it no matter how one looked at it. Yang Haoshuan's face revealed a smile of success. So what if it was the sect master? Wasn't he still being toyed with in the palm of his hand? It seemed like it was time to replace such an indecisive sect master. Yang Haoshuan. Sect master Kui looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but shout, if anything happens because of this, you, Yang Haoshuan, will have to pay with your entire family's life. You don't have to worry about me, sect master. Young Haoshuan had already gambled everything. If he succeeded, the Five Elements sect would be under his control. If he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Who would have thought that Sect Master Kui would return so quickly? Men, take down young Haoshuan. At this moment, everyone had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Sect Master Kui no longer argued with him and directly took action. What surprised Sect Master Kui was that none of the people present actually obeyed his orders. Not only did Elder Wu Hongyun, who was originally in the sect, not move, but even the few core elders who followed him out also stood in the same place, looking down at their noses, not saying a word. Sect leader, if you have something to say it slowly. There's no need to get angry. Just as Sect Master Kui flew into a rage and was about to take action himself, a slow voice came from outside the palace. Then, a figure appeared at the door and slowly walked in this direction. You. Sect Master Kui looked at the person who came in. He had a stomach full of words but couldn't say them. He could only stare blankly at the figure walking over slowly with a face full of grief and indignation. The person who came was the strongest Grand Elder of the Five Elements sect, Elder Feng. He was a Grade 7 Shen Immortal expert and had always been Sect Master Kui's greatest reliance. To think that he would actually stand on Elder Yang's side. Young Haoshuan must have taken out some benefits to get this Shen Immortal expert to speak up for him. Sigh. Sect Master Kui has worked hard for many years and has given his all for the sect. It's time for Sect Master to rest for a period of time. Elder Feng, who came in, didn't stop in his footsteps. He walked very slowly and spoke slowly along the way without anyone interrupting. That's right. That's right. The moment Elder Feng spoke, it attracted a wave of agreement. On the other hand, Sect Master Kui's face was as gloomy as the bottom of an iron wok. In such a huge sect, there were so many elders, but other than a few of his confidants, no one spoke up for him. However, his confidants were just a few ordinary elders, and the strongest one was only in the intermediate heavenly immortal stage. Compared to the dozens of Shen immortal elders, they probably didn't even have the right to speak up, let alone support him. Those Shen immortal experts who could really help Sect Master Kui had been lured by Elder Yang to join the array to help Yang Zhisheng refine the dragon puppet. At this moment, they couldn't get away. All these years, under Sect Master Kui's leadership, the Five Elements sect had only been developing steadily in the spiritual realm and didn't have any achievements worth mentioning. Perhaps this was the reason for people to impeach Sect Master Kui, and it was also the best reason. Elder Feng, who had the highest cultivation, seniority, had spoken up. Coupled with the nods of many elders present, this matter seemed to have naturally become the sect's decision. Sect Master Kui's confidants were instantly restrained by experts and sent to the back of Sect Master Kui. Fortunately, these people didn't go too far and they probably didn't want to shed blood in the sect. Young Haoshuan gathered all the elders in the sect in high spirits and struck while the iron was hot. He announced the news of Sect Master Kui's abdication and let all the elders make their own choice. The situation was already very obvious. Elder Yang had already obtained the support of the majority, and no matter what method he used, the general trend was already on his side. Many people thought that for the sake of the sect's stability, they went against their will and stood on Elder Yang's side. Almost 99% of the people made the same choice. In the face of the despotic power of Elder Feng and dozens of Grand Supreme Shen Immortal experts, no one dared to resist. Under Sect Master Kui's murderous gaze, he silently walked to the opposite side of Sect Master Kui. However, what surprised everyone was that even under such a serious disparity in strength, there were still people who chose Sect Master Kui without any hesitation. The only people who chose Sect Master Kui were the Sect Master of the Five Elements sect, Xiao Wenshuan, who had just ascended from the mortal world less than a few hundred years ago, as well as the Elder Technique imparting Elder and his subordinates. Xiao Wenshuan's choice made Sect Master Kui look a little more radiant, but he wasn't too surprised. It hadn't been long since he ascended, and the subordinates led by Xiao Wenshuan only had a few dozen people. Including his confidants, they still weren't a match for the other party. Chapter 1854. Sect Master Kui's main forces were delayed in the trial ground, and the sect was empty. Yang Haoxuan's faction had won a great victory, and it could be said that they had gained the leadership of the Five Elements sect without any bloodshed. Yang Haoxuan was proud of his success. Although he had paid a high price to win over these elders in the sect, it was all worth it. As long as Yang Jisheng refined the dragon puppet, he could completely control the Five Elements sect. At that time, even if those trusted masters of Sect Master Kui returned to the sect, they would not be able to save the situation. Why did you make such a choice? Although it was for Sect Master Kui to recuperate, it was equivalent to Sect Master Kui's faction being placed under house arrest and losing their freedom. Sect Master Kui also wondered why Xiao Wenshuan would follow him. It seemed that he had not taken special care of Xiao Wenshuan because of his identity as a sect master in the mortal world. When there was no one else, Sect Master Kui asked doubtfully. This disciple has just ascended and is not completely clear about right and wrong. Xiao Wenshuan had always retained his respect for Sect Master Kui, whether it was the title or the etiquette. Hearing Sect Master Kui's question, Xiao Wenshuan replied respectfully, "This disciple chose Sect Master only because of one person." One person? Who? Sect Master Kui became more and more curious. As the Sect Master of the Five Elements sect in the mortal world, Xiao Wenshuan's eyesight and judgment were absolutely not lacking. Because of one person, he could make him stand on his side. Who had such influence? Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen. Xiao Wenshuan did not keep him in suspense and directly said the answer. Elder Yang and the others touched the magic weapon of the Murong sisters. Sect Master Kui had heard the name Yang Chen more than once or twice. The most recent warning of the trial ground was told by Yang Chen. However, Sect Master Kui's understanding of Yang Chen was still limited to Yang Chen's identity as an alchemist and the supplier of sacred jade. Although he agreed to make a great oath of Heart Demon to guarantee the safety of Chunyang Palace for thousands of years for various reasons, he still lacked a deep understanding of Yang Chen. Speaking of which, Yang Chen was just a human immortal junior who had just ascended for more than 200 years. He was really not worthy of the attention of the sect master of the Five Elements sect. It was understandable that he did not know much about him. However, Sect Master Kui understood that Xiao Wenshuan had worked with Yang Chen in the mortal world, so he must have some understanding of Yang Chen, which was why he made such a choice. What surprised Sect Master Kui was that Xiao Wenshuan's reason was that Elder Yang had touched the Murong sisters' magic weapons. Of course, this made Yang Chen, the husband of the Murong sisters, unhappy, but what could he, a mere human immortal junior, do? Even with the Chunyang Palace, whose strength had suddenly skyrocketed, they were still no match for the shipping mountain courtyard of the Five Elements sect, let alone the Five Elements sect itself. Let's wait and see. Xiao Wenshuan did not explain much. In fact, he did not know what trump card Yang Chen would have, but since the cooperation in the mortal world, Yang Chen had shown miracles again and again, so he was used to standing on the side of Yang Chen. Since Elder Yang dared to touch the Murong sisters' things, he must be mentally prepared to be counterattacked by Yang Chen. Yang Haoxuan was now very proud. Sect Master Kui had been placed under house arrest, and the people who supported Sect Master Kui in the sect were also locked up. If it were not for Elder Feng's insistence that no blood should be spilled, Elder Yang would have killed all these people. Now, of course, it was Elder Feng who had the final say, but after the dragon puppet was refined, it would be another matter. Elder Yang knew how to endure, and he also knew how to put on a show. In any case, during this period of time, he had served Elder Feng very well. However, the refinement of the dragon puppet seemed to be getting more and more difficult. There was already an increase of 20 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Experts, but Yang Jisheng did not seem to feel any sense of accomplishment. This made Yang Haoxuan feel very strange. Just as Yang Haoxuan was worried that something would happen to the refinement, something really happened. Yang Jisheng had already started to ask for help again, and those profound immortal and heaven immortal experts in the array revealed a look of fear. Needless to say, the dragon puppet had started to crazily absorb spiritual consciousness again. For the sake of his son, for the sake of his future power, Yang Haoxuan could not care less, and directly let the experts on his side join in. 10 profound immortal experts and 20 heaven immortal experts entered the array in one go. However, the situation this time seemed to be very bad. 30 experts had entered the array, but the crisis had not improved at all. The dragon puppet seemed to have suddenly turned into a Dao Tai, crazily devouring everyone's divine sense and even spiritual power. They had already worked hard for so long, spent so much effort, and mobilized so many experts. How could Elder Yang let Yang Zhisheng's refinement fail at the last step? In a hurry, another 10 profound immortal experts and 20 heaven immortal experts joined in. The tried and tested human wave tactic from before had completely lost its effectiveness this time. The addition of experts still did not improve the situation, and instead caused an even greater crisis. Everyone's spiritual consciousness was rapidly being sucked out uncontrollably, and even their spiritual energy was being sucked out. Everyone wanted to control everything in fear, but they realized that they were already powerless. Everyone could only watch helplessly as their energy flowed out of their bodies. Elder Yang, who was outside, could not understand what everyone was thinking. He stubbornly believed that this was because they needed a huge amount of spiritual energy and spiritual consciousness at a critical moment, so he did not hesitate to put in a huge amount of energy again. This time, Elder Yang sent all the experts apart from Elder Feng and a few core elders into the array. As long as they could get through this, they would definitely be able to completely control the dragon puppet. It could be said that Elder Yang had completely bet everything on this investment. Even Elder Feng's face revealed a worried expression. Previously, whether it was supporting Yang Haoshuan or putting sect leader Kui under house arrest, it was all based on the premise that Yang Zhisheng could refine the dragon puppet with the help of so many experts. If this still could not be resolved, then the Five Elements sect would be in big trouble. Not only the sect, even Elder Feng and everyone else present would be in big trouble. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on Elder Feng's forehead as he stared anxiously at his fellow sect members in the array, hoping to see their relaxed expressions. Unfortunately, what one feared would always come true. More than 90% of the Five Elements sect's forces had entered the formation, and all of them had nervous and terrified expressions on their faces. Not a single one of them could calm down normally. Yang Zhisheng's face had even revealed a look of despair, as if his body was being tortured. However, no matter how painful it was, he could only maintain that expression and endure it, as if his body was no longer under his control. Hurry up and let the Murong sisters out, let them see what's going on. Yang Haoshuan finally could no longer maintain his composure, and anxiously shouted at the elder in charge of the secret chamber of the sect. Chapter 1855. The Murong sisters had been locked up in the sect's secret chamber for the past few days, carefully choosing their rewards. This was their reward for giving up the dragon puppet, so they could take it with a clear conscience. After choosing their rewards, the five sisters cultivated together, not caring about what was happening outside. After all, it had nothing to do with them. Their husband had already foreseen that something like this might happen and had a plan to deal with it, so what was there to worry about? Their comfortable cultivation was interrupted, and the five women instantly appeared in the hall where the dragon puppet was being refined. Looking at the scene in front of them, the five women had a shocked expression on their faces. What kind of spirit did the sect have? There were almost 100 Grand Supreme Xian Immortal Experts and 100 Heavenly Immortal Experts here. What kind of scene was this? What's the process of refining the dragon puppet? Hurry up and tell us. Yang Haoshuan could no longer care about anything else. When he saw the five women, he immediately shouted. It's just that it will consume a large amount of divine sense. The other disciples don't know either. Murong Han replied to Yang Haoshuan in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Then what's the situation? Yang Haoshuan pointed at the people in the formation and asked fiercely. The situation was urgent, and he had already lost his usual calmness. I don't know. Murong Han didn't know anything, and the four women behind her kept shaking their heads, echoing Murong Han's answer. Yang Haoshuan was almost angered to death by Murong Han's answer. Even at this moment, she still wanted to hold back. If it wasn't for the fact that the lives of his son and so many experts of the sect were hanging by a thread, Yang Haoshuan almost couldn't help but attack the Murong sisters. You've refined it once, so how can you not know? Elder Young's tone was already a little exasperated, and his voice was so high that it sounded like he was shouting. However, Elder Young immediately realized that his attitude might not be amiable enough, so he immediately suppressed his anger. After calming his anger, he said in a pleasant tone, "I know that you were forced to hand over the magic treasure, but this matter concerns the survival of the sect. You must not be impulsive. If you have any ideas, just tell us. If you want any rewards, just tell us." At this moment, he had to please the Murong sisters and tell them the solution, or else they would be doomed eternally. Elder Yang looked at Murong Han expectantly, waiting for her to speak. "Elder, we really don't know what happened." Murong Han secretly rejoiced, but she forced a smile and said, "When we're refining it, we don't have to worry about what happens outside. We just have to follow husband's instructions and send our divine sense in. Husband will take care of everything else. We sisters really don't know what to do now." Fearing that young Haoshuan wouldn't believe him, he raised his right hand and said seriously, "If Elder Young doesn't believe me, I can swear on my heart demon that I really don't know." The four women followed Murong Han's lead and swore the great heart demon oath as well. The Murong sisters really did not know what was needed for the refinement process. When they first broke the formation seal, they only followed Cheng Yi's instructions and sent their divine senses into the formation. They really did not know what exactly happened inside. Even if they swore a great heart demon oath, it would not affect them at all. Since the Murong sisters had already sworn on their great heart demons, young Haoshuan could only believe that they really did not know what had happened. This was really troublesome. So many experts and his son were going to die. His plan had instantly become a castle in the air. Despair rose in young Haoshuan's heart. At this moment, he began to regret. If he knew that this dragon puppet was so difficult to refine, he would not have let his son take the risk. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, one would realize that if a golden immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet was really so easy to refine, wouldn't it be too easy for a golden immortal expert? Unfortunately, young Haoshuan and young Jisheng, who were driven by greed at that time, only saw the Murong sisters and young Chen, 6 human immortals, controlling the dragon puppet. They did not think further about the reason, nor did they understand that the Murong sisters' divine sense was already at the Xian immortal level. With the help of young Chen, they had almost unlimited divine sense. How could dozens of Xian immortals and hundreds of heaven immortals compare to them? Elder Yang was helpless and could only watch as the experts of the sect fell into depravity step by step. On the other side, Elder Feng also realized that they were in big trouble. He quickly released sect leader Kui and the others and brought them here. After all, sect leader Kui had been in charge of the sect for many years. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps he knew some high-level secrets that could solve the current predicament. There were only a few experts left in the sect and they were all killed in one fell swoop. Sect leader Kui almost fought with young Haoshuan and Elder Feng on the spot. Fortunately, as the sect leader, he couldn't just sit back and watch such a disaster happen to the sect. Hatefully, he let go of the dejected Elder Yang and questioned Elder Feng about the details. At this moment, Elder Feng was no longer the high and mighty person who could decide the throne of the sect leader. In an instant, he had turned into an old servant who listened to the sect leader's words and answered everything in detail. When he heard that all the experts within the array had been countered by the dragon puppet and their lives might even be in danger, sect leader Kui was so shocked that he could not care about anything else. He looked coldly at Elder Yang, who was like a drowning dog, and then turned to the Murong sisters. Sect leader Kui knew the crux of the matter. When he was listening to Elder Feng's narration, he heard Yang Chen's name and was full of admiration for Xiao Wenshuan. Things were just as Xiao Wenshuan expected. Yang Haoshuan and the others had offended Yang Chen and they would not have a good ending. After all, he was the sect leader. No matter how much he hated Yang Haoshuan, he could not let so many experts of the sect die with him. He could only look for the Murong sisters to think of a solution. "Are you still able to control the puppet?" Sect leader Kui looked for Murong Han the moment he spoke. Whoever started the trouble should end it. In the end, the Murong sisters would be the ones to solve the problem. Elder Yang finally understood. Everything was because he and his son coveted the Murong sisters' transcendent artifact. Now that the Murong sisters were here, there might be a chance to turn the situation around. Murong Han did not shirk the responsibility. She immediately instructed her sisters, and everyone began to work together to control the dragon puppet. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When they were expecting a miracle, the miracle did not happen. The Murong sisters stopped their futile attempts. Murong Han shook her head at sect leader Kui, Elder Feng and Elder Yang, who were waiting anxiously, and said, "Disciples' divine sense imprint has been completely dispersed. There's no other way." Sect leader Kui, Elder Feng and Elder Yang looked as though they had been sentenced to death. Their faces were ashen. A grade 7 Xian immortal expert and even a mid-heaven immortal expert seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Sect leader, Yang Chen from Chunyang Palace has paid a visit to the mountain. Just when everyone was in complete despair, a disciple at the mountain gate suddenly reported. Immediately, everyone's souls were called back. Chapter 1856. Yang Chen's visit to the mountain. Elder Yang could swear that he had never heard such a beautiful voice before. This junior of his sect, whom he had only heard of but had never met before, was now so friendly. "Invite him in." Sect leader Kui's face was filled with surprise. He couldn't hide the smile on his face as he shouted, "I'll go personally." Elder Feng no longer had the calmness he had when he decided on the sect leader. He flew up and rushed to the mountain gate as fast as he could. He didn't feel that it was ridiculous for him, the most respected elder in the sect, to personally welcome a human celestial junior. "You guys have been wronged." Sect leader Kui didn't stop Elder Feng but turned to the Murong sisters. At the same time, he glared at Yang Haoxuan, signaling him to come and solve the problem he caused. The Murong sisters were Yang Chen's husbands. Even if he knew how to solve the problem, the higher-ups of Five Elements sect coveted their concubine's transcendent artifact and snatched it openly. It was a joke to expect Yang Chen to help Five Elements sect. Yang Chen cultivated the Tao, not to become a good-for-nothing. As the saying went, whoever started the trouble should solve it. Even though it was already a joke for Yang Haoxuan to want to take over the Five Elements sect, if he didn't want anything to happen to his son, he had to lower his head. "This old man is plagued by greed. Please be magnanimous and forgive this old man's previous offense." As one of the core higher-ups of Five Elements sect, Elder Yang, who almost became the new sect leader of Five Elements sect, had to lower his proud head and beg the Murong sisters to forgive his previous mistake in the face of a few new disciples who had just ascended less than 200 years ago. The sect is in the wrong in this matter. When this matter is solved, the sect will give you a proper explanation. Sect leader Kui promised and bowed. No matter how those people had betrayed him, sect leader Kui couldn't tolerate the Five Elements sect losing 90% of its power. No matter what price he had to satisfy the Murong sisters. If the Murong sisters were satisfied, then Yang Chen would be satisfied. If Yang Chen was satisfied, then he would be able to help Five Elements sect when they met later. Otherwise, half of the Five Elements sect would have been crippled even without the Zhao clan taking action. "Sect master, you're too kind." The Murong clan sisters immediately returned the greeting. When Yang Haoxuan bowed to them, they could ignore it, but when sect leader Kui bowed to them, they, as juniors, could not accept it. "Disciple will definitely persuade husband to help, please rest assured," sect leader. With the Murong sisters' words, sect master Kui's heart was half at ease. He looked anxiously at the experts in the formation, his heart burning with anxiety. There had never been a moment when sect master Kui's killing intent towards Yang Haoxuan and Yang Zhisheng was so strong, and there had never been a moment when sect master Kui felt that Elder Feng, who had the strongest cultivation, was so slow. As sect leader Kui waited anxiously, Elder Feng and Yang Chen finally appeared. Although he had never seen Yang Chen before, the young man who was being supported by Elder Feng and rushing over was undoubtedly Yang Chen. When they saw Yang Chen, sect leader Kui and Yang Haoxuan were flustered. It was not because they had a guilty conscience, but because they realized that Yang Chen was only at the foundation establishment stage. Could this solve the problem in front of them? Yang Haoxuan, on the other hand, had a little more hope in his heart. As expected, Yang Chen had lost all his cultivation and was cultivating again. Basically, as long as Yang Chen said the solution, It would be useless and the rest would be easier to handle. On the way, Elder Feng had already briefed Yang Chen about the predicament that Five Elements sect was facing. The heavens had pitied him. A grade 7 Xian immortal great elder actually had a feeling of not being able to raise his head in front of a junior who was only at the foundation establishment stage. This was because the higher-ups of his sect, including himself, had participated in the despicable act of stealing a junior's magic treasure. If not for the fact that the sect was facing a life and death crisis, just this journey alone would have made Elder Feng want to die of shame and anger. Husband. Seeing Yang Chen, the Murong sisters' faces were filled with surprise. However, Yang Chen did not say much to the 5 girls. Instead, he bowed to sect leader Kui. The other party was a sect leader and a senior expert. Etiquette could not be ignored. Master Yang, let's not talk about apologies first. How do you think we should solve this situation? After sect leader Kui quickly returned the bow, he did not care about losing face and asked with a bitter smile. He really could not say anything else. The higher-ups of the sect had done such an embarrassing thing and in the end, he, the former sect leader, had to clean up after them. Just the thought of this made sect leader Kui extremely unhappy. TSK, what a grand scene. Yang Chen turned his gaze to the people who were refining and praised. In the ears of sect leader Kui, Elder Feng, and Yang Haoxuan, this compliment was obviously a mockery. To be honest, all of you are seniors and experts. I dare not be careless. After the ridicule, Yang Chen spread his arms and shrugged his shoulders. He said in a very straightforward manner, such a grand scene, I really can't do anything. You. Yang Haoxuan was furious. Just as he was about to scold him, Elder Feng glared at him coldly. You can do such a despicable thing, but you can't allow others to be angry. If it was you, Yang Haoxuan, who had your magical weapon stolen, what would you do? Master Yang, this is the 5 Elements sect's fault. No matter what, I hope that Master Yang can give me face. The 5 Elements sect will be extremely grateful. Sect leader Kui gave Yang Haoxuan a fierce glare and then said with a smile, since Master Yang could help the Murong sisters refine the dragon puppet when you were a human immortal, I believe you must have a way now. Please do not be stingy with your advice. After saying that, sect leader Kui of the 5 Elements sect also bowed. This was not a small gesture. In the spiritual realm, the sect leaders of the 5 major Dao sects had only bowed to their ancestors. Even the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect had not received this kind of gesture. Now, they were bowing to a junior like Yang Chen. They were really giving up everything for the sect. I don't dare to accept this. Yang Chen immediately returned the gesture. What a joke, accepting this kind of gesture would shorten one's lifespan. Yang Chen was not that arrogant. Since this formation was set up by the sect, there must be a way to stop it, right? At this point, Yang Chen no longer kept them in suspense. He directly said, can't we just stop it? It's not that easy. Elder Feng smiled bitterly and explained, other than the person in the eye of the formation, no one else can stop it. Once the formation is activated, it will gather the strength of everyone in the formation. Even if we want to destroy it, we can't do anything. Do you think we can't bear to part with a formation? Then let the person in the eye of the formation stop. Yang Chen said without hesitation, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for everyone to die? If necessary, kill the person in control of the formation. One person's life can't be more important than so many people, right? Chapter 1857. Yang Chen said it casually. It was easy for him to kill the person controlling the formation core. But in Yang Haoxuan's ears, it was obvious that he wanted his son's life. How could he agree to it? Nonsense. No matter how well-mannered Yang Haoxuan was, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He scolded loudly, my 5 Elements sect has no enmity with you. How dare you set up such a trap? Oh! Yang Chen was very calm in the face of Yang Haoxuan's reprimand, but very casually asked, could it be that this younger generation junior put a knife on the necks of the seniors and forced them to refine the magic weapon of this younger generation junior's concubine? Or could it be that this junior has to beg the seniors to accept this junior's filial piety? The two sarcastic words made sect leader Kui and Elder Feng feel ashamed. Even Yang Haoxuan was speechless. It was Yang Haoxuan and Yang Jisheng's greed. How could they blame others? Besides, the Five Elements sect is also a big Daoist sect. The rules in this sect are really strange. Since Yang Haoxuan wanted to make a false accusation, saying that the current situation in the Five Elements sect was a conspiracy by Yang Chen, how could Yang Chen admit it without saying a word? He immediately continued to ridicule the good stuff that the disciples of the sect obtained after going through untold hardships, and it's not even a sect mission, but it has to be handed over to the sect to deal with. I've rarely heard of this rule even in the Devil sect. The Five Elements sect is indeed unique. Admirable. Admirable. This is a matter of my sect. You are an outsider. What right do you have to comment on it? Yang Haoxuan was obviously unhappy that Yang Chen had exposed him. He said coldly, "But this matter concerns this junior's concubine. This junior has no choice but to clarify." Yang Chen didn't seem to be in a hurry at all as he said slowly, "The matters of my sect have nothing to do with you." Yang Haoxuan swung his sleeves coldly and turned his face away from Yang Chen. "Then this junior has spoken too much." Yang Chen listened to people's advice to eat a full meal, and immediately stopped this topic. His eyes turned to the side of the formation, looked at it a few times, and then said loudly in a lively tone, "Sure enough, it's a formation arranged by an expert. The person in the middle can still hold up now, amazing." The one in the middle was naturally Yang Haoxuan's son, Yang Jisheng. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Haoxuan hated that he could not tear Yang Chen's body into pieces. At this time, he had to turn around and bow his head to Yang Chen. "This is the fault of this old man. Please forgive me, Grandmaster Yang. What does this have to do with me? It's not like my transcendent artifact was stolen." Yang Chen moved to the side and avoided Yang Haoxuan's salute. He said in an indifferent tone. Yang Haoxuan cast a glance at his son, who was in the rune. The situation over there seemed to be becoming more and more dangerous. He could only grit his teeth in secret and bow to the Murong sisters in apology. "I have done something wrong. Please, for the sake of your sect, do not pursue this matter for now. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation after this." The Murong sisters did not dodge Yang Haoxuan's salute. They received it head-on. This guy was taking advantage of his seniority to bully others. It was inevitable that he would be taught a lesson. "Grandmaster Yang, Elder Yang has also apologized. Do you think we should solve this problem first?" No matter how anxious sect leader Kui was, he didn't dare to provoke Yang Chen like Yang Haoxuan did. He also smiled and said humbly, "It's not that this junior doesn't want to help. This junior really has no other way." Yang Chen seemed to be stubborn with Yang Haoxuan. He refused to help. At that time, how did Grandmaster Yang use his human immortal cultivation to help them refine the dragon puppet? At this time, Elder Feng could only speak up and ask in a roundabout way, hoping to get a few words of advice from Yang Chen. That was really not due to this junior's effort. Yang Chen still had the same attitude. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "The powerful ones are the Zhao family. They have already set up the sealing formation. The dragon puppet has been sealed for many years and the formation has been continuously refining it. In fact, the 5 of them only forcefully imprinted the divine sense into the dragon puppet. It's far from refining it." These words of Yang Chen were not false at all. It was the truth. Even if it consumed a lot of divine sense, the basic principle was so. The refining of the dragon puppet was still carried out by the Zhao family's formation. However, controlling the dragon puppet was not as simple as imprinting the divine sense. This was deliberately concealed by Yang Chen. At this point, it seemed that there was only one way left. That was to kill Yang Jisheng, completely destroy the formation and use Yang Jisheng's life in exchange for the lives of so many experts of the Five Elements sect. Yang Haoxuan felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. However, in the face of such a situation, there was nothing he could do. Yang Chen clearly wanted to use this opportunity to kill his son to vent his concubine's anger. However, Yang Haoxuan could not do anything about it. At this moment, Yang Haoxuan hated Yang Chen directly to the bone, but he didn't think about what the Murong sisters felt when he forced the Murong sisters. Sect leader Kui and Elder Feng's eyes had already met. They seemed to have made some kind of decision. Seeing this scene, Yang Haoshuan was in despair. At this time, there was no need to guess what the two of them were thinking. They must be using Yang Chen's method. Could it be that his son was doomed? I wonder how far they have refined it. Yang Chen watched with interest from the side. He rubbed his chin and suddenly said, if it has not reached the last step, maybe there is another method we can try. Yang Chen's words were like a life-saving straw. Yang Haoshuan suddenly felt hope return to him. At this moment, he no longer cared about his dignity. He pleaded in a flattering tone, Grandmaster Yang, please tell me if you have a way. This one will listen to you. For the sake of his son's life, Yang Haoshuan did not hesitate to call himself an elder in front of Yang Chen. Oh, this junior is an outsider. Is it appropriate for this junior to give advice? Yang Chen glanced sideways and asked, pretending to be confused. Appropriate. Appropriate. Yang Haoshuan hurriedly nodded his head. It was my fault just now. Please forgive me, Grandmaster Yang. Can this junior speak? Yang Chen ignored Yang Haoshuan and asked sect leader Kui and Elder Feng. If there is a way, please tell us. The Five Elements sect will be forever grateful. Elder Feng spoke before Sect Master Kui could, fearing that Sect Master Kui would make use of this opportunity to kill Yang Zhisheng. Elder Feng was also involved in this matter. He could only think of a way to solve the problem and not offend either side. Sect leader Kui glanced coldly at Yang Haoshuan and then at Elder Feng. Under Elder Feng's pleading gaze, he nodded slightly in agreement. Actually, the solution is simple. Whoever started the trouble should untie it. Whoever was in control before is still in control now. Yang Chen chuckled, with the foundation of refining the formation, it is possible to regain control. Chapter 1858. As soon as this sentence was said, even a fool knew that Yang Chen was smiling for his concubine to get back what originally belonged to him. However, in the face of such a situation, whether it was Sect Master Kui, Elder Feng, or Yang Haoshuan, how could they say no? The five of them are only at the fifth stage of the human immortal stage at most. How can they control it? Yang Haoshuan refused to give up. He had already paid such a heavy price for this, and once the crisis was over, he did not know how he would be dealt with. How could he be willing to defend? Perhaps Yang Haoshuan also wanted to find out something from Yang Chen's words so that Yang Zhisheng could have a chance to control the dragon puppet. Controlling the dragon puppet does not depend on the level of one's cultivation. Yang Chen seemed to feel that he had achieved his goal and let down his guard. He then said something that made the eyes of the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect light up. If it did not depend on the level of one's cultivation, it meant that there was a shortcut. At the same time, it also meant that the Five Elements sect had paid such a huge price to refine the dragon puppet, but it was all for naught. Not only that, it had also sent so many people into danger. Yang Chen knew that he had made a slip of the tongue the moment the words left his mouth. He immediately shut his mouth and did not say anything else. His attitude was very clear. Either the Murong sisters came or these people could die however they wanted. Looking at the formation, the expressions of pain on the faces of the masters had become more and more severe. It seemed that they would not be able to support it in the next moment. When Elder Feng turned to look at Yang Chen, his face also had a different look. Elder Feng, it looks like you have some other ideas. Yang Chen did not seem to feel that he was still a guest in the Five Elements sect as he said with a grin, shall I take a guess, senior? Please. Sect Master Kui observed the situation in the formation as he patiently gestured to Yang Chen. I guess that Elder Feng must be thinking that since I know such a unique method, for the future of the Five Elements sect, I have no choice but to wrong a junior like me. Yang Chen wasn't bothered by the unfriendly gazes of Elder Feng and Elder Yang as he voiced his guess to Sect Leader Kui. Really? Sect Master Kui had known Elder Feng for many years. How could he not understand his thoughts? By saying this, Yang Chen had basically guessed Elder Feng's plan. Since you've already guessed this, why did you still come? Elder Feng had already made a mistake by supporting Yang Haoshuan previously. In order to make up for this mistake, he would probably do anything. Sect leader Kui was certain that even if Yang Chen had not mentioned it, Elder Feng would have had the same plan. I'm here to see if the Five Elements sect is still a part of Taoism, and if they're willing to pay the price for their wrongdoings. Yang Chen said with a grin, as if Elder Feng and Yang Haoshuan, who were beside him, did not exist. Are you willing to sacrifice unrelated outsiders for the sake of your own wrongdoers? You're not an outsider who has nothing to do with this, Yang Haoshuan said with a straight face. I understand. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Yang Chen nodded his head quickly and said to sect leader Kui, actually, my biggest mistake was to ask the Murong sisters not to rebel against the sect. Otherwise, who in the Five Elements sect could force them to take out a golden immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet? Glancing at the crowd, Yang Chen turned to sect leader Kui with a smile and asked, Sect leader Kui, Elder Feng, Elder Yang, you're all seniors. Is it right or wrong to be loyal to the sect? At this moment, sect leader Kui didn't dare to look at Yang Chen, who was staring at him with that kind of smile. He could only silently scold Yang Haoshuan and Elder Feng in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do to change the current situation. Since you're loyal to the sect, you should hand it over quickly, Yang Haoshuan said with a cold face. The Murong sisters are disciples of the Five Elements sect, so they handed over the dragon puppet. Did they do something wrong? Yang Chen ignored Yang Haoshuan's expression and still had a smile on his face. But I'm not a disciple of the Five Elements sect. I have no obligation to hand over what I know to the Five Elements sect. Isn't that right, Elder Yang? No matter what, you're already here. Yang Haoshuan had already concluded that Yang Chen had a solution. Since he was here, he wasn't afraid that Yang Chen would run away. Thus, he spoke with much more confidence. Well said, well said. Yang Chen cooperated. Actually, as long as you guys agree to a small request of mine, I can command the Murong sisters to break this trap. How about it? In any case, Yang Chen was adamant that the Murong sisters would control the dragon puppet. As for the others, he didn't even need to think about it. Elder Feng made a move against Yang Chen because he didn't want to destroy so many people in the sect. He could see that Yang Haoshuan was a schemer. He had great ambition but little talent. Even though he had the upper hand, he still ended up in such a situation. He really couldn't afford to be like this. Since Yang Chen was willing to help, and the Murong sisters had always been disciples of the Five Elements sect, it didn't matter to him who controlled the dragon puppet. Thinking of this, Elder Yang's attitude towards Yang Chen became much better. He didn't have the same idea as before. What's the condition? Sect leader Kui asked hurriedly. In just a short while, the experts in the formation's faces were getting uglier. The situation was urgent, so it was better to solve it as soon as possible. As long as Sect Master Kui and Elder Feng make a heart oath, everything that Elder Yang has done will be made public afterwards. This younger generation junior will naturally help. Yang Chen did not procrastinate and directly made a request. Don't even think about it. Yang Haoshuan was furious. If this matter was made public, wouldn't his and his son Yang Jisheng's reputation be ruined? As one of the core elders of the Five Elements sect, how could he be humiliated like this? Sure. Sect leader Kui didn't even hesitate and agreed. On the other hand, Elder Feng hesitated for a while before looking at the experts in the formation and nodding his head. Elder Feng had a part in Yang Haoshuan's matter. If Yang Haoshuan's matter was made public, Yang Haoshuan wouldn't be the only one whose reputation would be ruined. At least 5 core elders and Elder Feng would be implicated. However, Elder Feng had done it for the sect's sake. Now, it was also for the sect's sake. Hence, he was willing to accept the consequences. Just like what Yang Chen had said, if one did something wrong, one would have to bear the consequences. He couldn't just pat his butt and get away with it as if nothing had happened, right? With Elder Feng's approval, Yang Haoshuan didn't have the slightest ability to object in front of sect leader Kui and Elder Feng. At this moment, he was extremely regretful that he had poured all his power into refining the dragon puppet. Otherwise, he might have been able to put up a fight. Chapter 1859. Next, sect leader Kui and Elder Feng did not waste any more time. Each of them made a heart demon oath and looked at Yang Chen. Without saying anything, Yang Chen could feel the urgency in their hearts. Actually, Some things are very simple. This time, young Chen was no longer smiling. Instead, he turned serious and began to instruct the Murong sisters in front of the two of them. The refining method still needs to be based on the formation set up by the Zhao family. How many people in the spiritual realm can refine a golden immortal puppet with just manpower? This was a very obvious hint. Sect leader Kui and elder Feng felt relieved. Since Yang Chen said it so confidently and it sounded reasonable, the key point was that he had succeeded once before. This time, it would definitely not be a problem. Elder Yang, do you know why your refining failed this time? Perhaps because he had gotten the result he wanted. Everyone could hear the excitement in Yang Chen's tone. Now was the time to show off to the loser. Naturally, he was as proud as he could be. Why? Yang Haoxuan's expression was so cold that it could almost condense into frost. Refining a Dharma treasure requires purity. It's a waste for you to use so many experts. Yang Chen mercilessly criticized his failure. Don't think that you can use other people's consciousness to make up for it just because you used this formation. At the end of the day, the person's consciousness belongs to. If it was so easy, why didn't you ask others to help you refine your natal Dharma treasure? The reason was simple. No matter how pure the consciousness of an outsider was, without Yang Chen's white fire seed, it would be impossible to completely erase the consciousness waves of an outsider's consciousness with the help of an external formation. At the end of the day, it would still carry some of the outsider's aura. Previously, Yang Haoxuan had taken it for granted. Now, he understood where he was wrong. Then, the five of them can be pure. Yang Haoxuan naturally would not admit defeat so easily and immediately retorted. This was also what sect leader Kui and elder Feng wanted to know. Both of them pricked up their ears to listen. The five sisters have been living together ever since they started cultivating, or rather, since they were born. They have never been separated. Even their cultivation is based on the five elements formation. Yang Chen chuckled and said, "If all the experts you have here are as tacit as these sisters, then I won't say anything just now." Yang Haoxuan could only shut his mouth. There were so many people here, and their cultivations were not in the same place. The five elements sect was so big, and if one were to exaggerate, there might even be experts who did not know each other. They had never met each other before, so how could there be any tacit understanding between them? Master Yang, you should teach them how to refine it first. Sect Master Kui couldn't take it anymore. He coughed and reminded, "We can talk about this later." With just a few words, some people were already on the verge of collapsing. Sect Master Kui had no choice but to interrupt Yang Chen's pride in front of Yang Haoxuan. The Zhao family's matrix relies on this method. Yang Chen readily accepted the advice and immediately stopped wasting his breath. He began to guide the Murong sisters. Li Cheng had studied the Zhao family's sealing matrix very deeply, and Yang Chen also knew a lot of the key principles. At this time, when he said it, it was quite like he was giving pointers to everything. The Murong sisters themselves were masters of formations. Their daily cultivation was also in accordance with the formation. Listening to Yang Chen's guidance, it was a great benefit. Although the Zhao family's matrix that Yang Chen mentioned was not the complete core, some things could be learned by analogy. Time was tight, and Yang Chen did not have time to guide them in detail. He first explained the simplest method of operation, and then let the Murong sisters start. As for the more detailed instructions, he would explain them slowly after he started refining. According to Yang Chen's guidance, the Murong sisters did not directly enter the matrix. Instead, they each took out their respective five elements hooks and stood outside the matrix. They released their hooks and hooked the dragon puppet from 5 directions. They mobilized their divine senses and began to fight for control of the dragon puppet. It was as if Yang Chen's guidance was an elixir. When the 5 girls' hooks joined the refining, the painful expressions on the faces of the 5 elements sect masters in the matrix began to slowly fade. Although they could not immediately break away from the influence of the matrix, everyone could clearly see that the situation was turning for the better. At this time, no one dared to disturb Yang Chen, for fear that he would say a wrong word and cause everything to go to waste. However, sect leader Kui and elder Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. After all, It seemed like the lives of the five elements sect's experts were no longer in danger. All they had to do was wait for the Murong sisters to seize control of the five elements sect before they could be completely freed. At this moment, Elder Feng finally felt relieved and began to reflect on his previous mistakes. He did not know what had gotten to his head. He actually unknowingly followed Yang Haoxuan's suggestion and even did something like dethroning the sect master. He was really crazy. Now was not the time to pursue Yang Haoxuan. This kind of thing could wait until the encirclement was completely over. In Elder Feng's eyes, a heaven immortal intermediate stage elder was not enough to deal with, so he was not afraid of what he could do. Yang Chen's words always sounded at the right time, guiding the Murong sisters on what to do next. In the beginning, Yang Chen's face was full of confidence. But as time went on, the confidence on Yang Chen's face seemed to diminish. Instead, there was a layer of doubt on his face, and the doubt was slowly deepening. However, there was no longer any need to worry about the experts in the array. Basically, they no longer had any painful expressions on their faces. It seemed like they were just releasing their spiritual power and divine sense normally. It was only a matter of time before they could escape. When Yang Chen's brows furrowed even tighter, a few months had already passed. During this period of time, Sect Master Kui and Elder Feng never left the hall. As for Yang Haoxuan, he stayed here as if he was a sinner. Elder Feng did not place any restrictions on him, so he consciously stayed there obediently and did not make any strange movements. How could this be? Yang Chen finally exclaimed in confusion. Just when Sect Master Kui was about to ask Yang Chen the whole story, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the array. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this wild laughter. When they looked closely, the person who laughed wildly was actually a fella that no one expected. It was actually Yang Jisheng who had been controlling the array. Ha ha ha. Another burst of wild laughter came from the side. It was Yang Haoxuan who was obediently staying there. At this moment, he did not hide his complacent laughter. Grandmaster Yang, I really have to thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, my son would not have been able to successfully refine this dragon puppet. Grandmaster, your reputation is well deserved. Elder Yang. Yang Chen, who was supposed to be extremely confused, suddenly became calm at this moment. He smiled at Yang Haoxuan and asked, actually, your surname is not Yang, it should be Zhao, right? Chapter 1860. How could Yang Haoxuan's surname be Zhao? Listening to Yang Chen's inexplicable words, Elder Feng was about to refute when he suddenly thought of a possibility. Cold sweat broke out all over his body as he looked at the laughing father and son of the Yang family in bewilderment. Sect leader Kui also thought of this possibility at the same moment. His face turned livid and cold sweat flowed down his face. While Yang Chen was explaining the refining method to the Murong sisters, Yang Jisheng was also listening and using the method that Yang Chen explained to refine the dragon puppet. Unlike the Murong sisters, he was the one who controlled the formation eye of the formation. With so many experts helping him from behind, and with direct contact with the dragon puppet, he naturally had the priority to refine the dragon puppet compared to the Murong sisters. In fact, the principle of the Zhao family's formation that I've been talking about is only the tip of the iceberg. It's still far from the core. Young Master Yang is actually so smart to know the core content from one example. I admire you. Yang Chen cupped his hands at Yang Haoxuan and said, other than the fact that you are originally from the Zhao family, I can't think of any other possibility. That's right, this old man's surname is Zhao. At this point, Yang Haoxuan felt that there was no need to hide anything. With an intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet in his hand, he could almost do whatever he wanted in the spiritual realm. There was no difference between surname Yang and surname Zhao. Yang Haoxuan, no, Zhao Haoxuan's face was brimming with a victorious smile. He glanced at everyone present with a contemptuous gaze and puffed out his chest proudly. He had the qualifications. His son Zhao Jisheng had completely controlled the situation. Now it was time for him to enjoy the fruits of victory. At this moment, the experts in the formation still could not escape from the control of the formation. The formation eye was still in the hands of Zhao Jisheng. Amidst his wild laughter, everyone could only helplessly and madly output their divine sense and spiritual power. They could not put up any resistance. Soon, they were once again in that dangerous situation. Supreme Saint, you still have to remember the hard work of so many elders. Otherwise, how would you have the chance to refine the dragon puppet? Zhao Haoshuan fully enjoyed the taste of victory and ordered Zhao Zhisheng seriously, quickly thank so many elders for their help. Thank you, elders. Hearing his father's words, Zhao Zhisheng smiled and cupped his hands towards the experts in the hall. He then turned to sect leader Kui and Elder Feng and laughed. Thank you, Elder Feng, for taking care of this nephew. Thank you, sect master, for taking care of me all these years. Although he was thanking them, he did not stop controlling the formation. He was still continuously extracting the spiritual power and spiritual sense of these masters. The hypocritical words of thanks sounded like the most bitter sarcasm in everyone's ears. Especially those who had supported Zhao Haoshuan since the beginning, they were filled with regret. Who would have thought that the person they had been supporting was actually a great enemy hidden within the sect? Elder Feng could no longer contain his anger. Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly tightened. Zhao Zhisheng had controlled the dragon puppet to bind his body tightly, making it impossible for him to break free. The force that bound Elder Feng's body was so strong that Elder Feng had a feeling that if he moved, he would be torn into two. The dragon's body was wrapped around Elder Feng, but the dragon's head was facing sect leader Kui. Its lifeless eyes seemed to be staring at sect leader Kui with a deathly aura. As long as he made any inappropriate movements, it would immediately make a move. The dragon puppet of the intermediate golden immortal stage was extraordinary the moment it made its move. Elder Feng, who was a grade 7 Shen immortal, did not even have the chance to resist before he was controlled. Only then did the people of the Five Elements sect realize the strength of the dragon puppet. The only few people who were not controlled were Yang Chen and the Murong sisters. Zhao Zhisheng could not even be bothered to touch the dragon puppet against the 6 human immortal juniors. In fact, as long as Zhao Haoshuan paid a little attention, he could easily crush Yang Chen's family with his intermediate heaven immortal strength. Master Yang, you've worked the hardest and performed the most meritorious service. You even ran all the way from Chunyang Palace to the Five Elements sect to support your woman. After mocking the people of the Five Elements sect, Zhao Haoshuan turned to face Yang Chen. You're indeed smart to be able to deduce my surname from such a small clue. Unfortunately, you're too smart. You thought that you could make my Five Elements sect bow down to you with your reputation as a genius alchemist. You've made a mistake. Are you from the Five Elements sect? Yang Chen keenly grasped a few words in Zhao Haoshuan's words and asked. Of course. Zhao Haoshuan answered in a serious manner. Master Yang, you're extraordinary. Once you arrived at the Five Elements sect, everyone in our sect treated you with the most honorable welcome. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious as to use such a despicable method to poison and kill everyone in our sect, including sect leader Kui and Elder Feng. I, Yang Haoshuan, am not talented enough to see through your scheme. Unfortunately, I couldn't save my people in the sect. I could only kill you, the culprit, and lead my Five Elements sect to a new glory. What do you think of this story? Hearing this, sect leader Kui and Elder Feng closed their eyes in despair. This time, the Five Elements sect was completely screwed. Not only were all the experts in the sect dead, even the sect was controlled by Zhao Haoshuan, a member of the Zhao family. Even if sect leader Kui and Elder Feng died 10,000 times, they would never be able to face the ancestors of the Five Elements sect. It was all because of the two of them. One was muddle-headed and bewitched, while the other was careless and gave Zhao Haoshuan an opportunity. Before Yang Chen told them the method, they knew that there was something wrong with Yang Haoshuan. Yet, they still let him stay at the scene and secretly communicate with Yang Zhisheng. This was the root of their failure. Of course, the Zhao family's forbearance had reached an unimaginable level. Previously, when the Five Elements sect attacked the Zhao family's peripheral organization, Yang Haoshuan was the one who attacked the most. The team he led killed the most people. This was also one of the reasons why Elder Feng trusted Yang Haoshuan completely. Now that he thought about it, he had already made arrangements. Even the claim of killing the Zhao family was just a cover. Who knew if those people who were claimed to be killed were hiding in the Five Elements sect and enjoying life? Clap, 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 clap. Everyone's eyes were focused on the person who was clapping. Master Yang, do you agree with me? Zhao Haoshuan was confident and did not mind talking a little more to Yang Chen, who was like a turtle in a jar. If such an enjoyable moment did not have the shock, despair, and indignation of the enemy, it would be a lot less enjoyable. If you can explain one question clearly, I will completely admire you. Yang Chen did not look hopeless at all. He did not lose his composure as he clapped his hands calmly. What question? Zhao Haoshuan was delighted. He did not mind letting Yang Chen live for a while longer, so he asked very generously. Tell me, when I was guiding Murong and your son, why didn't I tell you the core principle of your Zhao family's formation? Faced with the smug Zhao Haoshuan, Yang Chen asked calmly. Chapter 1861. Zhao Haoshuan was taken aback when he heard that. Then, his expression changed as he looked at Yang Chen in bewilderment, as though he was getting to know Yang Chen all over again. Yang Chen's words not only shocked Zhao Haoshuan, but also sect Master Kui, Elder Feng, and the experts of Five Elements sect who were in a desperate situation. This matter was very suspicious. Since Yang Chen was able to guide the 5 women to completely control the dragon puppet, it meant that Yang Chen knew the secret behind it. Then, why didn't he say it when he instructed the 5 women to refine the dragon puppet? Not good. Zhao Haoshuan's first reaction was bad news. Yang Chen just used such a simple trick to let him and his son take the initiative to jump out. The connections that he had painstakingly built up in Five Elements sect and the power that he controlled were almost all exposed. Zhao Zhisheng also understood everything in an instant. His expression turned extremely ugly. However, he was more confident than Zhao Haoshuan. With the dragon puppet in the intermediate golden immortal stage in his hands, who in the spiritual world could resist his attack? Even if he failed to control Five Elements sect, he had an absolutely safe way out. Moreover, according to the current situation, the father and son did not completely fail. Master Yang, you really have a good method. Zhao Haoshuan also understood this point, and immediately praised with a smile. As long as the dragon puppet was firmly in the hands of his son, everything was possible. In any case, their previous plan was to kill everyone here. What they had to do now was just the previous plan. The ending would not change at all. It was just that in the process, Yang Chen would self-righteously expose their identity. So what? When Sect Master Kui and Elder Feng understood the meaning of Yang Chen's question, they were a little surprised. In their rumors, Yang Chen had always been a guy who was good at creating miracles. Perhaps this time, he could bring them a little hope. However, when Elder Feng felt that the dragon puppet on his body had tightened its grip, and when sect leader Kui realized that the dragon head was getting closer to him, the aura of the puppet was suppressing him to the point where he could not move at all. Once again, disappointment took over. Even Elder Feng's Xian immortal cultivation level was being controlled. The only ones who maintained their freedom were the Murong sisters, who were 5th stage human immortals, and Yang Chen, who was a foundation establishment stage outsider. It was simply a fool's dream to think that they could escape from the intermediate golden immortal stage dragon puppet. To everyone's surprise, whether it was Yang Chen or the Murong sisters, there was no panic on their faces at this moment. It was as if they had all the wisdom in their hands. They really didn't know where their confidence came from. Instinctively, Zhao Haoshuan felt that something was wrong. Both Chen and the Murong sisters were too calm. This was not how a cultivator who was in despair. In order to prevent, he thought that they might not, Yang Chen, Haoshuan, Yang, Mo, Yang and Tian, Yang, Chen, Yang, Yi, Yang, I have to thank you for your cooperation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to know so much. Yang Chen said with a smile as if he did not sense the approaching danger. His tone was calm as if he was visiting a neighbor's house. What's the point of knowing or not knowing at this point? Zhao Haoshuan shook his head in disdain. He gestured to the dragon puppet with his chin and said proudly, as long as this puppet is in our hands, you won't be able to do anything to us even if you put all the cultivators in the spiritual realm in front of you. This is another reason why I admire you and your father. Yang Chen smiled as if he was joking. I've lived for so many years and seen so much history, but I've never seen anyone as bold as you and your father. You even dared to have designs on the Dragon Clan. I'm impressed." As he said that, Yang Chen stuck out his thumb and waved it in front of Zhao Haoshuan. He mumbled, "You've got guts. No matter how much you say, you won't be able to save your lives." Zhao Zhisheng sneered at the side. His eyes swept across the 5 beautiful faces of the Murong sisters and said regretfully, "Originally, the sisters could have left their lives to serve me. Unfortunately, they don't have the chance now. You know too much. However, I can have a taste of them before they die. I've never tried quintuplets before." As he spoke, Zhao Zhisheng's mouth had already begun to spit out obscenities, and Yang Chen's brows wrinkled. "I wanted to let you and your father be proud for a while." Yang Chen's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "Unfortunately, your mouth is too stinky. I can only make you shut it." Zhao Haoshuan immediately realized that something was wrong. Yang Chen might really have some trump card. At this time, he could not care about anything else and immediately attacked Yang Chen. With his middle stage fairy immortal cultivation base and Yang Chen's mere foundation establishment stage, he could send Yang Chen to the next world with one punch without using his magic treasure, the flying sword. Peng, the punch landed solidly, and a loud sound rang out. However, Yang Chen, who was supposed to be the target, stood there without moving. He looked at Zhao Haoshuan with a sneer on his face. Zhao Haoshuan's fist, which he thought was foolproof, hit a huge claw that suddenly appeared behind Yang Chen. The fiery red claw looked very familiar. There were 5 fingers on it. The 5 fingers curled up and gripped Zhao Haoshuan's fist tightly. The violent power of a middle-stage fairy immortal hit the fiery red claw. Apart from a shocking sound, there was no other movement. The claw that appeared out of nowhere did not even shake. Then, the claw began to move forward slowly, and a huge body followed closely behind. Ao Lai's fiery red body slowly drilled out of Yang Chen's back. From the front, it looked like he had appeared from inside Yang Chen's body. Zhao Haoshuan, who had his fist grabbed, seemed to have lost all his strength. His entire body was unable to move, and he could only be carried by Ao Lai like a walking corpse. As the huge body appeared, it rose higher and higher, only stopping when Ao Lai's body touched the ceiling of the hall. This old man has not seen such a courageous cultivator for a long time. Ao Lai's words seemed to be in line with what Yang Chen had said before, and a series of praises came out of his mouth. "Even the idea of our dragon clan dares to hit. Your Zhao family really has gut." The sudden appearance of a living dragon caused all the cultivators of the spiritual realm, who hadn't heard of dragons for tens of thousands of years or even longer, to fall into a daze in an instant. Everyone stared at Ao Lai's body dumbfoundedly and forgot to speak. There was only horror left in them. "It's them." Yang Chen's voice rang in everyone's ears unhurriedly. "They are the ones who refined the Dragon Clan into puppet." Chapter 1862. At this moment, Yang Chen's voice was filled with the evil taste of snitching, causing the large group of people who were shocked by the appearance of the Dragon Clan to wake up in an instant. Sect leader Kui and Elder Feng could not help but be overjoyed. Who would have thought that Yang Chen would have such a huge backing? A living Dragon Clan, the 5 Elements sect was saved. Zhao Haoshuan and his son would never have thought that the dragon puppet that they had spent so much effort to control and refine would now become the most direct evidence to accuse them of harming the Dragon Clan. Moreover, they were caught red-handed at the scene, so the Zhao family's father and son could not deny it no matter how eloquent they were. At this moment, sect leader Kui thought of even more things. No wonder the Murong sisters handed over the dragon puppet without any resistance. It turned out that there was such a plot behind it. A golden immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet might sound invincible, but there was such a huge pit hidden within it. It was a super huge pit that could directly trap someone to death. Elder Feng almost turned into a crazy elder. Now, he was a little glad that Zhao Haoshuan and his son took the initiative to expose their identities and become the 5 Elements sect's enemies. Otherwise, given how the disciples of the 5 Elements sect refined and controlled the Dragon Clan puppets, they would definitely become the mortal enemies of the Dragon Clan, and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Zhao Haoshuan could not move at all, but he almost cursed in his heart. This was not the Murong sisters taking the initiative to hand over the dragon puppet. This was clearly a plot that Yang Chen had set up long ago. In fact, even if they did not take the initiative, the Murong sisters might have taken the initiative to hand over the dragon puppet to the sect after some time. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Yang Chen came at such a coincidental time. It was obvious that he had already expected it. Originally, the Five Elements sect was the scapegoat, but now, because of the Zhao family's father and son, the scapegoat was the entire Zhao family. Zhao Haoshuan felt like he was in pain. Even if they wanted to cheat someone, they shouldn't do it so blatantly. Who wouldn't hide a transcendent artifact of this level for themselves? Who would insist on revealing it like the Murong sisters? Weren't they just trying to make others greedy? However, at this moment, he could no longer speak. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 grievances in his heart, he could only swallow his grievances and swallow his grievances. Zhao Zhisheng was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. How could there still be living dragons in this world? The dragon puppet that he was controlling had immediately become a hot potato. He had been caught red-handed. What should he do? If this dragon that seemed to be at the peak of the Heaven Immortal stage unleashed its power, wouldn't the father and son be torn apart? Wait a minute. Peak of Heaven Immortal? After experiencing the initial shock, Zhao Zhisheng suddenly discovered a problem. The giant red dragon that appeared was merely at the peak of Heaven Immortal. One must know that the dragon puppet he controlled was a mid-stage golden immortal. The father and son of the Zhao family were both frightened by the sudden appearance of a living dragon race. They were frightened by the legends of the dragon race in the past, but they completely forgot that no matter how strong the dragon race was, they were still cultivators. Since it was just a mid-stage golden immortal dragon, perhaps it was a heaven-sent opportunity for Zhao Haoshuan to have a chance to refine a living dragon himself. Zhao Zhisheng wanted to teach this arrogant fire dragon a lesson. He stealthily controlled the dragon puppet and slowly probed towards Ao Lai's dragon head. Originally, he could not make the story of Yang Chen murdering so many experts and elders of the Five Elements sect flawless, but with this fire dragon, there was no problem at all. Yang Chen colluded with the dragon race and came to the Five Elements sect. Sect leader Kui and Elder Feng led a group of elders to greet them politely. In the end, this fire dragon was unreasonable. When it saw the dragon puppet, it thought that it was the doing of the Five Elements sect and immediately attacked, causing both sides to suffer losses. Except for Zhao Haoshuan and his son, everyone else under sect leader Kui died. The fire dragon also paid with its life, and even Yang Chen and the Murong sisters were affected. This time, it was perfect. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it, and you barged into hell, Zhao Zhisheng murmured in a low voice, planning to let the dragon puppet launch a surprise attack. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it, and you barged into hell, Yang Chen added from the other side, and then he stretched out a hand. Under Zhao Zhisheng's extremely shocked gaze, the dragon puppet no longer cared about Zhao Zhisheng's control. It actually let go of Elder Feng and sect leader Kui as if it was very familiar with Yang Chen. It spun a few rounds in the air, and then it landed on Yang Chen's hand, curled up in a circle, and stopped moving. This scene instantly made Zhao Zhisheng dumbfounded. He completely did not expect that the dragon puppet that he had painstakingly refined would become like this. Could it be that with a living dragon race present, the dragon puppet could not be controlled at all? Just when Zhao Zhisheng was shocked, his body suddenly tightened, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body was completely restrained, and he could not move at all. It was Elder Feng who noticed Zhao Zhisheng's daze, and immediately took the opportunity to make a move. An expert at the 7th stage of the mysterious immortal stage could easily deal with a junior at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. The moment Zhao Zhisheng was captured, the formation that was originally controlled immediately lost its command, and immediately lost its effectiveness. So many experts of the Five Elements sect who were trapped in the formation were immediately freed. The terrifying suction force disappeared completely, and everyone was completely freed from the misfortune of being sucked dry. From the start of the refinement until now, these experts had always been conscious, and they clearly heard the contents of the conversation between the father and son of the Zhao family, sect leader Kui, Elder Feng, and Yang Chen, but they were unable to react. Now that their bodies were free, there were immediately smart people who could not care about the pain on their bodies, and immediately confessed to sect leader Kui. Sect leader, I was deceived. A few elders used all the strength in their bodies to throw themselves at sect leader Kui's feet, and cried out tearfully, "The father and son of the Zhao family have the ambition of wolves. I was careless and was deceived by them. Please punish me, sect leader." There was more than one smart person, and with someone taking the lead, how could the others not know what to do? Immediately, all of them admitted their mistakes and repented, ignoring their pain, and began to denounce the father and son of the Zhao family, begging the sect leader to show mercy and forgive them for forcing the abdication. One must know that most of them had previously supported Yang Haoshuan to succeed as the palace lord, and even put sect leader Kui under house arrest. Once this crime was carried out, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would not have a foothold in the entire spiritual realm if they were punished by the Five Elements sect. Moreover, how could it be so easy to get away with such a great crime of treason? The only way was to push all the blame on the father and son of the Zhao family, and at most, they would be fooled for a moment, and would be given a lighter sentence. Your Five Elements sect refined my dragon clan's senior, and desecrated the senior's corpse. How should you be punished? Ao Lai could not stand these people's behavior that did not have the demeanor of a cultivator, so he did not wait for them to finish speaking, and directly shouted. Chapter 1863. Ao Lai's roar brought everyone's attention back to the present. Only then did they remember that there was still a huge problem that had yet to be resolved. Before Zhao Haoshuan admitted his identity, he was a core elder of the Five Elements sect. From the beginning, it was Yang Jisheng of the Five Elements sect who refined the dragon puppet with the support of a group of experts. Strictly speaking, this matter really was the Five Elements sect's business. Sect Master Kui had not realized this before. After suddenly realizing it, he realized that the Five Elements sect was most likely involved in this matter. With so many experts, it was impossible for all of them to be from the Zhao family. Therefore, the crime of abetting the Avildor was inevitable. If the Dragon Clan really wanted to pursue this matter, the Five Elements sect would probably be kicked hard on their already shaky situation. Whether they could maintain the glory of the Five Elements sect was still a big problem. Senior, we were deceived in this matter. Sect Master Kui's mind was quickly thinking of a solution. However, he had no choice but to first apologize. As a sect master for so long, he naturally knew how to deal with some things. This matter is the fault of my sect's disciples, but there is a reason for it. If Senior has any blame, we don't dare to shirk it. If Senior has any instructions, as long as it is within the ability of the Five Elements sect, we will definitely do it. Some things needed to be admitted first to get a good attitude. Otherwise, if they were to be forced into a corner, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Yang Haoshuan had not dared to kill Sect Master Kui before because he wanted to use a way to achieve his goal. Otherwise, who knew how many hidden trump cards the sect masters of the Five Elements sect of the spiritual realm had for so many years? After saying this, Sect Master Kui suddenly remembered what Sect Master Shao Wenshuan had told him in the mortal world. His eyes immediately lit up and he turned to Yang Chen. Master Yang, please say a few good words for the sake of the Murong sisters sect. The entire Five Elements sect will be forever grateful. This dragon puppet originally belonged to the Murong sisters. Zhao Haoshuan and his son Zhao Jisheng coveted it, which caused so much trouble. In fact, Zhao Haoshuan felt that everything was under his control now that he had control over the dragon puppet, and he had even set his sights on the sect master. At the end of the day, the Murong sisters were the cause of all of this. Of course, Sect Master Kui could not push the blame on the Murong sisters so blatantly. Now that Yang Chen had made it clear that he had a close relationship with this Dragon Clan master, he could only use the method of roping him in. He could not push Yang Chen to the opposite side. Senior AO, the root of this matter is still the Zhao clan. Yang Chen readily accepted the advice and didn't shirk it at all. He directly turned to Ao Lai and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. It's better not to look for anyone other than the Zhao family for what the Zhao family has done. How about that? These two dare to blaspheme the Dragon Clan. They must die." Ao Lai did not insist on anything. After being taught a lesson by Yang Chen previously, he did not dare to be too unbridled before Yang Chen, even though he knew that Aolan was present. Given the current situation, it looked like he could get quite a few good things out of them. Aolai knew what to do and started to cooperate with young Chen's act. If Senior is willing to wait a little longer, we might be able to get more information about the Zhao clan from them. Young Chen gave Aolai an appreciative look. Then, he suggested, I believe that Sect Master Kui will be happy to help you with this, to help Senior interrogate them more clearly. When Sect Master Kui heard young Chen mention him, he quickly nodded and said, Senior, don't worry. There are many experts in the Five-Element Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. If Senior wants to know anything, feel free to instruct us. As for Zhao Haoshuan and Zhao Zhisheng, not to mention sect leader Kui, even Elder Feng and the other deceived elders hated them to the bone. They were great enemies hidden in the sect in the first place. Unexpectedly, they deceived them into doing such a disgraceful thing. Some people hated that they could not eat their flesh raw. Right now, they looked forward to torturing the father and son and extracting the Zhao clan's secrets. If they didn't do that, how could they wash away their crimes of treason? When he saw Aolai start to hesitate, Sect Master Kui immediately seized the opportunity and said, no matter what, the Five-Element Sect is at fault. Please wait for a while, Senior. The Five-Element Sect has a great gift to offer as an apology. Aolai, who was holding on to Zhao Haoshuan, was obviously slightly moved when he heard this. Sect Master Kui was delighted in his heart, but he didn't dare say anything. He just looked at Aolai with anticipation and waited for Aolai to make a decision. Aolai's gaze finally looked towards a certain direction. Everyone looked over along with Aolai's gaze. There didn't seem to be anything strange in that direction, so they didn't know what Aolai was looking at. There's no need to look at me. Ask them to ask. A voice suddenly resounded, and it shocked everyone. The instant the voice resounded, everyone felt a violent pressure that was practically impossible to resist. It was as if it wanted to force everyone to kneel, and it was so overbearing that it caused them to feel despair. Most of the pressure was concentrated on Elder Feng, who was at the 7th grade of the mysterious immortal realm. Elder Feng almost collapsed before this powerful pressure. Just as he was about to fall to his knees, that immense pressure disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared in the first place. This was the true dragon might. Who knew how strong this person's cultivation was? No wonder Senior Ao, a dragon at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, dared to appear in the Five-Element Sect's core hall. It turned out that he had such a powerful backer. Those fellows who were still harboring evil ideas almost fainted on the spot. That little bit of ambition that had sprouted in their minds was forcefully killed by themselves before it could sprout. They no longer dared to have any thoughts of disrespecting the dragon race. Bang! Zhao Haoshuan was directly smashed onto the ground, and he fainted. At this moment, Elder Feng was more proactive than anyone else, and he personally went forward to grab Zhao Haoshuan. One in each hand, he carried the father and son of the Zhao clan out of this place, and directly found the most elite torturers to interrogate them. Sect Master Kui immediately released his divine sense, and called in a batch of Five-Element Sect disciples who were at the periphery. He got them to serve those experts who were almost exhausted back to their respective residences to recover, and he personally went out to entertain Aolai. Of course, Yang Chen was the main guest, and he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. As for the expert who spoke up later, he did not even dare to mention him. What wine is this? Aolai had just drunk a mouthful of the wine that the Five-Element Sect offered, and he spat it out. Then, he said to Yang Chen in an unusually rude manner, why aren't you quickly taking out your good wine? Yang Chen cooperated and took out a few jars of Jade Dragon wine. Only then did Aolai drink smoothly. After drinking 2 big bowls, he burped in satisfaction and said, Yang Chen, after drinking so much, your wine is still the best to my taste. Next time, prepare more for me, I want to bring it back to drink. Chapter 1864. Such a simple sentence was enough to give sect leader Kui and the rest an obvious hint. Yang Chen definitely had an extraordinary relationship with the experts of the Dragon Clan. At the very least, they had drunk together quite a few times before this. As for whether or not they had a deeper relationship, it was hard to say. However, this was enough for Yang Chen. This would allow the people of the Five Elements sect to clearly understand the current situation and also allow them to make the right choice at the right time. Sect leader Kui was indeed finding it harder and harder to see through Yang Chen. If it wasn't for Yang Chen, the Five Elements sect might have become the biggest joke in the spiritual realm and be completely controlled by the Zhao clan. Elder Feng was almost too ashamed to see sect leader Kui now, much less face Yang Chen and the Murong sisters. He could only continue to torture the Zhao clan father and son. He almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. This time, the Zhao clan father and son were not only the prisoners who dug out the secrets of the Zhao clan, but also the targets of Elder Feng's anger. When a 7th stage Shen immortal expert hardened his heart to dig out some secrets from someone's mouth, even Zhao Haoshuan and his son had no choice but to speak up. Especially when Elder Feng completely let go of his reservedness as an expert and directly transformed himself into the most vicious demon, the outcome was even more unsurprising. The Zhao clan father and son were also unlucky. Who knew that just the idea of touching the magic treasure left behind by their ancestor or the few human immortal disciples who were willing to hand it over would cause such a change? When they couldn't even die even if they wanted to, it was only natural for them to break down. The first to break down was Zhao Zhisheng, who had a slightly lower cultivation, followed by Zhao Haoshuan. Under Elder Feng's personal torture, he began to reveal the arrangements that the father and son had made in the Five Elements sect over the years. At the same time, he also revealed some of the secrets of the Zhao clan. The latest confession would be sent to sect leader Kui at any time. After sect leader Kui took a look, he would immediately pass it to Ao Lai respectfully without hiding anything. To Ao Lai's surprise, the father and son of the Zhao family had already told him all the most embarrassing things they had done, but they still did not know the inside story about the dragon puppet. The father and son had only learned from Yang Chen that their ancestor had once set up a mid-stage golden immortal dragon puppet in the trial ground. They knew nothing about it before, and they didn't even know about the other 9 profound immortal experts sealed in the formation. Elder Feng, who was in charge of the interrogation, almost went crazy. Even now, the Zhao father and son still spoke in such a tone about the dragon puppet. How were they going to explain this to the dragon clan? Ao Lai was merely a heavenly immortal expert. Even though the dragon race was strong, the many supreme mystic immortal experts of the Five Elements sect were still able to suppress him. However, the mysterious expert hiding behind Ao Lai was simply everyone's nightmare. That expert hadn't even made an appearance, and he'd only released a tiny bit of his aura, yet it caused Elder Feng, who was at the 7th rank of the mysterious immortal realm, to almost collapse. These were only the 2 that were exposed to the public. Who knew how many more were hidden in the dark? A golden immortal expert of the dragon race had been refined into a puppet. If he was a member of the dragon race, he would also do his best to investigate this matter. The strength that the dragon race had already shown was enough to pose a great threat to the Five Elements sect. If those legendary experts of the dragon race were included, it was not impossible for the Five Elements sect to be annihilated. It was absolutely impossible for the Five Elements sect to pay for the mistake of the Zhao father and son. If there was no explanation for the dragon puppet, the dragon race would vent their anger on the Five Elements sect, and he, Elder Feng, would be the biggest culprit. This matter was originally caused by the Murong sisters, and they should be the ones to explain it to the dragon race. Based on the relationship between Yang Chen and the Murong sisters, Yang Chen would definitely accept this karma no matter what. Based on the relationship between Yang Chen and that expert of the dragon race, there would be room for an explanation no matter what. However, it just so happened that Elder Feng himself had gone crazy. He had actually foolishly supported Yang Haoshuan's plan to seize the dragon puppet for his son. He had even gone as far as to support Yang Haoshuan to depose the sect master. In the end, he had single-handedly picked on the dragon puppet's karma and almost caused a grave mistake. However, no matter what methods Elder Feng used, the Zhao father and son still did not say anything about the matter of the dragon puppet. By the time he exhausted all his methods, Elder Feng had no choice but to believe that the Zhao father and son really did not know the secret behind it. Sect master, this old man is incompetent. I have specially come to ask for forgiveness. Elder Feng, who was at his wit's end, could only bring this result to Sect Master Kui to ask for forgiveness. This result did not even satisfy Sect Master Kui, much less the dragon race. However, this was clearly not the time to pursue Elder Feng's crimes. Under his helplessness, Sect Master Kui could only look towards Yang Chen for help. Now, a batch of the experts that the Five Elements sect had planted in the trial grounds had returned to the sect. During this period of half a month, Sect Master Kui had completely grasped the sect tightly in his hands. In addition to Elder Feng's atonement, it was impossible for the Five Elements sect to have any major changes. Those fellows who had followed the Zhao father and son to participate in the forced abdication had now been arrested according to the sect's rules and handed over to the disciplinary hall to be dealt with. Yang Chen was drinking with Ao Lai. Naturally, he could not easily ask for help at this time. Sect Master Kui could only beat around the bush and give him some hints. No matter what, Yang Chen had helped the Five Elements sect to expose the Zhao father and son's plot and had also saved Sect Master Kui. He could be considered as Sect Master Kui's great benefactor. No matter what, he had to repay him. Sect Master Kui's way of expressing his gratitude was to take the Murong sisters as his disciples and make them his direct disciples. Using this matter to discuss with Yang Chen was not surprising at all. At the same time, if Yang Chen was smart, he should be able to sense the hint that Sect Master Kui was giving him. What made Sect Master Kui feel relieved was that Yang Chen really understood the hint of Sect Master Kui and began to persuade Ao Lai. Senior Ao, perhaps those two fellows really don't know anything about this matter. Yang Chen said to Ao Lai, the great sect has captured so many members of the Zhao family but none of them knew anything about the 9 sealing formations. I believe that the Zhao father and son are no exception. They're not in the Zhao family, so it's normal that they don't know anything about it. Ao Lai naturally knew how to cooperate with Yang Chen. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly nodded his head. However, he still raised the Dragon Clan's request, hand those two over to me. Furthermore, I want to take the 5 little girls who had been controlling the dragon puppets from the beginning. They are this junior's women. Can senior make an exception for this junior's sake? Yang Chen did not wait for Sect Master Kui's reply and immediately said to Ao Lai, they're not the main culprits. It's better to find the real culprit.